are. Okay, so we are starting to stream. Then I will keep talking to myself, which is fine. And I will go to the live dashboard, renew it, and there we are. Okay. Alright, now I get the link. Here we are. Okay, people who hear me sigh in frustration, believe me, there's no describing what we just had to go through. And it's always like this. Every single fucking transmission day. There's never a goddamn change. There's always got to be a fucking crisis. I really want to stop. Honestly, at this point. It's one of those things that, it's untenable. Okay, so let's see now. Turn the voice on. It's untenable. Okay, stop that. So the voice works. Okay. Share. And I really wish people would stop fucking messaging me while I'm on the fucking air. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to Selena. It's just, I'm getting more incoming from Maria at the moment, who I'm happy to say seems to be somewhat stabilized. It's her daughter's birthday, so I should say happy to her daughter soon enough. Alright. I'm trying to remember what it is I'm supposed to do, actually. You have no idea what I dealt with before we even got on air. And, suffice to say, it's just been beyond wretched. Okay, here we are. There we are. Now, can anyone hear me? I have to wait, see if someone can hear me, see if I can hear myself. I know I was silent for a period of time. Can anyone hear me? I have to wait, see if... There we are. Alright, so that takes care of that. And, that's so stupid. Okay. Last thing I needed was that. Alright, so here we are. Change the links in all of my promotional banners. Edit the posts. And then try and occupy ourselves to the top of the hour. Here we are. And, okay, now live and burning bandwidth. Say that much. And burning bandwidth. Okay. Hosting live stream. Now, one thing I should do at the moment, in the next few months, is go grab Peter Moon's info. Let's see now. Hosting live stream. Critical Omissions. And to get Peter Moon's, I would have to go back a few episodes. Let's see. We can always do that later during hosting live stream of Critical Omissions. And what we'll do is just cut and paste this. Okay. Alright, now press the save button. There's no time to change the promotional banner. And we'll bring up Peter Moon at the top of the hour. Honestly, if it weren't for Peter Moon, this wouldn't be happening at all. He's probably the only professional I fucking know, to tell you the truth. Okay, so let's see now. Now we take the link.
I'm with you now.
Oh, wonderful. Take your time.
I finished eating.
That's delightful. No worries.
We won't hear any clinking forks or anything.
Yes, we're live in burning bandwidth. There's no need to worry about clinking forks. I mean, they hear my teacup all the time. It's rather infamous. And so at any rate, you can relay a anecdote about your experience with the I don't know, your local how would I say it, grocery store or something?
Well, no, I'm actually just reading an article from a lady I know, Mary Hardy. She wrote the book Pyramid Energy. One of the authors of the book Pyramid Energy. She's. Go ahead.
Oh, I said, yes.
She says her article is Understanding 5G and How It Affects the Body. She's talking about how it depletes oxygen from the body, which makes one more susceptible to illness.
Okay.
I don't know. This is just what she's saying. She says 60 hertz. 5G runs at 60 hertz and it takes oxygen out of the body. I don't know. I mean, and this is what she's saying, and she's saying that she's a naturopath, and she uses the young living oils, and she's talking about essences changing the frequency of the body. Yes, and
do you know her? You said you.
Yeah,
know her?
I do know her personally. I've spoken at her. She has an affair every July. I used to go there before I started going to Romania. I can't do both.
Right. Oh.
And,
okay.
Met a lot of interesting people there, and whatnot.
Yes. Well, definitely 5G has the potential for some health effects. I think the oxygen depletion is rather obtuse myself. There might be more direct potential health issues that might be caused by the 5G. I'll go into it somewhat tonight. It's funny that you bring that up, actually. It's quite prescient, because I myself was going to have to address it, because there's a hot conspiracy theory out there that the coronavirus has to do with 5G. And so it's one of those things that bears addressing, and I'll be doing that later tonight. After, of course, you and I are done. We're not going to keep Peter too long past bedtime, because he really affects him the next day. But I'm so glad that he enjoys being here with us, and definitely, if it weren't for his presence tonight, as I said, this would not be happening at all. There's just too many hits lately. Every time before I go on air, it's a catastrophe. It's how would I say it? It's untenable. I have to stop. I can't keep doing this. It's just wearing on me. So the important thing is that there's no backup to any of this. So it's all reliant on myself.
Well, you could theoretically take a break. However, so much of your survival depends on these broadcasts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, unfortunately. So
you
can't stop.
Take a break. You can't take a break.
Well, this is part of the problem, yes. And it's one of those issues that I deal with. But the problem is that the hits are just coming right before each program. And
that's a backhanded compliment in a way.
It's just the way it works, the nature of the beast. But this latest one was just too much. It was the last straw. So we'll address what we can of it tonight without going into it too deeply, of course. But here we are now, and let me maneuver this. We are close to the top of the hour, and actually, I was thinking you could go into the laundry story, the laundromat, and what you were what you encountered with the Korean gentleman there, and you could relate that.
Sure, I will certainly do that. It's it sounds like we're hard up for material if I'm relaying that story, but it's relevant. It is relevant. It's just
Well, we're only filling in airtime to the top of the hour, so it's
oh, so should I go into it now or wait till the top of the hour?
Oh, you can go into it now. We've got a few minutes to the top of the hour. Like I said, it was just burning bandwidth to kill time.
Yeah, I was just telling Douglas that I had gone to the dry cleaners to pick up a suit from my wife, and is Korean. And I started engaging him because I'd just been listening to Douglas's tapes on how the demilitarized zone in Korea, between North and South Korea, was built with atom bombs from the Japanese, or that's how it got there. And I started to explain this to him. And he first was very listening to me, and then when I got into this, he had to shut down, and pretend that he couldn't understand
English. Yeah.
Yeah, he does understand English because he deals with customers every day,
right.
And so it's but it's just symbolic of the way how people will shut down, and it's not like he was, it's just like there's just a certain area that the normal human being is not designed or perhaps meant to process. And it involves a lot of the stuff I write about, let alone the stuff Douglas goes into. So, it's not suitable for processing in the day in and day out world of running business and, normal concourse of activities. So,
yeah.
So much.
Yeah, and definitely appreciate you bringing that up. We've got 1 minute to the top of the hour. We're not going to officially start until then. And what I'll do is try and see what my environment's like around me, and just again what I've brought Peter on for is so that I can scan the internet for the current issues, see what I can analyze. I had absolutely no time to deal with this, because I expected a guest, and Crystal River canceled effectively at the last minute. And so she was scared out of her involvement, basically. And it's said she received strange phone calls. Did confirm that with her last night when we spoke. Said she was willing to go forward. Everything was copacetic. And then she canceled at the last minute and just wasted all of my time. So I had been hoping to give myself a break for the past several days. Transmissions, that is, from all of the in-depth analysis that I do. And so she took that from me. The time I wasted producing the graphics for tonight would have gone into that otherwise. So Peter Moon's here to save my ass and provide us with time so that I can do that while he's speaking, but he's going to be speaking with myself, and we'll have a bit of a discourse. And
so you can multitask like that. So while
somewhat.
You're engaging the audience, you can scan the internet. Well, this is actually leads me to an insightful question. Mm-hmm. Is about how you process data. And before I directly ask you that, mm-hmm. I made a comment in the introduction to the book that I'm working on with you, and I told you I'm going to be constantly revising this introduction because, first it was, a few pages, and then I said maybe I need no introduction, and then I keep changing it. But one of the things is the big issue with this book, and it's with books in general or information in general, is how people process data. Mm-hmm. People process data much like the story of a pig will eat anything that's presented before him.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
People will take data, and that used to be, if it came from the New York Times or the three major networks, it was considered credible. Mm-hmm. We've now reached even though it wasn't credible, it was considered credible.
Right.
And now we've reached a time where even those information sources are held in ridicule. Still, they have a certain sway. Even though they are held in ridicule, they have a certain sway. Mm-hmm. So you can have all the solutions to the world, and they will be rejected. Because it's not even a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy of ignorance. because people don't understand that if, so-and-so doesn't say such and such, then it's not true. People look for an authority. If you had a degree in history, then we would believe you. But you don't have a degree in history, so we won't believe you. This sort of mentality. Not understanding the whole apparatus of academia and whatnot. So, people don't know how to process data. When it comes to the data that you present on the history of the war, let alone anything else, we would just confine it to the history of World War II. They've not only don't know how to process data, they've been fed with so much twisted data that's been so spun and so manufactured that they're at a vulnerability to being able to process data. They don't know how to process data. So it's like they have a hidden virus, to use the computer terms, like a computer virus inside of them. So when you begin to engage them on and I encounter this with Facebook, especially on, a time travel group that I belong to, people's understanding, it's very shallow. And once in a blue moon, I'll get somebody who, oh God, I see, wow, there's something here. Oh, okay. And then I have to explain to them that I've reached the horizon, the so-called event horizon of how far I can go, because I can only go so far as explaining it. But at least getting people to that horizon is a challenge. Aside from the fact that they have an ordinary existence to carry on with. So what are the question? This is all a build up to a question. You're sitting there looking on the internet, multitasking. How do you process? I mean, you have a lot of resources people don't have.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the key question. Resources. Not only research resources. You aside from being a trained librarian, you have the telepathic and the computer alliance. How do you process? How will you process this data? If you can give us a little bit of insight into your processing procedure.
Oh my God! Well, thank you for asking.
Just a little bit. I mean, you don't have to go crazy.
Yes, understood. And it bears responding to. One of the things that I'll ask of you, however, is to be patient with myself. We are 5 minutes after the top of the hour. What you did was perfect, and I think it's a wonderful introduction to tonight. We definitely needed that, and I'll be happy to go into that because it will kind of bring a kind of intro or segue all of its own into discussing many of the things that I feel need to be discussed. But what I'll do is probably address it kind of a little later into the narrative. By that I mean a few minutes after we have Peter Moon introduce himself and talk about some of the experiences he's had lately to just buy me some more time. What I'm going to do right now is provide the solicitation. And when I provide the solicitation, then I'll get back to responding to that because what he's asking me is, I think it's pivotal. It's pivotal, and it's something that has several layers of answer to it. And like he said, there's no need to go too in depth. But I'm going to ask Peter to do whatever he needs to do. I regret that we may have cut into his Tai Chi time tonight, and that.
No, I got that done.
Oh, you did? Good. Thank God for that. So if there's anything you need to do for the next 10 minutes, what I'm going to do is read the solicitation. Then I'll start the show formally. But that way we get that out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to then you and I will talk. So I do want
I'll
to
go on mute for 10 minutes and go.
Okay, so he's gone on mute for about 10 minutes, and love him dearly. I want everyone to know it was a tremendous struggle to even be here tonight. So now that we are here, I want you to know that struggle, my struggle, Mein Kampf, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on douglasdietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. You can friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War for no for he. Now all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. There are a number of these that are on his channel, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/C/Magator, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And like himself, you too can now do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there a footnote on my biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com, and find out the meaning of my biological father's name. Let people know that the scion of Adolf Hitler be alive and well in the city and county of San Francisco, wherein he resides, and if at all possible, to electronically relay their contributions and yours at douglasdietrich.com. Because people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedo-pathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzu Jinn Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the intra-global crisis analyst. Douglas Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion, which is why I'm still doing this, despite the fact that I'd really love to stop. And only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 72 hours at the most, 48 through 72, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. You can visit him on facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 when he's not in Facebook jail. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Dietrichs or Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. You can friend him at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which be spelled BIZARE HD, for were it no for he, I would be on the streets. He'd be my own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my material or physical salvation, or corporeal, my incarnate manifestation on this earth as a human being, so to speak, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich's, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, pronounced rather Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tawish Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services due dishonorable discharge. And again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Jival Angel, the Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd of Anno Domini 2020, this 2020th year of our Communal era. To re-emphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets, and emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Communal era. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Sundays and Wednesdays. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com, and all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, Peter Moon can unmute because I'd like him to participate while we provide the update for the Living Truth Summit on Mount Shasta. He's received an email, as I have, and I'm going to read this aloud to everyone because Jonathan Shalimar, who relayed this unto the twain of us and many others besides, also presenters there, such as the young lady who was supposed to be here tonight. And what it says is, "Dear beautiful friends, I trust this letter finds you being showered with infinite blessings and perfect health and prosperity in all things." I mean, that comes off as almost like a taunt. Now, I am desiring to give you an update in regards to the Living Truth Summit that is being held at the Mount Shasta Resort, June 18th through the 22nd. Things are starting to pick up speed, more ticket sales coming in, and now is the time to really start getting the word out. I invite you to promote as best as you can through your networks. We are getting ready to expand our promotionals through radio shows and other social media avenues. I have received concern from some who have questions about the Corona-19 virus. Actually, COVID-19 is what he means to say. Coronavirus would be subsidiary to that. I really do not feel this will be a problem. However, I would ask all of you to give it till April 1st before any travel arrangements are made. At that time, I will provide just another update. Sending you all my deepest appreciation and love for all that you are doing to make our world a better place. We are also starting a Mount Shasta magazine, which will be out 6 weeks before the summit itself. If you would like to put an article in the magazine, all that be required is that you pay for at least a quarter-page ad to have a full page that includes your article. We have kept rates very reasonable, and we will eventually do a monthly online magazine too. If you are interested, please see the link which he provided, and that would be, I would say he means just the Awake Within the dreamproductions.com link. And he's also provided a worldwide web address for eventbrite.com. And that has to do with us, right, Peter? You did check into that, or investigate?
Repeat it again, because I was looking at something. I didn't hear you.
Oh, no worries. I was just talking about a link that Jonathan Shalimar provided in the email he sent around, letting people know the update for the Living Truth Summit. Did you investigate the links? He was talking about people wanting to donate articles to the magazine, which, of course,
I didn't look at the links.
Okay.
I just know that if people want to go to the website to sign up for the event, it's awakewithinthedreamproductions.com, awakewithinthedreamproductions.com, and you can sign up for the event there, read a little bit about it.
Right. And he said as well, I leave you also with the links where people can receive more information and buy tickets in regards to the summit. I was wondering if that was the worldwide web address, the www.eventbrite.com/E/93624157375. If that's the case, then people have just heard it. You can always replay that in slow-mo later so that you can get that. Better yet, here's his email address, which I'm sure he's happy for anyone to have, so that you can ask him direct questions about the summit. JonathanLight@gmail.com. And Jonathan is spelled Jonathon. Jonathan Light, as in light, L-I-G-H-T, at gmail.com. And you can ask some direct questions there about the event and the speakers, etc., and the prices, arrangements for travel, all the rest of that. Though, as he said, wait till April 1st before putting all your plans in stone. Now, one of the things...
I have a quote here
Wonderful.
From the website. Mm-hmm. It's from John Muir. Mm-hmm. John Muir was an incredible naturalist who mapped out some of the national parks or not, and he was when you're in Yosemite, as a kid of like 8 years old, I learned who John Muir was, man. He's names all over the place. Anyway, this is his comment about Shasta. When I first caught sight of her, referring to Mount Shasta, my blood turned to wine, and I have not been weary since.
Amazing. Well, one of the things that you can consider this like a spa then. Everybody can consider this like a spa resort trip in a sense. Just remember it will likely be cold, very cold. So dress as if for the winter because we're high up there. And it does snow on Mount Shasta. And I know this is going to be in the middle of summer, but it's a bit different up there. You're at higher altitudes. It will probably still be very cold. And so... one of the things that Jonathan Shalimar has mentioned is that every so often he will be having specials for ticket buyers, as he likes to give something back for their commitment in purchasing a ticket. The next 5 people who purchase tickets will receive a $50 gift certificate to their amazing New Age store called Soul Connections. And they will keep track of this through the date of their purchase, your purchase. So everyone, bear that in mind. Purchase a ticket now and get a $50 back with a $50 gift certificate to the New Age store Soul Connections, which I'm sure you'll circulate or visit when you're up there on Mount Shasta. And he thanks us all again for agreeing to share our love and our wisdom with everyone at this auspicious summit. And it definitely... let's put it this way. All of this is very positive, and amidst that positivity, just a brief prayer request, mass prayers for Derek Talley, who is undergoing his chemotherapy, and it's at the nadir or nearing its worst phase. To read is from his very short 2 sentences. My voice is gone. I can't even speak. I am plagued with constant hiccups and coughing. I've been a real grouchy and angry mood lately. Well, that's what it says. I just feel awful. Well, it's actually 2 little paragraphs here, but they're about the size of sentences. Yes, I'm trying to stay positive. They prescribed me an antipsychotic medication in order to get rid of my hiccups, and it's still not working. I'm not quite sure what the connection there is. I think maybe they provided him an antipsychotic medication because at the stage of this treatment in chemotherapy, I'd be considering mass shooting myself. So that's probably part of that. To maintain him in your thoughts and prayers. And with that, we're going to turn back to our dear Peter Moon and Selena Khan. Shout out to her. She's a wonderful human being. She can send me private messages all she wants throughout the narrative tonight. I'm going to take Peter Moon with me on a little trip through the comments first before we turn back to him, and then I ultimately answer his question because, you know me, I'm just going to take that into a historical angle. I'll have to. And Sammy Romero says we're sounding clear, and thanks to him. He says hello to Brendan Zoget as well, who I left hanging because I had not a moment's time to speak to him. And he said he enjoyed the Sunday show, by the way. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to that live dashboard and bring whatever we can to Peter's attention. And so we have Sarah Shields saying, hi, Douglas and Peter. Marcus Crick says that Australia always runs 240 volts at 60 hertz. And talking about what Peter was introducing with 5G, which I will be covering in Arc of Narrative tonight. Marcus says, hey, Peter, great to hear from you again. I believe Peter Moon gave him some wonderful advice, as did the young lady who was with us on Sunday. And Marcus Crick says, DD, don't do it. Where would I get news about the world? Yes, I understand. Well, don't forget, Marcus, I'm trapped anyway, right? Trapped by perforce of circumstance. And Marcus says, Peter, can you please comment on any new information around Montauk you can talk about since we lost Preston and Duncan, which I'm going to actually have Peter start with. And
I'll address that when you're done.
Sure. And Marcus Crick says, hey, Derek, how you feeling? History is spoils to the victor. Actually, Marcus, I've gone into this before. History is written by the losers. When people say history is written by the victors, really, that's just popular culture bullshit. It's kind of like, the populist impression of warfare being about tactics and operations and strategic genius. It's none of that shit. It's all about logistics. It's very bland in comparison. It's quartermastering. That's what war is all about. And Derek's saying, I'm okay, Marcus. Thank you. Okay, well, that's a lot better than what I just read. So everyone's praying for him. Good. Randy Music says, love your show, Douglas. Thank you. I wish I could. Gabriel Ruth says, hi, Douglas. It's going to be a great night. Get my information in. Thank you, Gabriel. Love you dearly. All right, take it over, Peter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of your talking to, again, just kind of stabilize myself and go through a few more things on the net, try and gather some things to analyze and respond to your question in all earnestness. And so definitely the stage is yours.
Yeah, and I'll give him a little bit of a long answer so you can
Thank you.
do what you need to. And I can also, thank you, Marcus, because, this is like neither one of us really lack for material, but there's a certain sense, and he was disappointed that Crystal couldn't make it tonight. So there's something about material in this question. Which I'll repeat is like, wow, it's a live thread. It's so much more interesting and engaging to deal with a live question. I was on a show the other night, and Douglas was asking, well, what about it? How did it go? Or and it's like it's the same old stuff. In other words, I'm tired of talking about a lot of this stuff with the Montauk because it's gone on for 30 years. Okay,
Yes.
But and the problem with it, man, this question is a good question. Can you please comment on any new information around Montauk that you can talk about since we lost Preston and Duncan? Of course, Preston Nichols he's referring to and Duncan Cameron, they were the two key figures that were responsible for breaking the Montauk Project story. And Preston in particular, but you can't discount Duncan either, because he was the main psychic involved in the project, and they initially broke it together. What I did with it was take it to another level. And this is very important to make. So what new information I'll address, and then I'll crank it back a little bit. Preston died about a year and a half ago. Duncan died a little over, well, wait, he died, was it last year? I can't
even. We don't even need an exact date.
Yeah.
I mean, we know the narrative in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was last year he passed away.
Yeah.
But what has happened with Montauk? Well, after Preston died, about at the end of the month, that was October, he died on October 5th, I gathered a group out there, and we had a memorial service for him, actually on Camp Hero. On a rainy day, I was allowed to use the maintenance shed out there because I know one of the workers out there, and I still haven't put it up on YouTube. I intended to do that, but time is precious. So anyway, we did a ceremony for Preston, and it was very nice. I had my good friend Yonda Ashley speak. She was with me at the very beginning. I could talk about Yonda. What a remarkable individual she is. And her boyfriend spoke. He's been around this for a long time. He spoke, and I had everybody give their 6 cents to contribute. And then afterwards, we went over to a friend of mine's house in Montauk, who was at the ceremony. I've talked about her before. She's part Bulgarian. It was anyway, we went over to her house and kind of redid the ceremony in a way. It was much more relaxed. She had refreshments for everybody, and it was, I guess, what you do at a wake or something. So we all gathered, and then this was interesting. It was interesting, and it was weird. There was her boyfriend, who I don't know if I'd ever met him before. He started talking, and he started talking it took me a long time to understand what he was actually talking about. He was talking about going into the transmitter tower and getting a piece of equipment and bringing it back, and he was having time displacements. But it was very strange because it took like at least a half hour of talking to him, keeping in mind I'm in a room full of people, and the conversation really needs to be more private. So it's getting kind of hard to talk to somebody with all this interference. But he basically was having time displacements from being in the presence of this equipment. And it was a very strange story. And it was like, you think all this stuff has ended. And he was having weird experiences from having, and it was something that his girlfriend, I don't know, he'd really never talked to her about it too much. It just kind of comes out of the woodwork, like, what the hell's going on? It's not the kind of thing I chose to pursue, because you're going to get, with a thing like that, you're generally going to get more strangeness. Mm-hmm. And where are you going to go with it? Mm-hmm. It didn't really feel like it was worth pursuing. So, and this is one of the problems. Like Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron did amazing things in terms of recognizing all this weird phenomena that goes on surrounding the Montauk Project. And there is plenty of weird phenomena. And if one wants to, you can go out there and stir up, for lack of a better word, weird shit.
Yes. Good word for it.
Yeah, and as Douglas and I have discussed and agree many times, you shouldn't be in the business of stirring up weird stuff. It's just not. It's not in your best interest.
Yes.
What do you want to do it for? What are you going out there for? Now, initially, when I investigated this and when I finished the book, the Silver Anniversary edition of the Montauk Project, which is a comprehensive view of the Montauk project, to find out what has gone on since, not since they died, but what has gone on since the original book. I include the original book in that with a lot of anecdotes that I couldn't put in the original book because of security reasons for Preston. And then I do a whole second part too on there's two investigations I engaged in. One was the journalistic investigation and one was the occult investigation. And as I went and did the book, I forgot how much Preston had been with me every step of the way on the journalistic investigation. Because we used to go out there all the time, and I would write it up in the newsletter, the Montauk Pulse. And, he did some videos and whatnot and captured certain things, but we were out there, trying to find some verification, proof that this project existed. And now, we had the whole thing changed into a state park instead of what it was, this weird place that was supposedly a state park that they'd chase you off of if you got in the wrong area. So there were profound changes. The whole area was cleaned up, a lot of adventures, and that's sort of in the past now. But yeah, we established beyond any shadow of a doubt that there was weird stuff going on out there, and that corroborated so many aspects, illegal transmissions emanating from the park, and this, that, and we even had a live radar unit we found at the park at one time from the Cardion Corporation. And the Cardion Corporation at that point had just been bought by Siemens, Siemens of Germany, which was the electrical contractor for the Third Reich.
Right.
So all these weird connections, and they were doing a project for Brookhaven Labs, and a head microwave technician from Brookhaven Labs who was keeping care of this radar unit, tried to get us arrested, and the park officer couldn't arrest us. He wouldn't arrest us because we weren't doing anything illegal. And so it was a lot of activity, and I guess look back on it, I can say it was a lot of fun. It was a job. It was a job, but it was also fun. So the most important thing about the Montauk project, though, is that it goes to a higher echelon. I was able to take it to a higher echelon. We were able to corroborate or prove every aspect of what Preston talked about as far as strange stuff going on and illegal transmissions, this, that, and the other thing. A conspiracy was going on. But it wasn't until Dr. David Anderson walked into our meetings that I began, and eventually, 10 years after, he comes to our meetings, that I actually had scientific corroboration of time travel being within the bounds of ordinary math and physics, which you can now learn at the Time Travel Education Center. A lot of work has gone into putting that on the net and just saying, okay, time travel is within the boundaries of math and physics. And it's something that, although you can't underestimate what effect it's had, it still falls mostly on deaf ears, because people are just, and this is the same situation I will face with the Douglas Dietrich book on the Roswell and the Japanese, win World War II sort of theme. This is something that it completely batters the gray matter of the walkabout citizen on Earth. And of course, I was doing this on a different subject. I have a lot of experience with dealing on the subject of time. This was, conspiracy sort of stories when conspiracy wasn't in the mainstream. Now, everything's conspiracy now.
Yes.
And it wasn't. It was alive. It was electric. It was exciting. And then, of course, when conspiracy gets mainstreamed, it gets watered down and ruined, because you're not talking about a conspiracy. You're talking about a commodity. You water down the commodity and you can sell it and watch it to eyeballs. And then you have people coming up to you and start to tell you about, like Douglas, when the book comes out, you'll be surprised. You'll have the clerk at the at the local store telling you, God, you should hear this book. Did you know that Japan really won World War II? You'll be hearing that sort of stuff, you know.
Right, right. Well, it's interesting that that sort of thing was going around with a friend of mine. I don't remember his name at the moment, but he was someone who attended the San Francisco Academy of Art, and he was a individual who, of course, like so many people, had a hard time getting employment with that degree as a professional illustrator, and he wound up working a lot of odd jobs, like many of these people do. And at one point, he was working with pizza delivery, and it was this archetypal, like, oh my God, look at where I've wound up now situation. But while he was there, he was bringing up the fact that people were already relating what I had exposed about World War II, considering the dirigibles over the Battle of Los Angeles. And so when he relayed that to myself, that he knew I was one of the few sources of that, and the fact that I was one of the few sources is not because I'm the only person saying this because it's all in my head. It's simply I'm the only person exposing the facts, just so people understand the what he meant by that as well. He was basically saying that what I had said was so compelling that once anyone with a reasonable mind reviews it, there's nothing else that makes any sense. And this was essentially the statement of Keith Call, the wonderful individual who's the archivist at the Billy Graham building or library in the on campus of Wheaton College, the seminary school. And he himself is friends with the Marine attorney who was the man who was responsible for the case that they based the film A Few Good Men on, that starred Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. And that particular individual, when he was speaking about that, because he resides in either Arizona or New Mexico, when he was reviewing that with Keith Call telling him about what had really happened at Roswell, he said that's the only rendition, the only exposition of Roswell that he had heard that ever made any sense. And the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. And so it's definitely one of the things I'll have to do is bring Keith Call on again to review that experience with us. But what Peter's saying is right. We're going to get a lot of that. More people will finally be familiar with the story. Honestly, there's no overemphasizing how important what Peter is doing is. And of course, that's what makes this so important, that we all survive to see the achievement. We need to survive, of course, the present onslaught of coronavirus, which I'll go into a bit later on tonight. And we need to just do what we can to make certain that we are able to even conduct our presentations at Mount Shasta. The concern is there, of course, that I've expressed privately with some people, that if this gets bad enough, there may not be a Mount Shasta presentation or conference, but as Jonathan Shalimar seems to intuit, there will be. As bad as
I would agree with him. I agree with him intuitively.
Yeah.
And with the intuition of others, these things. I don't think it'll blossom into a international horror show beyond what it is now.
Well, we all need to hope for the best. But even if it does, the chances that things will still happen at Mount Shasta and the conference will still be ongoing will probably still be there. As bad as things might get, people still are going to travel. I mean, it's not going to... I don't foresee this shutting down everything or destroying much of civilization, but there are forces that will try to take advantage of it and exacerbate it. But we'll be monitoring those, and I'll be reporting on them, all the way up to the point where it's time for us to go to Mount Shasta. But for right now, let's all assume the best and let's all plan to go. And definitely want everyone to understand how much I appreciate the positivity of both Jonathan Shalimar and Peter Moon. And your wife will be coming with you, right, Peter?
Not to the event. She might come. She might. This has to be determined in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
She might come. The way I'm visualizing it now, because I have to line up everything. we're now in retrograde, so it's a good time to think about it, but not a time to execute the plan. I have to see what I can get away with the airlines on special flight programs that I have and whatnot. And I can also, so what I might want to do, or the way I'm looking at it now, if she's going to go, is go out there for about 4 days with her, maybe 5, and take her around the Bay Area. And that would include a visit to see yourself, and we could go to Spofford Alley together.
Okay.
Well, where I want to go, I want to take her there too. And just because when she goes out there, she's not going to be into necessarily all the adventures I'm going on, because it's a matter of time. If she had time, she would. But she's more interested in being a tourist and seeing sights, because this is, she's new to this country. She's been here 5 years, but there's nothing more she would like. I would take her to the Cliff House and to the to Muir Woods up in Mill Valley area, and to take her to Fisherman's Wharf and places like that, which would, and probably to the Presidio, and downtown. Take her up the. I don't think you can go. What's that? Lombard Street, the curvy street.
The crookedest street in the world is simply what they call it. Lombard Street.
I don't think she could. Drive. I think it takes a long time to get there. There's a big line to get in there.
Yes. Now. Well, oftentimes it really just depends. There's some days when you just see the line going back forever, but there's other days when it's much less impacted. So it just depends. But it's not. I wouldn't make that the purpose of one's trip, of course. And so you're right.
What she's going to want to see. She's going to want to see all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, that's easy. That's easy. You just walk there. You just or go in area rather than approaching it on a car. It would probably be best to get your car parked someplace and approach it on foot.
Well, parking in San Francisco is more difficult than parking in New York City.
Yes, San Francisco.
And in fact, I'll tell you a story about this.
Yeah.
I once read, I think it was the same book. It was a crystal skull. Some guy was having the crystal skull investigated, and he brought Anton LaVey into the presence of the crystal skull. And there was all sorts of poltergeist stuff that happened, in the phenomena of it. But the one thing he said about Anton LaVey was that, I think it was this book, was that Anton LaVey had a reputation for being able to find a parking spot in San Francisco, anytime he wanted. He was really good at it. It would just kind of magically appear.
Right.
So I had, on the last trip, which was like 5 years ago when I visited you, we did have a magical experience. My friend and I, we were looking for a place to park, and this was well before we met with you. We ended up finding a place right in front of the restaurant where we were to meet. Wide open. Really an accomplishment when you can get a spot in San Francisco right in front of where you're going. But so I would like her to see some of those sites. I don't think she'll be able to get participate in the conference.
Right. Okay. I see. So at that point, she just kind of goes home while you go on to Shasta. Of course, we're not at that point where we're deciding the.
No, and she's got other trips to Romania to take. She'll go to Romania in September to attend school, which is, her mother's school, spiritual school. She's her brother runs the school, but she's going to go as a student and also go back and see her family, her spiritual family. So she's, her vacation time is kind of spoken for. So she'll have to take extra time off to indulge me.
Okay. Wonderful.
I do have certain fantasies of being able to, get her, get to a point where we can travel together and certainly drive all around Romania together. That's something that we don't travel in Romania simultaneously. It just doesn't work out that way, but it's okay. So hopefully you'll get to meet her in person if she can come, but that's yet to be determined. So we were discussing, what were we discussing?
Well,
the conference.
Yeah.
The conference.
Yeah. And
yes.
Go on. Yes.
I want to add in here for anybody who's listening and has a a computer monitor that they don't need, and if it actually works, consider Douglas needs a backup monitor.
Yes, yes. Oh, actually, I have one now. It's the biggest problem was simply the missing power cable. It's a power cable, so I got a brand new monitor, but the other monitor still works. So I have a backup monitor. I'm just gonna have to buy a power cable one of these days.
You get the power cable online.
Okay.
On the internet because they're very inexpensive compared to buying them in a store.
Ah, thank you. Thank you. So my manageress has heard you, and she can act on that at her convenience. When
yeah, you just have to, she might need to take a screenshot of the pins, on it to make sure it's the right pins because they make different sizes.
Oh shit, that's right. Yes, they have different ones for it's a Hewlett Packard. It's a Hewlett Packard monitor, so it would have to take that.
Yeah, and sometimes they need adapters, to go on back and whatnot.
Right,
so.
and that was part of the problem. The adapter was just wearing out as well. I'm hard on these things simply because I don't have a normal platform on which I'm operating from. I'm literally operating sitting on my bed, so when I have these computers in front of me, it's just I maneuver the monitors in front of me on top of what Laura Lee Solomon called flotation devices, and of course this is so that they're at my level of my eyes. Comfortably, as comfortable as one can be in this situation, on what Judith Ager called my deathbed. So we've got this situation.
Horrible.
Yeah, that's just how do we say it? It's just ad hoc. It's all ad hoc. And so Signum Circus says, love the show picture tonight. Well, what's interesting about that is that I believe he pronounces his name Signum Circus, and he's got the Latin V's, which represent, of course, the different, somewhat slightly different Latin pronunciation. But in terms of tonight's image, which is actually all blurred in front of me, so I'm not quite sure if everybody's seeing that clearly. Hopefully they are. I'm refreshing the page, and hopefully it'll show up a bit clearer. Okay, there we are. The Biofacsímilacræ that has got his head in the lap of the Biofacsímilacræ, who is personated or manifest as a female. He's got his head unintentionally in the way that I was helping them position. It looks as if his neck is being snapped, and that was pretty much how I felt about tonight.
Or an adjustment, a chiropractic adjustment.
Yeah, there's that. Yes, or broken. Yes, yes. He's saying crucis, signum crucis. Thank you, or crucis.
Well, this prompts a lot of questions, Douglas. Now, this if I may.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so this is the how do you say it? Biofax.
Oh, Biofacsímilacræ.
Simulacra.
Yeah.
And for people who aren't familiar, these are basically robots, for lack of a better word, but it's not the right word. Simulating living entities or bodies. Now, so some of the picture you've used some of these in the past, correct? When you've taken pictures.
Yes.
And because I've never tried to understand all of the different pictures, nor have I ever asked you. I think people have a lot of questions about all the different pictures you post, but we'll just stick with this one for now. So this is actually, these are these quote unquote guys in action.
Yeah.
And there's a certain haunting realism to them, although they do look artificial in this picture.
Yes.
There's a haunting realism. So these are photographs that you've actually, I guess, choreographed and taken. Am I correct? Are you taking them?
Yes, that's correct. And to put all of this in some perspective, and I'll go through this will take us to the question that Peter asked. This will take us to my processing, and it'll take us ultimately to history. Peter, of course, will stay with us as long as he wants, and he's encouraged, of course, to take his leave when he feels that it would be best for him. And,
now I'm interested, though.
Yeah. So
yeah,
and I'm going to go deep into this now since you brought the subject up, and it's something that I'm happy to address, and it's something that it's about time. It's about time that I cover this again. Now, ironically enough, I was speaking about this with Crystal River last night.
Let me just say one thing quick. I just want to end up on to Marcus's question. You say, what new information around Montauk?
Right.
All of my research has led to Douglas. Okay?
Thank you.
So this is the new information. That's all. Want to do a complete circuit for that question. Go ahead, Douglas.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you. Yes, that was an expert. Shall we say, you are able to bring that arc of narrative to a kind of point where we're now at the how would I say it? We're in the new phase of narrative for
Exactly.
The history. Yeah, yes. The history that Peter has been working with all of his life. And
Let me just say one other thing, Douglas. If you care to read my book, Spandau Mystery, it ends with a certain point, and the character, I don't really mention it, but the sequel, if I ever have the time, inclination, or incentive to do the sequel, was going to be going to San Francisco. The two main characters were going to go to San Francisco. This is a novel. We're going to go to San Francisco. They were going to be having lunch at the Cliff House, just taking a vacation, and then all of a sudden something was going to happen, and it would be right at the height of the Presidio scandal, which is where the book ends in that time period. So there is an arc of narrative that goes from that fiction story that reflects the true story. So none of this is so. Anyway,
that was wonderful.
Buy the book if you want. Spandau Mystery. And carry on with the narrative.
Thank you. Thank you. And that, of course, Spandau, what he's referring to, by the way, is the prison in which Rudolf Hess, or rather his double, was kept. Rudolf Hess, of course, was not in Spandau prison. That was not Rudolf Hess, and that's something that it's just a fact, and it's one of those facts that it cannot be overemphasized because it's one of those things that makes no sense. Rudolf Hess, or the individual who surrendered himself to the British during World War II, rather attempting like independently to negotiate a peace settlement. All of this was very much a cover, and it was a cover for Rudolf Hess, who really wound up in the United States, and these were, according to the documents I was working with, I outlined that in the Nexus magazine interview, and of course that was the one that we now have on my website, so people can access the Nexus magazine interviews on my website. And so it's so painful that those interviews could have been done so much better, except that they were so pressed for time with the first part of it that I did not really get to emphasize the depth and the breadth and the damage caused to the Americans by the Disc War, the Sheepkrieg, that I really wanted to get into. But, we'll reproduce those. As a matter of fact, the Nexus Magazine articles are something that Peter and I will have to work with. We're going to actually expand those. Those could be the framework for the book to come after, or the book to come into the somewhere along the lines of our upcoming publications. Because as Peter envisions this, we're going to start with Japan, which is so overwhelming in all-encompassing in so much information that obviously it's going to take a book to articulate what we're saying. The problem or the challenge is that we have a lot of information with the Third Reich that's directly pertinent to the war in the Pacific. So I will be working with Peter to integrate that. And then we're going to be working on the Satan's Crusaders themed book. And I don't know if this is Peter's mindset or his paradigm or his perspective, but that would be very different from the history of the Third Reich. And then the third book would be a different subject entirely, the Biofacsímilacræ.
The Third Reich is hovering there. It's not defined yet.
Okay. So we might have a separate book for that. It's potentially a fourth, perhaps, or something, maybe. Or
I don't want to go off on a sidetrack here.
Right.
But you read all this information on Hess being a double.
Yeah.
For the information I read, and one of the most intriguing aspects of Hess and the reason for his incarceration was that he was a signatory. He could claim deputy Führer,
right?
And he was a signatory on all the accounts, and he was the enemy. He never surrendered, and there was a lot of problems around that. I never was convinced of the story. The first thread of credibility I heard that it wasn't Hess. Of course, I'd heard the stories. Is it you saying that you read it? But it's okay.
Yeah,
It's
no, understood. The reasons that it's so obvious to me, of course, was the man's behavior. His behavior was so different from the historical Hess that, and you know, etc. We can go into that some other
his
time.
behavior in the Nuremberg trials, but but also it said that he used to have quite a correspondence with NASA scientists. He was quite, I mean, this is in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He was very knowledgeable about aerodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
Very
interesting. Yeah,
this is what this comes from. My friends in Germany that told me that Hess was very knowledgeable about aerodynamics, and he used to give lectures on behalf of the Brill Society. This is back in the 20s, and maybe even in the 30s. He was very knowledgeable in ways you wouldn't think so.
Right. Well, I always knew he was knowledgeable in aerodynamics because he was a pilot. He was a war hero who was a pilot.
That's right.
It's very common in those days for pioneering aeronauts to be very much like astronauts. These were men who knew all about the aerodynamics of the craft that they flew. It wasn't a hobby. This was they were pioneering a technology. So that's not surprising. What's surprising to myself is what you're saying, but to extent. It's not. We'll go into that later, you and I privately, and we'll see what we can, how would I say it, hammer out in terms of what we both understand.
Well, there's an interesting book, Douglas. It's called, and this was sent to me out of the blue. Mm-hmm. First, they sent me the excerpts from it. I didn't get it, and then it came from UK or somewhere. Is a book called Operation JB. Mm-hmm. Which stands for James Bond, which was Ian Fleming's code name when the story talks about him going in with a guy named Chris. It's written by Christopher Creighton, the pen name for the guy who went in with Ian Fleming he knew von Ribbentrop. Mm-hmm. Von Ribbentrop, who was the Nazi foreign minister, he used to call him Uncle von Ribbentrop, whatever his first name was. And he used to visit them. He knew them in the UK. And then he used his contacts with them to visit the bunker in the last days of the bunker. And they smuggled Martin Bormann out. And the reason they got Martin Bormann was because he was the signatory on the accounts. And Ian Fleming fleshed this out of the Swiss bankers. He was a Swiss banker at one time, Fleming, and he knew all the Swiss bankers. So he went over there with sort of politely, like an Englishman, shaking his fist in a very nice way, saying, if you don't give us the name of who are the signatories on these accounts that the Nazis have confiscated, there's going to be some problems. So they gave him a number, or the name that was attached to the number, and it was Martin Bormann. So they smuggled Bormann, according to this book, and cut a deal with him. And then the money ends up, the signatory and the money ends up between two people, Captain Desmond Morton of the British, who's a member of the Knights of Columbus, and Captain William B. Donovan, later Colonel of the OSS. He's also a Knights of Columbus guy. Mm-hmm. So all the money sort of ends up in Catholic hands.
Right.
In a very weird, it's an interesting book, you know.
Right. All of these books present aspects of history, and many of these aspects are quite accurate, and others are highly distorted. But the one thing that must be confronted is the challenge that we face with the book, which I personally cannot stand the title, Roswell and the Rising Sun. It just has so many negative connotations to me at this point, and it has just so many negative memories.
People can send in titles. I will ultimately do a survey.
Well, what I mean to say is that Roswell, of course, one of the things that Peter was pointing out was that it's a sales point. But
very sellable, sellable.
But I'm wondering if it's a sales point for the older generation only, if that's viable. But maybe that's what counts with who we start off with, because most young people, as far as I'm concerned, I would lay my soul on the altar. The average young person, Roswell would be the ultimate turnoff. It would be like, I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole because everything they've ever seen around it has been total fucking garbage. And it's so cheesy. I'd
have to ask some young people about that. Yeah. But like perhaps my daughter I could ask. I mean,
yeah.
She's been exposed to this peripherally her whole life.
Yeah, but then that would make her the wrong person to ask because she grew up.
Yeah, but she's not really into it though.
Yeah.
So it's like ask her what her friends think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know.
That'll help. That'll help. But yeah, her and other young people, because the majority of young people, to them, the term Roswell is just cheese. It's just pure sleaze. It's like something you would have on a, So, but that's why I was thinking of something more that would be encompassing of the Axis in general. But it could be Roswell and the Rising Sun and the Reich. But it would be something that we'd make certain that it doesn't conflate too readily with that wretched monstrosity created by that idiot who claimed he graduated from Oxford. I'm forgetting his name at the moment.
Joseph Farrell, you're referring to?
Yes, Joseph Farrell, and his Roswell and the Reich book, which is just illegible, and there's nothing to be gleaned from it. I couldn't believe Laura Lee Solomon read the entire book, and I was like, how did you even make it? It's like literally just so turgid, and it's meaningless, and it's such a garble. What most people write are info dumps, which is the whole process of conspiracy theorizing is info dumping. And what these people do is they take massive amounts of data and they dump it, and they overwhelm people with the data, and people think this somehow makes them intelligent. This is what Richard Dolan has been riding on. That's been his shtick forever. And so all Richard Dolan does is an info dump. He just puts in loads of footnotes. And I remember one of those things that
people like footnotes, even if they're not any good.
Well, I
they
don't
like the idea of footnotes.
What's that?
They like the idea of footnotes. It makes them feel it's academic.
Yeah, that's part of the shtick.
All the footnote does is refer to another text.
Yes.
But if you trace back all the real footnotes of real scholarship, they all go opposite, which is opposite back to.
Yes.
All go back to John Dee.
Well, I think it's best said by another individual who. This was when I was like presenting. By the way, what we're going on is a series of tangents here. We will get back on topic.
Yes, we are.
But it helps me to basically relax.
Still time.
Yeah, there's still time. Yeah, and it helps me just basically relax myself after the stress of having to deal with basically how do I say this? It's not a word to describe this, but it's basically a betrayal in a very real sense by Crystal River, who I was counting on to be here because she made every intent known that she would be here, and then basically canceled on the basis of telephonic threats that are meaningless to me, because those are things that she knew were going to be coming. She knew this was going to happen. We have, for instance, casual listeners, and this brings up some points that we'll get back onto this tangent and then back to the other tangent.
Go back onto the deeper tangent, not say with her specifically, but with people in general, why they can't.
Yes, and
the heat.
Yes, and so Veronica Barrera, shout out to that wonderful senora. She says in the comments, there's a thread of comments that have been left under this latest transmission. And what Crystal River did with myself was, it was decisive. It was something that had to happen. It was something that needed to happen. And she deserves all credit for helping to make it happen. And so when it came to its happening, a lot of people were impacted by this, because there are a lot of people who are focused on Max Spears, focused on what happened to him, and they, of course, many of them are confused by a lot of the misinformation he presented while he was being exploited by Miles Johnston of the Basis Project, who, of course, we went on to expose, as we always do, what a piece of shit this guy has always been. But when it came to Veronica Barrera, she said, seems this broadcast triggered a lot of people. Crazy woman on my Instagram blocked and deleted. Maybe those women should stop abusing pot and pray more. But she is just a regular listener of mine. She's a regular listener of mine who allows my promotional banners on her Instagram and on her Facebook timelines. And so what happens is that she's paid the price for that by getting trolls, hecklers, the gang stalkers to a degree. and just for allowing my promotional banners on her timeline. And in the case of what she's referencing now was that this episode in particular got a bunch of people responding to just her ad for myself, her promotional banner being published, for my promotional banner being published where people could access it on her timeline and the like. So she wound up, of course, having to respond the way she did. But this goes to show you that if this is happening to someone who's simply a regular listener, you can imagine what happens to someone who is a guest. And so this has been something that leads me to the next point briefly that I do have to cover, which is Christine Joanna Hart. It's one of the things we were going to bring up. And then that was the fact that, Christine Joanna Hart, she sprackised volumes when she left her comment. Because I had been speaking about her son, what had been going on with her son, as she had expressed to me in morbidly graphic detail over the years. And when she was like talking about what was happening to her son, and I was telling her what I knew to be going on with Aquino, she, of course, has never denied that when I've been on any other program speaking about it, because she's been fairly open about everything in her life. She's been far more open about her own private and personal life than even myself. So there's nothing I'm not saying. There's nothing I'm saying that she hasn't already said on record. The assaults by Aquino, issues with her son, etc. So when I said what I did about her son, which people can review the last transmission before this one, and they'll see how graphic it is and how disconcerting, disturbing, and just horrific it is. They can hear the details there. And when I said what I did, she came onto my timeline, and what she said was basically very typical of her programming and her bespeaking on behalf of Michael Aquino. And it's just this line of blather. It doesn't even make any sense. She basically comes on, she doesn't acknowledge anything I said about her son, which is as good as acknowledging that everything I said is real. And instead she said, without referencing her son at all in her original comment, nothing like, how could you say that about my son? How could you say that about myself? How could you say this is all so offensive? This is all... No, she says, oh, I'm glad you admitted that you and Laura Lee Solomon pushed me off my own show. Even though I had gotten the show for her, as she admits. She says, I only wanted to interview Aquino, as you told me he was in charge of programming. Of course, now think of the insanity of what she just said. Exactly. When she's on record with myself saying that her earliest memories in life are riding up and down on Aquino's phallus. That her earliest memory in life, like my first memory, is ripping off my grandfather's penis with my teeth. Her first memory in life is vaginally absorbing the penis of Michael Aquino. And that's, she's been on record with me saying that, on record. And then she says she only wanted to interview Aquino because I told her he was in charge of programming, as if she didn't know from birth. And then she says Miles Johnston interviewed him in a cringing ass-kissing interview, which we all know, yes. And she says, I wanted to confront him about Monarch. Lost opportunity. Now, this is interesting because when Laura Lee Solomon and I kicked her off her own program because she was bringing on Michael Aquino, we could hear Michael Aquino in the background shouting instructions to her about when to bring him on so he could ambush me. And at that point, because it was Laura Lee in charge of the Skype...
Michael Aquino was going to ambush you?
Yes, he was coming.
I don't know how that would work out for him.
Yeah. Apparently, he felt that this...
I've never heard of you, Douglas. Who are you?
Yes. And so when we threw her off that program, then that cost Laura Lee Solomon dearly. Basically, she was exposed to the gang stalkers after that in the chat room, because then Mike Ringley took away all of her managerial privileges from the chat room. And after that, she could only, like dives in hell, watch while the gang stalkers in the chat room said whatever they wanted, and she had no control over blocking them. And so that was the price that led ultimately to her threats of suicide and everything else, that and the poisoning of her cats, etc. All of that, Mike Ringley was a participant in. So all of this is part of that horror show. And throughout that period of time, Christine Joanna Hart had been very vocal about bringing on Michael Aquino to interview. It had nothing to do with confrontation. It's like this. She was going to do another Miles Johnston, because this is what we saw with of course, the Solaris Blue Raven individual, who also I was affiliated with, who also worked at Revolution Radio, and who brought Michael Aquino onto her program. And if you listen to her interviewing Michael Aquino, she may as well be sucking his cock on air. All you hear are cocksucking sounds. It's like, because she's inducted. She was inducted in a program. It's not a place where any of these victims cannot confront Michael Aquino because he's their programmer. So when you have that level of personal programming and participation on behalf of Michael Aquino, how on earth can any of his victims confront him? The best example of
he's not going to answer any questions you want to ask.
Yes, but beyond
He's
that,
not capable. I mean, even if he was capable of it, he wouldn't do it.
Yes. But the best example of what we've all seen was on Oprah Winfrey, where you see it on YouTube. Yeah, go on. Describe that, please.
He gives no sympathy to the victim.
Yeah.
Instead, the victim gets up and tells it, and Aquino, in a very leering way, says, "Why didn't you call the police?"
Yes.
And one of my friends who was a court reporter and handled special victims said his whole behavior profiled like an abuser.
Yes.
Very clear. It was very clear to her. I mean, she takes court cases. She can see, who's on what side of the line. So yeah, I mean, it was just like he did not distinguish himself except as somebody who's they don't go after them. People don't understand this.
Yeah, yes. And so remember that the victim, when they confront the abuser like that, he has all the cards, because the obvious question is there, okay, how come none of this has ever come out before? And the problem is it's always coming out. It's always coming out, but he's always defended, and he's always able to put these people down, because the whole question is, okay, why aren't the authorities involved? And we all know the reasons why. I presented this in glaring detail, and when the authorities do get involved, just nothing is done. Then the national security is called upon. We're not going to dwell on this, but it's one of those points where, okay, if you watch the Oprah Winfrey interview, you see what happens. He basically takes this young guy down just by, pretty much putting the whammy on him. He basically whispers. You can see it in the camera. He whispers to the young guy, almost like a kind of stand down. And the young guy is just left sputtering while
look, people, go to YouTube if you want to see this interview, Michael Aquino and Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, and you can see what happens to this young man who says that Aquino drove him to murder, and how that Aquino puts all of the responsibility on the victim. And of course, at that point, the young man is confessing to murder. And so then the whole thing would be Michael Aquino saying, well, if anyone commits the murder, they're the ones that need to go to jail. So it's the victim who winds up that being the perpetrator. This is how twisted the situation is. This is why people don't understand this. It will bring us back to the Biofacsímilacræ. This is all part of that dynamic. With Lena Crane, my manageress, she confronted Christine Joanna Hart and said, why didn't you, if you want to confront Michael Aquino, why were you trying to bring him on slyly into an interview where you never warned Douglas Dietrich he would be brought on? Why don't you instead confront him when he shows up at your house to abuse your son? And then Christine responds by saying, my son's built like a brick shithouse and would kick two types of shit out of anyone who looked at him sideways, let alone some 85-year-old pedo. Sorry to spoil your sick fantasy. Now, this is interesting. This is how a normal person would have entered their comment on YouTube had I just been talking shit about, hey, Aquino comes to your apartment and fucks your son and puts the whammy on you, snaps his fingers and says, I'm George Clooney, and you pretty much go to sleep and wake up later thinking George Clooney's been riffling through the panties in your drawers and all that, and your son's left, in the other room with sperm trickling out of his ass. It's like, this is the horror of the graphic reality of this. Some other woman who that was not happening to would have written inside of YouTube and entered the comment, I'm suing you to a she. Like, this is horrific slander, and how could you say this? And no, she wrote to me on YouTube saying, I'm glad you admitted you pushed me off your show. And then she says her son's built. Okay, this is where, talk about fantasy. Here's the situation, and again, we're going to get off this topic, but it needs to be covered. This is what I was going to cover with Crystal River when she was bringing up what she did and said she would be here with us tonight before she fled. And what basically we were going to cover was the fact that things like this, you've got the reality that Christine Joanna Hart lives on Kensington in London, which is one of the most expensive places on earth. Up there with elite areas in New York, San Francisco, and Hawaii would be Kensington in London, England. And in Kensington, Christine Joanna Hart, with no discernible employment, is living in an apartment, and her son is going to an elite school. And I know for a fact he is not built like any brick shit house. He is what in the gay community he's built as what they call a twink, which is an effete and effeminate male. And as an effete and effeminate male, what they would call like a boy girl or a boy chick. The old term used to be boy chick. And that would be like an insult that men would say to each other, like, hey, boy chick, meaning like, hey, fag, like, hey, and now I'm not abusing her son. I mean, this is like what he's perceived as. And worse than that, because his mother has no discernible income, all the other women wonder how she lives there in the area, and they all assume she's prostituting herself. So when he goes to school, and she explained this to me in graphic detail, he's bullied as a whore son. And all the people bully him, and he has horrible times at school, and he's very frail, he's fragile, and he's effete, and he's effeminate, and he's probably getting abused at school, as so often happens with people who are bullied. So this is the reality of her son. He's not built like a brick shit house. If he is now, then there must have been a lot of steroids involved. Besides,
sometimes people who are abused severely will undergo massive physical weight training to try in a misguided attempt to defend themselves.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's possible. Now, this is just even indulging her. That's the only way that could happen with her son if he's like that. But none of that counts because we're talking about a man who has programmed both the mother and the son, for all intents and purposes, from birth or very close thereafter. And so when Aquino walks up to the door, in all fairness, Christine cannot confront him. He just snaps his fingers, says the trigger word, she goes into a hypnagogic state. And with his son, it's going to be the same way. It wouldn't matter if he was built like the Hulk or Lou Ferrigno or something like that. It's just, they have no power over this. So the reality is then when Christine Joanna Hart basically responded to that, well, so did Bazaar HD, who is, of course, George Knight, said, Christine, you're on record testifying to Aquino's assaults, which she didn't respond to. And then Lena said, both you and your son were once little children, defenseless against assaults by Michael Aquino. You could defend yourself and your family now if you wanted to, but then who would pay the bills? Which is the point I brought up, to which Christine, by the way, and this is not to make fun of her, it's not a cheap shot, but to give you an idea of how little awareness she has of herself and her world, she wrote with a different account. She's using two different YouTube accounts. She responded with one called The Private Investigator, where she spelled private investigator wrong. Now, bear in mind, this is a journalist. This is a journalist who writes for a living, theoretically. And so she misspelled that as investigator. It's like almost like this is part of the programming. She's so discredited by her inability to write, and she says, like, I pay my own bills, Douglas, you weirdo, taking the comment in her response to myself as opposed to Lena Crane, and says, I assure you I can defend myself and do. That includes attacks from you, Douglas. I see you have upped your abilities. And then says, yes, he's scum, talking about Michael Aquino. Answering Bazaar HD, she does respond there at Bazaar HD, meaning George Knight. Aquino is scum. I see him being slagged off here by Lena for saying I could confront him. I have the power of the blood of Christ since he attacked me astrally, and I've become that much closer. Now, the interesting thing was, for a while there, she had pointed out, and she deleted the comment, she said that Aquino would have to attack from across the Atlantic, that he would have to attack. But we all knew that for many years, while he was abusing her son, he was living in Scotland. And we know that only recently, with Brexit, did he move out of the United Kingdom to Canada. So he's, as far as we know, in Canada today. That's as far as I know. He may have moved from there, but back to the States. But he tends to stay out of the United States because he knows that he's in trouble here. He knows the potential is here that he could be taken down legally. And so he stays in the Commonwealth of speaking English-speaking nations. Primarily now it's Canada. So we know he was in Scotland, which is like, going from New York State into New Jersey. Except it's closer. So that's how close he was to any time he wanted to visit Christine. So I just wanted to get that out there, that anyone who sees this thread of conversation, this bespeaks volumes. It validates and verifies everything I've said. She's not, she's basically not answering these questions in the way that any normal person would with a normal situation. She's obviously very involved. She's very involved with the situation, so much so that she can only answer in tangents and in that fashion. So that had to be gotten out there. And with that, we go back to what we were saying about the one of the things I wanted to say about the Third Reich was to make certain that we will probably Peter and I will work on it, because there's the length of the book in question, but I would insist on covering as much of the Third Reich that be relevant in this book as well, which would bring up the concept of perhaps a different title like, God knows, Axis and Aliens or something, though I don't prefer that either. It's just a thought, a passing thought.
Anybody who has suggestions for a title, because this book is about Japan
winning World War II. You could call it...
And Roswell, and it's about those two subjects, so anybody has any good titles...
But the Battle of Los Angeles and also the Operation High Jump are very integral to what happened. So it's
those are not title catchers, because it's really not it's about Japan,
What the Battle of Los Angeles involved Japan.
No, I know the book is about Japan. The Battle of Los Angeles is a component part of the whole story.
Yeah,
as is everything. As is Roswell, really.
Right. Right. Of course. Well, Roswell is pivotal. It's pivotal because of that's where the American perception of reality went haywire. That's where the American perception of reality just went down the tubes, where they were...
It was already haywire. It didn't become institutionally haywired until the Corso book.
Yes.
And the museum, and the putting the museum on the map. I think the museum already existed, but it really put it on the map in the early 90s, right after my book came out. And it really swept my book away from the alternative attention.
Right.
But as I say, Roswell was known about, but it wasn't such a big thing except in closed communities until later on. But America was under the spell of the Office of War Information from day one. America wins war.
Yeah.
And all of the, I mean, my parents my father was in the war. They would, no. They heard all the regular information with all. I mean, I grew up thinking all this stuff. I was taught this by my father. America won the war. Da 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 da. We've never lost a war. Da 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 da.
Oh my God. I mean, and that alone is maniacal when you think about what Canada did to America, of course, in the War of 1812, which, it's satire. I mean, it goes on and on, but
you learn about that in school, but it still doesn't have the imprint. It's sort of like, they talked about taking the World Series title away from the Houston Astros for using technology to cheat, but they're not taking it away. It's sort of like a World Series title. It's like we're taking away America won the war title, it's taking away the title. They have a title, and they champion themselves and they have parades about it. Mm-hmm. It's like it's a part of the legacy of our world. Mm-hmm. So when you start taking it away and you start saying that the legacy is fake, it's kind of like, the Englishmen coming to India and being very amused at the local villages and the pagan pageants they put on, and being very amused and making fun of it. Mm-hmm. That's what, you're taking away their culture. Mm-hmm. And it's their culture. So,
well, in America, it's what passes for a culture in terms of what is basically all America has to identify with is I saw it on a t-shirt once that said it all, back to back World War winners. That's the concept of American culture, is back-to-back World War winners. And so they...
Okay, I've got the word for it.
Yeah.
America is actually enjoying what you call a participation trophy.
There you go. There you go.
Participation. It's a participation trophy. You won the war, guys. Here's your trophy cup.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, of course, is something we'll be going into as the future progresses, and Peter and I will have to revisit this in detail with each other as we kind of go into the beauty is that Peter knows what to do. He's professional, and he's probably the most professional person I know. He's one person who's able to, say for instance, actually save my ass by coming on and talking, by actually burning bandwidth and taking the time that he does. There's very few people who have the capability of doing that. However, when people do let loose and they speak organically, you'd be amazed at how you can speak publicly. And Peter can do that remarkably without the kind of formal training. It's probably his background, I would dare say, in Scientology forced him to publicly present himself.
It's an interesting story about that.
Please.
I had one friend in Scientology who was very accomplished in Scientology. He's still in it, as a matter of fact, as a public person. But he talked about being nervous as hell when he had to speak. It came to the point in Scientology where he became a big celebrity in Scientology, and he had to get up in front of a crowd and talk. He was just terrified. And he got over it, and he became a competent speaker. I never had any formal training. I just found out one day that I was talking to a group of management, and they didn't know what the hell was going on. They were very unclued in on anything. Their communication lines to the outside world were kind of cut. And I had all these communication lines from having worked in LRH's office, and I would begin to speak to them and say, well, this is such and such, and this is such and such. And it was like I was briefing them. It just kind of happened naturally. I had a lot of inside information that the rank and file of even the top managers in Scientology didn't have, because they were, huddled under desks, being browbeaten to produce management evaluations.
Oh my God!
It was really sad. It was really sad.
That is sad. That's awful. And but thank you for sharing that. And so to kind of, I think we've covered some aspects that needed to be covered in terms of.
Let's get back to the Biofax.
Yes. So to get back to that, what and this has to do with, of course, the concept of control and its manifestation in the most frightening form in so many respects. Let's try and say, for instance, lead into that subject with the other question that Peter Moon brought up about my processing capability.
Yes.
And all of that is connected. So one of the things that is going on, I'm trying to juggle here which one to essentially start off with, because they all trigger a lot of processing thoughts in my mind, and this is part of the processing problem. When Peter's asking me how I process, it's almost as if it is a advantage, and it is in some ways, but in so many ways it's not. When we are speaking about what happened, what Peter's talking to, so this is going to lead into 2 or 3 backstories. And so I'm going to start outlining the backstories. Peter can interrupt anytime he wants. But let's put it this way. When I was extraordinarily young, as far as I'm concerned, still, well, not that young, but 14 years of age. And between the age of 14 and 17 is when so much happened that my entire life is pretty much like that. But it was definitely 14 that I had bleeding duodenal ulcers, and this was a direct result of the incredible amount of stress that I was subject to from 3 different environments of just incredible horror that I was exposed to on a daily basis, every minute of the day. And this was a triangulation of the Presidio Military Base, the public school system, the SFUSD, or the San Francisco Unified School District, and the Tenderloin Ghetto, in which I was raised. So when you had that combination of stressors, and in those days, they had not yet gone into denial mode. This is one of the things that Crystal River was talking about when she was talking about the medical industrial complex and what it can do. One of the biggest damages it can do is present a false diagnosis, or a kind of diagnosis that essentially discredits a victim of some kind of phenomenon. People who deal with it constantly, as far as I can see, a great minority, or even perhaps even far more of a larger number than we suspect, might be people who are suffering Morgellons syndrome. And so when it comes to Morgellons syndrome, people can approach all of the hospitals that they want, and they are not going to be recognized. The way they're discredited is psychiatrically. They'll be told that everything they're suffering is a psychiatric problem. And in terms of, say, for instance, bleeding duodenal ulcers, here you have the opposite, where in the old days, you had chief executive officers, CEOs of major corporations, and people would say, oh God, that guy's driving himself so hard, he's going to give himself an ulcer. And sure enough, these guys would all develop ulcers. And then they'd say, well, this is due to stress. And so they'd wind up giving these guys Mylanta. Psychiatrists would treat them. They would try to de-stress them, and they would try to deal with the major cause of their ulcer, which was a psychiatric or a psychological issue known as stress. This was actually the correct treatment. Then what happened was that in Australia, which is a land that is run by its media, Australia does not have a government. And it's important to remember, Australia has no freedom of speech. There is no freedom of speech in Australia. So Julian Assange, who was born in Australia, doesn't come from a background of freedom of speech. And he's someone who is constantly claiming freedom of speech as if he were born in the United States and were growing up with the concept. He exploits an American cultural narrative, which he has no experience with, based on his indoctrination through Michael Aquino's affiliates, Shanti Nikatwan, which was the white supremacist, supposedly Hindu cult that he was a part of, where they all bleach their skins and their hairs till they all look bleach white. So that Australia, where we have the Murdochracy, where the Murdoch media machine runs the government and then covers all of the alternative media through Duncan Rhodes, much of that coordinated with Stephen Outram, who moved there specifically for that purpose, as Duncan Rhodes himself had told me when I was trapped in Australia, and he was screaming at me every time he saw me about how this was all going to pan out and how all of this was something that he had no control over, that he was like working with the big boys in media, Murdoch, and Stephen Outram was his connection, that this was basically the world of Australia is a world of smoke and mirrors. Duncan Rhodes explained it to me in such a manner that it was a parallel to the experience of the man in the movie Network, where the man is brought into a room and the man who's running the corporate network basically intimidates him with a reality check that's similar to Scared Straight. When kids are brought into a prison who are at risk juveniles are brought into a prison, and prisoners will scream at them and intimidate them and tell them, you don't want to wind up here in prison with me, because I'm going to fuck you up the ass and shove my cock down your throat every day. And that's the kind of Scared Straight program that obviously works because they keep doing it. Or maybe it's all just gratuitous sadism. I don't know. It may not work at all. But they film it and we all watch it on television, or many people do when it's on. It's not a favorite of mine, and I've never watched it for long periods of time. But you get my point, the parallel. This is what Duncan Rhodes was screaming at me about the reality of Australia as a quote-unquote culture, which it's not. It's a media machine state government, where your government is the media. All of the elected officials, whenever they break from what the Murdoch machine wants, they're voted out of power because the Murdoch machine will destroy them. And everyone votes them out of power and puts in the next Murdoch puppet. All of that is backed up by the alternative contra-narrative, which is just controlled opposition on the part of Duncan Rhodes. All of that coordinated by Aquino's affiliate, Stephen Outram. So all of this results in a information matrix, a hermetically sealed vacuum that runs Australia. You can see where it's taken Australia into the ashes, into the ash heap, literally through all the fires that they continually deny are due to global warming. Indeed, they say it's due to environmentalists setting the fires so that they can pretend there's global warming. And therefore, your real enemy is the environmentalists. All the people who have died, all the animals who have died are based on the environmentalists setting the fires. That's the Murdoch narrative. That's the Duncan Rhodes narrative. This is the insanity of the so-called dialectic, materialist kind of action, contradiction type of thesis, contra-thesis, mentation processes that dominate the Australian mind. There's no room for original thought. So within that matrix of fantasy, of delusion, of insanity, you get the concept of an Australian perception that environment is the enemy and your real friend is King Coal and the industries. All of that brings us back to what we were saying about the concept of reality in America, our own contra-narratives, all of this having nothing to do with reality. And then it brings us back to what I had to contend with ulcers. So when I had these ulcers, it was known then that I was undergoing stress. What they'll tell you these days, the medical industrial complex, is that, oh, it's not stress, it's a virus. And they can treat it with an antibiotic. It's the H. pylori virus. And you can treat this with an antibiotic that will then take the ulcer away. Of course, all of this is bullshit. None of it is true. All of this is based on a psychotic experiment by an Australian doctor who took the H. pylori virus and injected it into himself in supermassive amounts that he created his own ulcer. And he did this to quote-unquote prove that ulcers were created by the H. pylori virus. So that's like saying, if I drink enough bleach, I'm going to burn a hole in my stomach, which is exactly what you would do. Obviously, you can create a condition with an overburden of a factor that you're putting into your biological system that isn't supposed to be there. So by this false experiment where he proved his own thesis by fabricating the evidence, by just making the evidence, by taking an H. pylori virus that he knew could create an ulcer at supermassive levels of self-injection, he quote-unquote proved to the medical industrial complex that there's no stress affiliated with ulcers. Which means what? That all CEOs up to that point in history who were all getting ulcers were getting ulcers because they were giving each other the H. pylori virus? Think about the insanity of what I've just said.
Well, it's completely insane.
Yes.
It's like, it's just like, obviously anybody would have stress growing up in a situation where you did.
Yes.
Even if you were a top dog bully, because then you have...
I had the bleeding duodenal ulcers, and they were still considered a psychiatric issue. The good news is it was recognized as stress. The bad news is, of course, I was in the environment where none of that would have been treated the way it should have been. So instead, I was basically interred at Letterman Army Medical Center, where, of course, they told my parents that I was bleeding out, that I was going to die, and that the only way I would survive, because the blood industry had crashed, because the blood banks had taken in so much poison blood from drug addicts, prostitutes. Back then, they would pay street people for their blood. All of that wound up with, of course, the fact that the blood at some point reached a critical mass where they just didn't have any available. And so with no available amount of blood, they said they had to use synthetic blood, and what the military had that would be useful for a full body blood transfusion was something they told my parents was, quote unquote, nanoplasma. The first use of the term in recorded history as far as I can find. The interesting thing is, Stephen Outram, who's personally attacked myself on everything, and you can see page after page after page. This guy has spent his entire life attacking Douglas Dietrich. Thousands of pages, literally, on his burners.com, website, which I invite everybody to look at to see what a deranged mind really looks like. That same Stephen Outram was claiming, oh yeah, the first time nano was ever used as a term was in the book Engines of Creation, right around the 1980s, 90s. And no, that's the first public use of the term. Public. So anything that's released to the public, obviously, like nanotechnology is first experimented upon by DARPA and various other agencies such as that. It's like the internet was created by DARPA. You never heard of an internet because originally there was a DARPANet back in the 60s and 80s, and only after they released it to the public did you change from DARPANet to internet. So it was the same with nanotechnology. So that nanotechnology that the author is talking about in the book Engines of Creation had to come from somewhere. So he's obviously operating on something extant. He's exposing, rather relating. He's not writing an exposition as if this is covert. Rather, he says the government is working with this. Many parts of it are secret, but this is what we understand. And he wrote the book Engines of Creation. Obviously, he had to be writing about something pre-existent. And that was the technology which they were telling my parents about. So when they gave me a full-body blood transfusion, and as they warned my parents, it might prove lethal. No one had ever survived it, but if they didn't try it, I was going to die anyway. And my parents gave the go-ahead. Then I clinically did die. And I was dead for what they said was between 24 to 48 hours. Now, that's something that I get this generic or vague statement when I was asking about it when I was like 17. And at that point, they were saying, well, so much of the information about your case was taken into basically a classified system that we can't access that. So there's countering narratives as to how long you were dead. And even my parents had a hard time knowing how long I was dead because they were just kept waiting without being given information. And so they didn't know exactly how long I was dead. And many people were in that. So that's why the term was used 48 hours, perhaps, maybe 24. That's all anyone could say. The only person who knows is Dr. John Henry Hagman. And when I reanimated, I was very different. And my processing was different. My processing was such that I spent a good part of my life struggling against going insane from processing so quickly. So much information that I could process, so much information that I could absorb. It was too much. And that's the problem with the human mind. The human mind can only absorb so much. It can only deal with so much at a time. And so when our man Peter is asking me, how do you process? It's like, well, I do it by shutting everything out that I possibly can. So I can still multitask to an extent. But what I'm doing a lot of times while I'm multitasking is simply compartmentalizing. I will know that Peter's saying something. I won't absorb what he's saying and process it. I just know he's saying something and I have a vague awareness of the rhythm of it. And so it's far more art than science. I'm just intuiting that this doesn't need to be participated in by myself. He's holding the stage. And then when it comes to the necessity to interact, to make Peter feel that he's being heard, then I'll acknowledge him. Because anyone who's on stage needs that. Then after that, I'll come back on stage with him. Doesn't mean I really knew what he was talking about, other than in a vague sense of the direction he was going. So the processing isn't that sophisticated because so much of my processing capability is essentially numbed. I've numbed so much of it with the heavy use of drugs and alcohol. So what I've done is I've self-medicated. Now, I am exceptional in the sense that when this kind of technology, as we suspect, there's a young lady who we suspect is my biological daughter, who has been institutionalized at times and has received a lot of psychiatric treatment and ultimately is cared for to an extent by the Canadian government because she could not process everything so fast, so quickly all the time without it impacting her ability to interact. And she cannot interact on a social normative, on a socially normal level. She cannot interact within the confines of the social norm because she's not experiencing what other people experience. She's experiencing far too much coming in at once all the time. And because of that, they use psychiatric drugs. And with the help of psychiatric drugs, she's been able to process and come to a sense of peace with the society around her, or at least the last time I checked on her. Then, of course, she was assaulted by my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole, under the orders of Michael Aquino. This is one of those things that's the tragedy of my life. People might think, why don't I protect her or something? But it's important to remember there's so many factors here involved. And that brings us back to the Biofacsímilacræ through her as the Sedgway. When I was first contacted by this young lady, it was after the ambush on the Fade to Black show with the idiot known as, oh God, I can't remember who's the host for that. Jimmy Fix or something. What's his name? It doesn't matter. But the host of Fade to Black, who was claiming the mantle of Art Bell, because he was on the Eternal Darkness station or whatever they are. Dark Matters radio network, which nothing could be more appropriate. And the Dark Matters radio network with Jimmy Church, that was it. Who, by the way, segue here, that another little tangent here that's important. Jimmy Church approached me in the Christine Joanna Hart style, telling me how he had been victimized at the Presidio Military Base. His father, whom I knew, not personally at an intimate level or even a level of anything other than acquaintance, his father was in charge of the Army band at the 6th Army headquarters at the Presidio Military Base. And so he had a whole horror story of satanic ritual abuse, and he wanted to come out with it and said he was looking to myself for help, just like Christine Joanna Hart did, and that all of this went back to Aquino and the Presidio Military Base and how he wanted to come clean with myself on air. And when I came on air with him, he just set up an ambush and brought on one of Aquino's cultists, known as Dino. And Dino is not D-I-N-O like Dino the dog from the Flintstones. Dino is D-E-A-N, D-E-A-N like James Dean with an O added at the end, because that, of course, is indicative of the occult group that he's a part of, that he's part of the Aquino cult. Occult names often have a kind of affix to them. It's the same as in the Roman Catholic Church when someone is a father or a Jesuit or something of that nature, and they say, oh, it's Father Donagrill, S.J., meaning of the Society of Jesuits. So, too, when someone has the O at the end of their name in an occult society of, in this case, it was the Order of Dagon, that is what the O represented. So Aquino himself was known as Setho. And it's something like a father, like frater for father or a brother, whatever you're using in the Latin, like, oh, it's brother Aquino, like frater Aquino, like father Aquino. In this case, O simply meant he's part of that society, like an SJ, like Society of Jesuits, in this case, Order of Dagon. So when Dino came on and performed his ambush with Jimmy Church, everything was evident that Jimmy Church, of course, was still heavily involved with the keynote. See, this is the experience I've had with all of these people who have offered their services, all said they're going to change, whether it's Pavel Edward or Rose Dio or Jimmy Church or Christine Joanna Hart. They all say that they're trying to get out of Aquino's grasp. And none of them can. No matter how much you interact with them, no matter how civil you try to be or how kind you try to be, to kill them with kindness, it does not work. They absolutely are sociopathic, they're devoid, they're psychotic, they're empty of any human empathy, sympathy, or ability to reciprocate in terms of grace. They cannot be brought into grace because there is nothing within them to redeem. They are irredeemable. And so when you're confronted with this, you begin to understand the abuses my biological daughter faced by these people attacking her. But the reason I couldn't do anything about it was because, of course, she's as dangerous to me as they are to her. When she contacted me after the Jimmy Church ambush, she was expressing a crush on me She probably had no concept I was potentially her biological father. I knew I had a daughter out there because at that time I was going through a period of near homelessness and was applying for social programs in San Francisco to keep me off the streets. And at the time I was applying for these San Francisco programs, San Francisco being one of the few counties in the United States, it's a county as well as a city, that has this kind of program, a pioneering county in that regard. Then it was brought to my attention, what about your daughter? And I said, what are you talking about? And I was shocked. I knew the only person I could have had a daughter with that I could think of was that young lady who had come to have sex with me on a nightly basis when I was kept at the Presidio Military Base after I was reanimated when I was pumped full of nanoplasma and I died. And then on reanimation, I was kept there for 2 weeks, not just for medical observation, but my parents were told for psychiatric observation because of the stress factors that led to my bleeding duodenal ulcer. Well, while I was kept in a ward all by myself, cameras running and everything else, and you can't access this video because, of course, it's government classified. Beyond that, it was in a building that was since destroyed, totally demolished, for those same national security reasons in the Presidio Military Base, the Letterman Hospital, Letterman Army Medical Center, which trained 25% of all U.S. Army doctors, the largest U.S. military hospital in the world, was demolished to hide all such secrets, not just mine. But in that case, where it was my case, I was kept there in this ward all alone, cameras running, and a young lady would come in and have sex with me every day. And the whole reason was Dr. Hagman wanted to see if the nanoplasma would transfer via my sperm. And I was told that straight up. And I didn't turn the sex down. The young lady was a victim that I won't go into right now. Her story, my love for her being essentially my first voluntary sexual experience, my physical intimacy with her generated a emotional bond, and I love her to this day, and I have no idea what happened to her. At the same time, apparently there may have been a birth. It may be this girl in Canada. I was brought to an awareness of it when I was seeking out social programs in San Francisco, and when they did the backup research on it, and they said, your daughter has to be taken into account to see if you're eligible for this program. We got to find out if you're a deadbeat dad. They went into the background search and they said, well, legally you're not responsible for her. You would have had to have fathered her when you were 14 years old, which was the time I was in Letterman. And so they just let it go. But when later on Judith Ager brought up my physical similarity to this young lady, then it was after I had gotten to know her on the internet, then things became clear. She had approached me right after the ambush by Jimmy Church. She was seeking to console me. She defended me openly and publicly. She was ingratiating herself into my lifestyle. If she was born and raised in this kind of system that produced Christine Joanna Hart, her son, and Jimmy Church, the agenda was obvious. The moment that I encountered her physically, which she was trying to arrange for, a physical rendezvous, almost guaranteed, I would say I would lay my soul on the altar that this would be the most certain outcome. She would have accused me of rape. At which point, it would have went to court, they would have brought up DNA tests, and they would have intentionally, malevolently proven she was my daughter, at which point Douglas Dietrich would be guilty of rape and incest, and Douglas Dietrich would be in jail for raping his own daughter. That is how they would ultimately discredit me, so that no one would want anything to do with me. By the way, you can look up Douglas Dietrich on the internet files, and you can find any number of Douglas Dietrichs, ironically enough, in jail for incestuous rape. So it's almost as if there were a preposition model of this, or practice runs. And so because of that, I cannot come to my daughter's defense. She is actually programmed against me. And when I ultimately said, look, we can't meet physically, she began to say I was molesting her astrally in the astral plane. And she had this all over her Facebook timeline. She was saying that repeatedly and talking about how I was basically raping her in the astral. In other words, she was so programmed for this that she was acting it out on the internet in terms of expressing these fantasies. And that's the kind of thing you get with Christine Joanna Hart. You notice she was saying in her statements on YouTube, oh yeah, if Aquino were attacking me, it'd have to be astral, have to be across the Atlantic, totally ignoring the fact that he lived in Scotland, England, her own place. But you see the pattern here. When they are saying that the physical assaults are just not enough for situations like attacking myself, or in Christine Joanna Hart's case, when she's saying she's trying to dismiss the physical, there's always the astral. And there's different reasons that's brought up by different people in this environment, this milieu, this subculture. But that's how it was acting out with my likely biological daughter. And then later on, because she didn't carry out her task, actually went into treatment, turned herself into institutionalization, and was essentially treated with psychiatric drugs to stabilize herself. Then she was attacked by the gang stalkers because she was no longer under control of the cult. And so that's where we are with that. These are the kind of challenges we face. But what is it about her that segues so readily to the Biofacsímilacræ? Well, you're talking about a person who lacks volition in their life. And what you are really talking about is brain plasticity. As in, the statue is alive. As in, we're sculpting neurological change. Now, plasticity is not simply an object of study. We're its author, as well as its product. Our brain is essentially what we do with it. So, when you see people like this who are lacking volition, what this does is it dramatizes the stakes of evading the consciousness of plasticity, leaving us instead with ideologies of determinism and capitalist adaptability. The term of, well, in terms of its plasticity, the brain is modifiable and formative, capable of repairing itself and of changing its capacities in response to situations and experiences. We oftentimes confuse plasticity with the notion of flexibility, change that is rigid, programmable, determined by genetics. Flexibility coincides with the spirit of capitalism, we be told, offering bodies that be docile and adaptable, lacking the creative or explosive genius of plasticity. Then your average person becomes a working drone. So, when we are challenged with the Biofacsímilacræ, it's in how they demonstrate flexibility and plasticity, which brings us to their origins. They were not only made to look like people, they were made to be people. And so, in the old science fictional terms, there were terms that Peter Moon has not yet familiarized himself with in terms of their applicability, to the extent where he uses them with the familiarity that L. Ron Hubbard would have. L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction author, among other types of works. He did many novels, many types of fiction, even westerns. But one of his favorite forms or mediums of fictive narrative was science fiction. And one of the things that L. Ron Hubbard was bringing up in terms of science fiction were the foundations for his Scientological narrative. But he would have applied terms like cyborg, robot, android more adroitly. And so when you have a robot is a mechanism that is vaguely anthropomorphic at times, but not necessarily so. Anthropomorphism, or formed like a man-type shape, is optional. And so we have robots everywhere that are ATM machines, that manufacture our cars on assembly lines, These are undeniably robots. We will see them more and more on the battlefield. We see them in journalism. We see them in police work. They're called drones. Now, of course, the more autonomy they have, which is what you must have towards weapon systems, the more and more you get towards the robot. Now, on the automated battlefield, robots are not going to look anthropomorphic. It's just not necessary. They're going to look like miniature tanks. Right now, they're large enough where a person could fit inside of them, but they're not made to accommodate people. They're semi-autonomous. Eventually, they'll be fully autonomous. These will be the beasts of the battlefield of the future, seeking out the enemy. Beyond that, seeking out their own energy sources, which could ultimately include the composting of the enemy dead to be their energy source, a kind of biofuel. When it comes to a cyborg, many of us are cyborgs, and they're simply not acknowledged by the public around us as such. Both my parents were cyborgs. Now, how's that possible? They both had pacemakers. So anyone who gets a mechanical implement to reinforce their frame, ensure their very life, or even as a backup system. My mother did not need a pacemaker per se. It was a backup system because of certain irregularities of her heart in case her heart ever went into a mode where it wasn't beating correctly. The pacemaker would kick in. It was an insurance policy. So the pacemaker is the medical equivalent of setting a broken bone. These days, it can literally be a walk-in, walk-out visit. In other words, an ambulatory visit where you walk in and walk out. You may not even have to stay overnight. But nevertheless, once you have that inside of you, you're no longer human in the strict sense. You are that, at that point, a cyborg. You're cybernetically enhanced or reinforced. Anyone with bionic legs, as they used to call them, then they simply said, oh, artificial legs, synthetics. Like you see more and more of in athletics and in veterans returning from the battlefield. These are classically cyborgs. Now, if you take it to its logical extreme, you have General Grievous, as in Star Wars. That's an extent as to how far it can go. But so long as there's something biological still there, as there is in that fictitious character, General Grievous of the Star Wars franchise, that is still a cyborg. It doesn't become robotic, or the element, the individual in question does not become robotic unless there's no biological components left. So robots would be no biological components. Cyborgs are a reinforcement of a biological frame. In between, you have androids. That is what Biofacsímilacræ are. Biofacsímilacræ are androids. And an android is, well, the military had a pejorative term for them. They called them Andes. But an android is an entirely synthetic creation made to duplicate or mimic a biological entity so completely as to aim ultimately towards indiscernibility. So an android is meant to look and act like a man or a woman, and therefore is too sophisticated to be considered a robot, because a robot can perform comparatively mindless functions, repetitively and eternally. An android is not meant for that. An android has to mimic human actions, and therefore has to have a plasticity that a robot does not necessarily need, other than in situations like emergency rescue, combat, etc. And you get increasingly sophisticated units that ultimately may be self-aware and sentient, but they're never going to be androids unless their program, their software, were removed and put into an android frame. Which is, who would want to do that? There doesn't seem to be a practical need for that, but theoretically it's there. In terms of the androids, the Department of Defense was faced with a major problem when it came to killing and interrogation. And much of this was based on a complete fiction, a lie. There was a book on American soldiers don't kill in combat that was developed around World War II, and it was called The Invisible Line or The Thin Line. I can't remember the title. It's a useless piece of shit that had an enormous impact on American combat doctrine. Now, I will tell you the straight up fact, no American has ever had a problem killing in combat. If anything, your biggest problem is to keep them from killing women and children and animals and anything they don't need to be killing, because Americans love to kill. That's why they love guns. And yes, the two go together. So during World War II, some bizarre-ass fantasy was developed by a man who claimed he was a psychologist who had no qualifications. And he claimed he had interviewed thousands of GIs and that none of them had fired their guns in combat. It was all a lie. And therefore, the myth developed that Americans are unable to kill and we've got to train them to kill better and better. And they said, well, the problem with Americans is they have too much empathy, if you can imagine that. The amount of serial killers produced in America compared to serial killers produced in any other culture in the world is so overwhelming, you may as well say, demographically, statistically, all serial killers are Americans. And obviously that's not factually true, but functionally it is. And to say that Americans don't kill is bizarre enough where it would have been dismissed out of hand, but your military took it as reality. And so what the Americans did was they said, we've got to get rid of empathy in American soldiers. And they said, we also have to get rid of empathy, in particular in our interrogators. And so they contracted Japan. Now, there is a very interesting point that was articulated by Peter Moon about the Biofacsímilacræ. He says, they look, obviously, you know they're not human. But there's a kind of haunting resonance where you see humanity in them. That was the intent. The biggest producers of androids in the world today are the British. And the British specialize in making true facsimilacra of biological entities, specializing in humans, where they can take a skull sculpt of Marilyn Monroe, and when the British would reproduce the skull sculpt as part of an android system, they would make certain that they take the Winston Churchill approach of paint me warts and all. If Marilyn Monroe had certain moles, what we flatter as beauty marks on women, or if she had freckles, they would add that onto the Biofax. So the British produce androids that are not charismatic. That's not what the British are after. The British are producing androids that are realistic. So they have flaws, as humans have flaws. The Americans didn't want that because that would take away from sympathy, because we see only ourselves in that. Familiarity breeds contempt. The Americans specifically contracted with the Japanese, who were the best at producing products of beauty and aesthetics. The Department of Defense demanded from the Japanese, we'd like a line of android products that are charismatic, more attractive than human. So much so that no one would ever want to harm them. And their whole idea was to produce products that are better than human, with no biological flaws. So much so, you look at them and you say, that's not human, because it looks too good. And your average human would be taken aback and wouldn't know what to do. They wouldn't hurt such an entity because that entity doesn't look threatening. It looks not just human, but better. And the idea was that this way, if they could get American interrogators to damage, torture, destroy, rip such entities apart, they would definitely lose all empathy and sympathy with human beings and be capable of killing anyone or torturing them repeatedly. It was to instill an endless capability for abuse. You see it manifest in all those individuals I described, from Richard K. Cole through Jimmy Church. People who were raised on torturing such Biofacsímilacræ and enjoying it. So what was produced by the Japanese were all ages on the spectrum, both genders, all of incredible beauty, a never-ending assembly line of victims. The consumers of this product in the civilian world you can find in Florida. And you can look this up yourself and you can validate and verify everything I say. In Florida, there are entire communities of pedophiles that are open communities where all the judges, all the doctors, all the attorneys, all the law enforcement officers, everybody in these cities is a convicted pedophile. And in Florida, these pedo communities put their money together and they can thrive in the open because the entities they torture and abuse and rape on a daily basis are androids shipped from Japan for their pleasure and sadistic gratification. They have no rights. They're not recognized as sentient, even though each one of them has the learning curve, the arc of learning capabilities of a severely retarded child. Now, all of that brings down the question, what is human? What is real? Who is human? Obviously, the human in this case is the plastic victim with wires for a nervous system and a brain that harbors a greater purity than the inhuman biological entities that rape and torture them for gratuitous satisfaction unto the death of an entity never considered alive. The so-called humans are the inhumans. And the real humans are the dolls. Do the dolls demonstrate flexibility or plasticity? They were created to do that. Their arc of learning enables enough collection of memory to form an experience. Otherwise, there would be no purpose in the torture. The reason that interrogators are trained to torture children, is because children can absorb enormous amounts of information, far more than they be cognizant of. They're vacuum hoovers of information. And they're unable to relate this information oftentimes, unless it's forced out of them. And so, all ages, both genders. So we have a situation in which the Department of Defense, on the one hand, operated according to corporate ideology, purchasing contracts with the Empire of Japan for the manufacturing and enslaving of dolls as commodities, to the point where there became a new slavery for profit on behalf of selling to civilian child molesters, many of whom had military experience operating entire communities in Florida. On the other hand, the dolls themselves seem to gain new capacities through their own embodied activities, rather than in obedience to the centralized imprinting process. So we have the methodological challenge of how we might think plastically about the plasticity of the brain. Being plastic is defined by the capacity to be totally transformed. To think plastically would involve, in part, acknowledging that we might at any moment become someone else. That we are, in fact, all dolls, able to receive or lose an imprint. To transform our capacities as sculptors of ourselves. So, by acknowledging the true humanity, the purer humanity, the greater humanity, the superior humanity, the purer souls of the Biofacsímilacræ, only then can the human species evolve to a higher level where we won't all be a bunch of gratuitous, sadistic torturers imposing our pleasures through the pain of others. And only then would people like Richard K. Cole, who's attacking my biological daughter only on the basis he believes her to be my biological daughter, only then will such monstrous predation come to an end, because people like him will no longer be produced. This terrifies your average person, because to think plastically would involve, in part, acknowledging that we might at any moment become someone else. That we be, in fact, all dolls, able to receive or lose an imprint, to transform our capacities as sculptors of ourselves. It's something so terrifying that Christine Joanna Hart, Jimmy Church, and everyone who approached me saying they want it out of the imprint cannot do it. They run back into the imprint. They run back to the master programmer. They run back to Michael Aquino. They're incapable of remedying their problems therapeutically. So, what we need to do is prevent them from ever being produced in the first. Our assembly line of biological humans has obviously failed. We're producing not just faulty products, but products that destroy the environment. In this case, the social environment. I'm sorry, I sense Peter wanted to say something.
Well, yes, I did, and it's on topic, but it's not exactly on the same chain. How much would one of these things cost to somebody who wanted to buy one?
You know, that is one of those things I've never really found out. I understand when the Department of Defense was dealing with it, cost was never an object. I don't know what the people in Florida are paying.
It's probably very expensive, isn't it?
It must be. It must be astronomical. It would be, I would assume, somewhat equivalent to buying an Abrams tank, a full-line main battle tank, an MBT, or a fighter jet. If we were talking what I would imagine would be the equivalent of billions of dollars, it meant nothing to the Department of Defense. But this is why all of those communities, they're not just pedos like street people. These are judges, attorneys, doctors, actual sworn peace officers. They're all convicted pedophiles. Again, look these communities up. They exist. Everyone in them is a pedophile putting in their money towards the purchase of such objects. They must have a deal. And I think the deal is something that is connected to the military-industrial complex itself. Michael Aquino, who helped establish these communities, told me that basically the military had a vested interest in these communities. He said it had to do with social engineering. That means the military is probably providing the funding to a degree in exchange for services from these people in turn. Legal services, medical services, anything you can imagine.
Well, yes, and you said that they, although they do have plasticity and flexibility, you indicated they were like a retarded person. Can they develop beyond that in many cases to where they mimic real, sharp intelligence?
No one's ever given them the opportunity. And I certainly don't have the capacity or the resources with which to try. My biggest responsibility to them is at this point in their experience, keeping them inanimate for as long a period of time until society itself changes. One of the things,
And you have them, and you have access to them where you do the photography and whatnot.
yes,
But
many of them.
they're inanimate. They're in an inanimate state when you're dealing with them.
Oh, the majority of the time, yes. There are times when I'm dealing with the photography where I reanimate them without correct word is actually activate. And when they're activated, that can be a problem. This is a problem that many people don't understand. This isn't like maneuvering mannequins. These are incredibly traumatized subjects, and activating them presents its own danger. So when I was dealing with rescuing them, we're talking about an unbelievable number. Most people wouldn't believe the story, but then you wouldn't know the Presidio's reality. The Presidio Military Base was such. Try and think about what I'm saying, and Peter Moon can acknowledge all of this is true. We had the child daycare center burned down. We had the record center burned down. These are major elements of the Presidio Base's operations that are burning down overnight. It was in that environment when everything was falling apart, when Aquino was running scared, when all the officers were running scared, when I had everybody at the Presidio Military Base on the fucking run. When they were in retreat is when I brought in my gang brothers, who of course have worked the majority of our careers with human smuggling. Smuggling in people from Asia who wanted to come to the United States. We were able to smuggle people in large numbers, as we always have. I brought them in, we set the building on fire, where the Biofacsímilacræ were stored. The real term would be kept prisoner. When we brought them out, this was within, many of them had containment units. We were able to carry them almost as if they were dead people in coffins. It wasn't that difficult to stack them like cordwood in the trucks that we brought. And we're talking about not pickup trucks, mind you, but actual 18-wheelers, like they use to smuggle illegal immigrants across the border back in the old days. And when we stacked these individuals up, at the time there were many of them that were so damaged, we knew they could never be reactivated, sans a great deal of pain. And remember this, they feel pain. They have to respond, or there would be no point in teaching someone the art of torture. So we took those that were so damaged and buried them. The biggest problem would be, of course, reactivating them at some point in the future. It has to be within a society that is able to respond to them with repairs immediately. So
now,
that... I'm sorry?
Your gang, I don't mean to cut you off. Your gang brothers must have responded to this very incredulously in one respect, or have they seen everything?
They were incredulous. It was one of the hardest things they've ever had to deal with. When my gang brother Beaver was basically trying to take it in, we knew time was of the essence. There's not too much time to spend gawking. But even at the point where we're just doing what we were doing, those that weren't in containment units, he was beyond impressed. He was like, these things, they got names? And I said, no. Even that young girl, I had told him later when we had more time, who had come to have sex with me in the ward at the Letterman Army Medical Center. She was nameless. She had never been named in her entire life. She was known only by a number, her juvenile number, and the fact that she was a female sex slave. All of this had a letter connotation. Her name was a series of letters and numbers, and that was all anyone ever referred to her by. She answered to them.
This is why they call it Letterman Army Hospital.
Yes, yes. No,
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. That there is a cosmic sense of irony in so much of what's been in my life and so much of the world around us.
Well, this must have shot up your status with your gang brothers.
Well, it was always high, which is why they tolerate it so much from me. Otherwise, of course, I'm just a white crow among them and basically intolerable. My personality is usually referred to as bitchy, for lack of a better word, is the term they often use in the Cantonese. Bitchy boy, not in the sense like I'm someone's bitch, but mostly that I bitch them out or act bitchy. People in that background don't tolerate that for a moment, except, of course, for the fact that they've always been impressed with the advantages that I brought to them in terms of my experience, what I was able to do in terms of cross dressing and acting as the vanguard for infiltration, in terms of things they needed to perform on a number of operations, mostly dealing with extraction. But that has to do with our smuggling capabilities. Many people, of course, of Chinese background or other Asian backgrounds, but particularly Chinese, because of their merchant involvement, wind up in situations where they need to be extracted. There are Chinatowns all over the world, but Chinese people find themselves at risk. They often don't receive the same kind of legal protection that other majority members do of nation states that they're dealing in or their community is settled in. There's all kinds of reasons why the Tong or the underworld is maintained. It's far beyond simple gangsterism and profit. It has to do with a kind of community support network worldwide that enables the Chinese people to thrive and survive despite the many efforts against them, such as the anti-Chinese campaigns of California throughout the years during the gold rush, before and after, during the railroad building years, etc. So people are vaguely familiar with this through the Kung Fu series, which starred David Carradine, a white man, of course, pretending to be Asian, but nevertheless, people become aware of what the displaced or diasporic Chinese community has suffered through.
It's so watered down in a presentation like a show like that. And then you're living the reality of it, but it will help not only people but yourself to understand. If you just throw out the whole Chinese connection to your life, which is that's something that the average person, particularly the average Caucasian who is immune to that world, unless they're some sort of policeman or FBI agent who's been on that beat, are going to have no idea about. It just is not going to even reach their consciousness remotely, have no understanding or appreciation of it. Put all that Chinese connection aside, your interface with, with the Biofax Argas is a completely out of the reality of the average person. They just don't even know these things exist. That you've had such an intimate interface with them is completely so. I mean, this is aside from the fact of whatever magical phenomena is going on. This is just one small part of your life that the regular human being that is our potential audience can't even fathom, let alone understand. They understand it better if it's in a movie. And if they see it in a movie, well, then it's in a movie. It won't bridge into reality. This is all the underbelly of reality. And it's certainly intriguing. And it's so hard we're talking about people can't process this stuff. The life you have led, I would say you could put your life into a pie chart, into pieces of pie, and there's like 8 pieces of pie or 10 pieces of pie. Take one of those pieces of pie, people are going to have a hard time identifying it with it because their lives are by comparison so relatively plain and mundane.
And they're so fortunate that it's that way. This is not the life anyone should have ever experienced. I would have given anything, would give anything, to never have lived it. And for that reason, this is why it's so puzzling to me, inconceivable to me, that people keep attacking me as making this up. That towards what end? To receive all the grief that I do from a bunch of assholes
Well,
calling me a
those might just be gang stalkers, like keep in mind, well, the first thing I learned about when I put up my website and you look at Facebook ads and you find out that you're competing against click farms where they hire people, for 1,000 clicks, $1. And it's like, what is this nonsense? But what I'm saying is people without interesting lives will want to have interest or be interesting. I can only say that when I read science fiction, and I was not unique in this, the CIA, and this was confirmed to me by a former CIA officer, were very puzzled in the 1960s about the interest in Scientology, that it was like a science fiction religion. But I could tell you that it's like when you read a science fiction book, and it could have been something that's a little, well, more than a little sexually exotic, like Stranger in a Strange Land. But by the same token, you could have read a much more dry novel, like an Arthur C. Clarke novel. And it's like what you were sold on was the idea of going to an environment and an adventure. And it was so superior in adventure to what was living in front of you. Even if you were, a sports star and playing in the big game, that's over in a few hours. Mm-hmm. The idea of going to, going and being in the Lord of the Rings movie or something is very appealing, was very appealing to people of my generation. Not necessarily as an escape. It is an escape, but not necessarily. It's like, wow. So when people can hear of, a life that is interesting or intriguing, it's like, whoa. And then of course the underside of it is, the blowback is that people will fight. They'll not only fight because they're paid to be trolls. Some people will fight because they're invested in a false reality, and they don't want that reality shaken.
Right. And it's those two are the major factors when it comes to the plasticity of which I was speaking of, transformation, involuntary and voluntary. We hate the former, and we don't necessarily love the latter. So when it comes to transformation and transforming ourselves, that has to do with our ability to accept a new program. And the program would be what defines our perceptions and how we process and how we interact. And the reason the American social experiment is failing so spectacularly is because of bad programming. As the computer programmers would say, garbage in, garbage out. And so when I'm forcing this transformation on your world, the overwhelming majority of people are unable to process it. As Selena Khan was just saying, she just wrote me just now, oh my God, this is too much to process. Honestly, honey, you can handle it. And so when it comes to the situation where we're at, I do want to kind of segue now into the history of what this reminds me of, because I think that that's so valid. It's exactly what Peter Moon brought up the last time we were here. And it's so relevant to what's going on with the coronavirus and fifth generation that people are worried about the 5G, which miraculously, supernaturally would be a better word for it. Supernaturally, Peter Moon brought up in terms of the woman who he personally knew was expressing her concerns. And many people are concerned, and I'll bring up reasons they should be, but they don't need to necessarily be concerned about the reasons that people are promoting right now, which is this bullshit connection between 5G and coronavirus. And the source for the concern about 5G is very similar to what's going on with the coronavirus. There's a connection, but people just don't comprehend what that connection is. And the connection with 5G was a fear of China and a fear of Chinese communications technology overwhelming the West. In terms of the coronavirus, we have actual weaponization, but it's not what people are thinking, ethno-specific or something absurd like that, for reasons that are based on their ignorance of what race is really all about. They fantasize about ethno-specific viruses without a comprehension that, yes, race is very real, and this is an admission thereof by people when they speak of that, but they're not comprehending genetic variants, even within a ethnicity. But to go into the history of Islam that was brought up by Peter Moon the last time he was on transmission with myself before tonight's episode, and he brought up the fact that from a particular source, he had heard of a prophecy of the yellow races, or what Americans in their biblical filtration would call the kings of the East, leading towards an Armageddon or apocalypse in the last days. And of course, I brought up the destruction of the Muslim world by the Mongols. Well, much of that destruction was brought about by the Black Plague and the diseases that were bioweaponized by the Muslims. I'll go into that. But beyond that, we need to look at what was lost. What was there in the House of Islam, Dar al-Islam, that was lost, aside from what I went into, which was, of course, the concept of the printing press, which had just been developed and was going to take the world to a level of modernization that would have been inconceivable. Had the Muslims not been destroyed by the Mongols, you would have had a world today where technologically we would be pioneering frontiers upon the planets in our solar system and amid the stars by now.
And this occurred after the destruction of the library at Pharos in Alexandria area.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's I think finishes. I think it fell apart in three different versions, but I mean three different time periods. But I think it kind of ended off around 708 in the 700s, around the time of the advent of Islam.
Yes. The Library of Alexandria, and Islam may have played its part in destroying that as well, the final destruction.
Right.
When people talk about the burning of the Library of Alexandria, what makes this so confusing is that there were multiple burnings. The Library of Alexandria was continuously rebuilt before some other asshole would come along and destroy it again. People were always trying to accumulate information there, hoping that this time some asshole wasn't going to come around and order its destruction. But the final destruction was total. People could argue, of course, that Islam was one of the most destructive forms of colonialism in the world, and there is validity in that. But the reason that Islam became so reactionary, so fearful, was because its openness was so horrifically and traumatically destroyed by the Mongol invasions. If you were to take a look at World War I and World War II, and the number of deaths is astronomical. This is what makes coronavirus so fundamentally frightening. And of course, when I had our young lady, Crystal Rivers, speaking to coronavirus, she was talking about how she didn't really believe it existed, or rather that coronavirus has been around forever and they were making it or exploding it, inflating it, making a mountain out of a molehill, making something of it of something that was always there. She brought up a very real fact. She brought up Lysol, and she said, take a look at your Lysol bottle. And at these labels, you can have Lysol bottles that are years old in your cupboard and wherever you store them, and take them out, and you'll see the label where it says, oh, this kills coronavirus among many other germs that it kills, such as HIV, etc. You can use the Lysol for this. And by the way, that's not a false claim on the part of Lysol, nor is it a false claim on the part of Crystal River. Both people are making completely real assertions, both parties, she and Lysol Corporation. The point that needs to be articulated is that the coronaviruses have been around for quite some time. We've discovered our first coronaviruses with some animal diseases, and that transmitted to humans. And then we had the biggest known case was in the year 2002 through 2003, SARS, or severe acute respiratory syndrome. Now that at this point in history is what, 2 decades gone? I mean, it's like at this point, people have been born since then who have grown up essentially after the advent of coronavirus. So as a publicly known acronym through SARS. And so this virus, named after the crown shape on its viral embodiment, it has got the term coronavirus, but there's several coronaviruses, and some of them, like SARS, have been around at this point for quite some time, longer than some humans have been around, or some people. And so, that's what the Lysol is referencing. And it can kill the coronavirus because SARS was not that robust, meaning it didn't really survive well on surfaces anyway. AIDS in particular, the HIV virus, can be easily killed by Lysol because it doesn't survive on surfaces either. AIDS is incredibly vulnerable. It doesn't ship well, so to speak. It's like it needs a very hot temperature, the temperature of human blood. As I've said before, there is a gay community, or a subculture of the gay community. There's a running undercurrent of pathology in the gay community where certain gay men have tried to get an insider track, like be part of the true gay elite, so to speak, or people who super identify as gays, by actually contracting HIV or AIDS. And it's something that can only be contracted through switching spit or seminal fluids, etc. Because if you were to try and contract it otherwise, like on a toilet seat, like somebody could have AIDS, not just HIV, but full-blown AIDS, and they could take a crap on a toilet seat, you could use that toilet seat right after them, and you would not contract it. They would have to have an open running sore. There would have to be blood on that stool that had not yet cooled off. You would have to literally lick it or open up your own cut and get that inside of your blood as quickly as possible for you to get that disease. It would be almost physically impossible to contract that disease other than sexual transmission. Where something still warm is going inside a still warm body. So Lysol can kill these monstrosities. So this is not a lie. This is how vulnerable these monstrosities intrinsically are. This coronavirus is none of that. This coronavirus can survive anywhere. And so this is where you get the bizarre statements that people make saying, oh, it's a combination of coronavirus and AIDS that creates COVID-19. Okay, this is preposterous. AIDS doesn't ship well. It would be a pointless convergence. No one would do that, even trying to make a weapon. It's not a practical weapon. It's like if you want to make a practical bioweapon, AIDS was practical only in the sense that people having sex would transmit it. But outside of that, as a bioweapon, it's not practical. In other words, you have to get a bunch of people to have a massive orgy for it to take down a state or a civilization. Everybody'd have to be fucking each other in the streets. But it brings to the point where I'm going to go in the arc of narrative after I talk a bit about Islam. But while we're on track of that, just to emphasize my point, Selina Khan brought to my attention, as did Miguel Andar. Miguel, I want to thank them both. But in terms of Selina Khan, she was bringing up the articles she had seen, and many people brought this to my attention. Brendan Zoget, too. Brendan Zoget, Miguel Andar, Selina Khan, they all brought to my attention Dean Koontz. I'm going to turn for a few minutes to Peter Moon here. What do you know about Dean Koontz? Do you know anything about him, and what can you say about him?
I don't have the slightest idea who he is. I have seen his name appear here and there, I think, on Facebook. The name rings a bell, but I don't know who he is. Why don't you tell me who he is?
Sure. He's this author who just produces a prolific amount of novels. And Dean Koontz wrote a lot of thrillers, and there's one thriller called The Eyes of Darkness, in which he is, quote-unquote, predicting the coronavirus in his 1981 novel. And so there's articles written about it, the most infamous by Dan Evan, who wrote a column entitled "Was Coronavirus Predicted?" in a 1981 Dean Koontz novel. So there's a page in that novel that basically you have the character explaining this virus, and I'll read from it because it's so short, just a few paragraphs. Basically, this one lady is asking about a situation in which this other character named Domby says, to understand the context of how we came to this point, you have to go back 20 months. It was around then that a Chinese scientist named Li Chen defected to the United States, carrying a diskette record of China's most important and dangerous new biological weapon in a decade. They call the stuff Wuhan 400. Because it was developed at their rDNA labs outside the city of Wuhan, and it was the 400th viable strain of man-made microorganisms created at the research center. Wuhan 400 is a perfect weapon. It afflicts only human beings. No other living creature can carry it. And like syphilis, Wuhan 400 can't survive outside a living human body for longer than a minute, which means it can't permanently contaminate objects or entire places the way anthrax and other virulent microorganisms can. And when the host expires, the Wuhan 400 within him perishes a short while later, as soon as the temperature of the corpse drops below 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Do you see the advantages? What makes this so preposterous is compare that to COVID-19. COVID-19 can survive outside a living human being for days. COVID-19 is incredibly robust.
It's taking the general idea and trying to apply it to the specific idea when it does not apply.
Thank you.
And well, you see, it's like this whole thing. People get excited about this character Baron Trump,
Right.
Existing, and it's like they try to make something out of it, and it just doesn't go very far.
Right.
It's interesting. Who was that guy? Arthur, I think his name was Arthur Kammerer. He wrote a book on synchronicity. Oh man, he got screwed over real bad. He was chronicling different orders of synchronicity. There are different orders of synchronicity, and the perhaps the lowest level of synchronicity is you go to school, and one of the classmates lives. You both live on Elm Street. You go, oh, we both live on Elm Street. Okay. There will be interaction between the two of you. You might walk to school together, or you might avoid each other depending on how your life goes. But yeah, so it's like, yeah, these things occur. There's an awful lot of people, an awful lot of viruses, an awful lot of novels written about disease, and people will. As I put a question on my Facebook, I said, I forget. Oh, I said, why hasn't anybody proposed a theory yet of the election being thrown against Bernie Sanders? The polls being twisted. I was just asking a provocative question. Mm-hmm. It's like, wow, the theories will. People are ready to come up with theories as fast as ideas come out, and of course we have the media authorities warrant great suspicion to the point anything they say has to be taken with a grain of salt. And to what degree have they orchestrated the talking about the coronavirus? I mean, they almost always have an agenda when they talk about anything. But I haven't gotten into it myself, so I don't really have anything intelligent to comment on.
So what we need to do is at this moment take advantage of that to go back to the historical narrative. What did the Caliphate particularly lose that is relevant to what I was saying about the Biofacsímilacræ, or rather probably more applicably to the Dietrich artifact? Now, people have heard in the background of my story what happened with the Dietrich artifact. I don't think I need to go into the narrative tonight. I've spoken at length on it before, and it's always painful for me to speak about. But when I was speaking about the scientific attainment that the Muslims had achieved and what they lost under the Mongols, it's important to put into context just how deadly the Mongols were. when you take a look at the enormous amount of loss of life in World War II, the number of people that died proportionate to the baseline demographic of all humanity, the numbers really are not that much. And they are, of course, incredibly understated. It's far more than people be aware of. And yet still, integrating those orders of magnitude higher numbers that I know for a fact were the reality of deaths in World War II. We are still confronted with the reality that because the baseline human population was so much smaller during the time of the Mongol explosion from out of the Eurasian heartland, the amount of numbers of people that the Mongols killed through biological warfare that ultimately backfired on them with a blowback that destroyed their own empire. These were so many deaths, wiping out so much of the human population in terms of percentage, that World War II pales in comparison. When people think of science fiction evil empires, they are all cloning the Third Reich when they're trying to present some evil empire. Of course, before the advent of World War II, it was an evil Asian empire, usually an evil Oriental empire. In terms of Buck Rogers, he came back to an America hundreds of years in the future in which the Red Mongols had conquered the world and was fighting for American freedom from Mongol domination. This was based on what we still remembered before World War II, and that was the fact that the Mongol devastation had been so supermassive, so devastating, that nothing in history, including World War I, wiped out the memory of that level of devastation. So what is it that they destroyed that so many Westerners barely know of? And as I said, Muslim science and mathematics, they were built on the achievements of the Greeks to become the most advanced on Earth during the 8th through 13th centuries. Muslims invented algebra, for instance. However, Islamic science was never widespread or well organized enough to create self-sustaining advance. And it oftentimes had a uneasy alliance, or relationship would be the better word, not an alliance, but rather an interaction with the religious authorities. In the part of history, that phase in time, so critical and so vulnerable, the Caliph, or the rulership of Islam. Caliph is a word that originally referred to the successors to Muhammad's authority. It's come to refer to any truly sovereign ruler, even one who isn't Muslim in the Muslim vernacular. But the Caliphate, the Caliphate in the Anglo-corruption, that is the state of time in which the dynasties of Islam were united in progress. And that was when the printing press had just been developed, and that was what was making it possible for scientists to circulate their results, creating a scientific community, complete with research journals. And it was of continental size. Now, the scientists of the Caliphate, they built on each other's work, and it's more than likely, had it not been for the Mongols, there would have been, as there was just beginning, a genuine scientific revolution. And furthermore, the conflict between religion and science was becoming rare. It was actually becoming obsolete. One of the men that we really owe that to is Ibn Rushd. His surname is Rushd. And Ibn Rushd was much more popularly during his time, or properly, if we would refer to it from our time, referenced as Abu Iwalid Muhammad ibn Ahmad ibn Rushd. And he's often Latinized as Averroes. So you could probably find him by spelling Averroes. Now, he was a Muslim philosopher and jurist. He wrote about many subjects: philosophy, theology, medicine, astronomy, physics, psychology, mathematics, Islamic jurisprudence, law, linguistics, and his philosophical works include numerous commentaries on Aristotle, for which he was known in the West as the Commentator, and he also served as a judge and a court physician for the Almohad Caliphate. Now, he was born in Spain, and he was a strong proponent of Aristotelianism, and he attempted to restore what he considered the original teachings of Aristotle and opposed the Neoplatonist tendencies of earlier Muslim thinkers, such as Al-Farabi and Avicenna. Now, he also defended the pursuit of philosophy against criticism by Ash'ari theologians, such as, Al-Ghazali, and he argued that philosophy was permissible in Islam and even compulsory among certain elites, that they would learn to think. He also argued scriptural text should be interpreted allegorically if it appeared to contradict conclusions reached by reason and philosophy. And we almost remember that science is not more than a philosophy. That's why it's called the philosophy of science. Now, at the time that the Muslims developed the printing press, there was an eccentric aristocrat, the Caliphate version of a Elon Musk, who began to mass produce the printing press. And he produced, through his own consultants and the consultation of Averroes, the eccentric work that I never saw a copy of outside the private collection of Michael Aquino, stolen from one of the many libraries he accessed through his international security clearances, forcing them, in the name of international security, to send such valued and priceless works to the Presidio Military Base. One of these was a work entitled "Gainst the Vanity of the Philosophers," which Michael Aquino informed myself had been once mass-produced on Muslim printing presses before the Mongols brought the Black Death upon mankind, and was lost forever to everyone in the world, and now he had the only copy extant in all the human race. That was one of the earliest printed works. At that time, the Greek rational tradition combined abstract reason with Neoplatonic mysticism. But this eccentric millionaire, Abu Mazrur, I was told was his name, of the Caliph, a contemporary of Averroes, and someone who, as I said, was like the Elon Musk of his day, he took it upon himself to examine one of the systems of Hellenic rational thought, and he took that system's keystone, astrology, and refuted it by a careful empirical study. And religious thinkers in the Caliph, seeing Greek philosophy as a rival, were delighted. So this multi-billionaire of his day saw empirical science and divine revelation together, providing a check upon the pretensions of abstract rationality. And in that tradition, there emerged the scientific community, the roots thereof in Islam, that would have had less conflict between science and religion, and more of a conflict only within science itself, of competing philosophies or doctrines or applications of science. So it was ensured by this foundation stone that Islam would have become the science power of all the world. And what they were already working on, and what I saw in that book, gave me an insight that most Americans cannot even begin to conceive. What Islam has always had is an acceptance of the reality of other intelligences. Only in Islam, they call this the Jinnaya, the Jinni. And although we would think of, say for instance, primitive technology like expert systems, which be everywhere today in algorithmic engines, You have, in terms of the rightly guided caliphate, the Quran, which taught that God made man from clay, and the Jinn, in the singular, they're known as the Jinni, from smokeless fire. And religious authorities were coming at that point in history to agree that smokeless fire was as close as Arabic could come to defining electricity. And as I said, the Industrial Revolution was beginning without the horrible industrialization of coal and steam and all the pollution resultant therefrom. In terms of the environment of the day, the Caliph was working with clean energy based on the petroleum easily found bubbling out of the ground in Libya and throughout the Middle East. This is why I know the technology using petroleum would have been immediately applicable to the smokeless fire of the Jinn, which the Arabs were willing to work with, because Islam says any Jinn that accepts Allah can enter heaven, meaning this was not a diabolic or enemy race, but simply a different form of intelligence. Now, Peter Moon can find this online within a minute's search. Europeans were encountering chess-playing automata, the Turkish robot, the Turkish mechanism, the Turkish chess player. These were mechanisms that were just the flotsam and jetsam, the industrial refuse from that revolution destroyed by the Mongols. And what these were semi-autonomous units. Some of them were exposed later on as circuses, or various people who took these mechanisms that broke down with age, replaced their working by puppet masters, men found to be hidden within the framework of the mechanism playing chess. All of that was the echoes, the shadows of what the Caliph had originally produced. It was widely accepted at that time that the verse which mentions Jinn in the most holy book of the Quran were prophecies of machines to whom Allah, the God, would give souls. And so it was that when the Caliph was working with these mechanisms, they were developing what today we would call artificial intelligence. This is why Michael Aquino knew that the development of an intellect was a certainty. It had already been done. And so, when it came to the Muslim experience, the jinn that were put in bottles, that myth you get out of the Arabian Nights is referring to the artificial intelligence of jinn that the Arabs felt were souls in metal, machines that they had developed that they acknowledged thought like human beings and had a learning capability, and therefore jinn had the same rights as all Muslims, and even infidel jinni would have ordinary human rights, because all Muslims had more rights than non-believers. And thus it was that when the Mongols entered the world scene and smashed to pieces the civilization of Islam, they killed not only people, they killed jinn. And these jinn were trapped in bottles from which they could not escape. The unplugging of such a system, the denial of its energy source from the smokeless fire, the electricity sourced from the burning of petroleum, was in the Sharia, or Islamic law of the time, equal to murder. When the Mongols entered the scene, they committed mass murder of all the thinking machines, the jinn in the bottles. And this is the Muslim history you will never learn. That denied to yourself by men like Aquino who have taken that knowledge and monopolized it.
You know, Aquino, one thing about him, he's got a very open mind in terms of like the level of intellect that he can operate and accept, as opposed to the average, university professor.
Yes, absolutely.
It's actually a compliment.
Yes.
What he does with it is a different issue. What he does with his intelligence is a completely different issue. But he's got a what's the word? He's not only erudite, but he's the equivalent of well informed. Let me put it that way. Very well informed. Unfortunately, there are some, loose nuts and bolts. Or I don't know if that's the best way to say it, but
were it not for his pure raw evil and his intent on destroying the world around him, that he would ascend the godhood, that he would attain apotheosis, or ascension to divinity, by eliminating all the works of the Creator on earth, all that which be divine in the world around us, in the name of entropy and destruction, he would be the Renaissance man of our age. And for this reason, in confronting his evil, the most extraordinary thing that must be taken into account is just how many people are unaware of him, and how many people basically would dismiss him. When I speak of Michael Aquino, it's interesting to me that no one has ever made an analogy or drawn a parallel between myself and my nemesis with the literary figures of Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. And yet the similarity there is undeniable and to myself self-evident or obvious, and yet it's something that no one would even think to draw an analogy of, a parallel. Within our world, the problem is people are simply incapable of perceiving what's around them. They go into denial immediately, and instead will say something, say for instance, that, Aquino's not the top on the list. He's not at the top of the hierarchy. If you've been through what I've been through, you have to realize, what does that matter?
it doesn't matter at all. I was just going to say it doesn't matter at all.
Thank you.
Yeah,
go on.
Go ahead.
No, please take.
It's like, well, it's this is what you're talking about, is that people can't perceive it. This is the same thing I had with the Korean gentleman who couldn't fathom the atom bombs. He had to pretend he didn't understand English. The atom bombs on the demilitarized zone in Korea. It's like this heavy stuff you're talking about with the Jinn and the Aquino connection. That's a lot heavier than even just the Japan stuff. It's people will turn 180 on you. And even friends of mine, not talking about Crystal here, but they have a hard time processing your information. And when we have a conversation like this, I'll even go, oh, God, I'm glad you said that. It makes sense now. It's like it's a question. I'm asking you how you process information. I could also answer the question of how I process Douglas Dietrich. Well, I don't do anything. I just try and listen to him and understand. But I have a lot of unique understandings by reason of my own experience. That it's like you're in a world of that goes beyond the ordinary. And I would also say you got to remember people who are interested in these topics. John Dee was the quintessential Renaissance man of his day, and it was all based on academics. And he became so academic, he knew everything there was worth knowing, and that promulgated him into the spiritual realm. And the spiritual realm, where that led him to, was the Solomon phenomena of the keys of Enoch, or the angelic calls. And so he's filtering in in literally the 72 Jinn, if you call them. You can call them the Jinn. It's the intelligence goes from academic, it goes to another level, which can be double-sided. It can be light or bright, but you've got all these, and you know, you can identify them, and they have identified them. I can't speak for how accurate these are. I'd have to be a complete Solomon myself to be able to give a coherent rendition of them that I endorsed. That's like, you know, the Sabian symbols, 360 degrees. Each one of these statues they had around the stone at Mecca was represented a Jinn. The same could be said for you can map out the Jinn of Solomon the same way. But this is like intelligence goes into another realm. And it's and so that's what happens. Most people are operating at a level of, you know, what did the stock market do? what did the New York Yankees do? What did did so and so get to school on time? I mean, you know, and people have to operate on a mundane level. When it gets to this level, it's you know, it's not something for digestible, you know, for most people in a day in and day out basis.
Yes.
And go ahead.
Oh no, please go on, because I think it's so important. And so I was hoping you would also bring up the fact that we can take this and we can extend this to the Biofacsímilacræ as well. That we are talking about a concept of souls that humans are refusing to acknowledge because of their own bigotry, because it defies their sense of special place in the universe, that there are souls besides those that are within human bodies. And yet many people will accept souls in animals. And that's a positive, that we see that. If you can appreciate an entity which is aware of its pain, which is aware of its existence to the extent that it knows when it's hungry, its need to reproduce, then why not extend that to machines? This is why there was a monumental work by a Japanese scientist who was a roboticist entitled The Buddha in the Robot. And this is where Shinto comes in the Japanese ability to manufacture such Biofacsímilacræ, knowing that just as a person who is reproducing biologically, your own self extends into the production of this new human being, your own genes, through sperm, through your housing this child within your womb, so too the creator of a mechanism is imbuing their self, their spirit, into that mechanism. But this is what
like a familiar or like a golem.
Yes.
But I would say, knowing what I've learned of the Japanese, particularly from you, if they are making these, these Biofacsímilacræs and selling them to the West, they're probably giving them the grade D version and reserving the A version for themselves, or for specialized. They said, we're not going to give the more intelligent models to the Westerners.
I agree, and that shows us that there are almost certainly, I would say definitively, androids walking upon the earth even now, and they would be in Asia, and that would
yes, and this also alludes to, we were talking about the gang connection. Well, this would allude to the more more Asian gangs, whether they be Hong Kong oriented or Tokyo oriented or whatever country, that they would have their own relationship with these things. Just they would be agents of influence, just by the nature of who and what they are, for better or for worse. With these more, it's a world of infinite mysteries.
Yes. Well, the world is a world of infinite mysteries. This is what many people comprehend. They intuit this, which is why they search for mysteries, but they go to the absolute worst source. Now, granted, we're on that source right now. We're on the internet. We're on YouTube. And this is what we're stuck with because of our position in life right now, per force of circumstance. But it's a start, and hopefully it will change with time. But the majority of what you find on the internet is pure crap. It's people being misled by a bunch of other people who are misled. It's the blind leading the blind. That brings us back to footnotes. One time when I first started on Facebook, there was some girl who was all friendly with myself who was Amerasian, like myself, someone who was half Asian, half European in descent, an American citizen. And she was somewhere in the Northeast. And this individual started attacking me when I wrote a column where an individual had asked me about, quote unquote, the Nazi salute, because that fits in directly with what we're speaking about with the COVID-19, the modern Black Plague in many respects. And of course, the original variant of this or manifestation of this kind of mass killer, as this has the potential to become in more recent history, was the so-called Spanish influenza. And when you've got the American Army flu, as it truly was known, the bioweaponized H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, avian swine flu that the Americans unleashed on Europe to end World War I, you've got this situation in which people stop shaking hands. And it's for that reason that throughout Europe, you had a rebirth, a renaissance of the ad locutio, the Roman salute. And this became known as the fascist salute. And then, of course, in the aftermath of World War II, your average ignoramus only knows of it as the Heil Hitler.
I think it was the Roman salute as well in the ancient days of Rome.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what I said. The ad locutio, the Roman salute. Yes, that was what it was. Yes, that's.
I don't know that word. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries.
Yeah.
That was the. So that's the. It came to be known as the fascist salute because fascism is based, as Peter Moon knows, on the bundled rods, the fasces, where the term comes from. United, we are strong. Together, we can, withstand assault. Whereas separate, we'd be broken as single reeds. That's the whole point of fascism, the state corporate having nothing to do with state being run by corporations, but the state overtaking the corporations and making certain everyone has a stakeholder capitalist share in the corporation, known as stakeholder capitalism in this day and age, which people can look up. That's fascism. That means
this is the whole problem with Bernie Sanders' ideas and Ocasio-Cortez's ideas.
Right.
It is that there is not a neuro-linguistic connection for purposes of implementation. So if either one of them were to win, they would be fighting the Congress much in the way Donald Trump fights the Congress. It doesn't matter. It's the neuro-linguistic ability to take all these ideas and make them useful, filtering out all the debris, which would be tantamount to the 7 cardinal sins,
right,
of human interaction. It's just the way it is, and it's like it's not gonna solve itself until the stars align, so to speak.
Yes.
They will help. They will help, and then the people have to act out the stars. It's like and it's just the way it is.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, it must be around 11:30 where you're at. I'm ready to go into monologue, and
I'm ready for you too. I would have signed off earlier, but I was too interested to keep going.
Well, I thank you because
to cut off.
Yes.
And I think my favorite memory that I pulled away was you loading up the trucks with the gang. I mean, that's rich story. It's rich in the story. It's rich teleplay, if you want to put it that way. But it's also like it gives me more meat to what actually your history is with all of these things. And it's one weird story, but it's a very interesting story. So this was good. And as I, first I'll do the work on Japan, and then we'll do this step by step. This stuff will peel off. I mean, it may take a couple of years to really get into the deeper aspects of the story, what you talked to tonight about the Biofax agras and whatnot. So anyway, thank you for all of that. I'll let you go on to your nightly report or and your regular stuff. So I'll sign off and, thank everybody. It was a good show.
Yes, we love you, and you have a blessed night, and you share our love with your lovely wife, Paula, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And
Thanks so
thank
much.
you so much for saving my ass. I love you, Peter.
Okay.
Thank you. And that was Peter Moon, wonderful human being. Thank God that he was able to help me pull through. So stressful to deal with what I had to deal with earlier, and of course, just the incredible disappointment, the preparation, of course, to the time it took to work with the graphics, the images, actually, the photographic images, preparing for Crystal to be with us again, and to just have that just so abruptly denied. It's one of those things that's terribly upsetting. And so back on the historical narrative, where we were speaking of the days of the Caliph and how it was brought to an end by the Muslims and how they were ultimately brought to an end by their own bioweapon. Let's take a look at that, because it bears recounting, and it's very similar to what we're dealing with today in history right now, where we're at. So we need to go back to the birth of the Black Plague, the Mongol siege on Kaffa in 1345. The city of Kaffa, which we Anglo-corrupt today as C-A-F-F-A, was razed by a vicious pandemic in what would, centuries later, be recognized as the first deployment of biological warfare in recorded history. Now, after successfully repelling the first Mongol siege in 1343, the city of Kaffa, the city-state, certainly expected Johnny Beg, and that was the actual name of the leader of the Mongols, Anglo-corrupted today with the Romanized alphabet as J-A-N-I, surname B-E-G, like Beg. And he was expected to strike again. But when he finally did, circa 1345, he did not just come roaring back with his Mongolian army. He came with something else, something more sinister, the Black Death. Now, Kaffa is the present-day city of Feodosia, and it was a city set in Crimea, which is now invaded and occupied by the expansionist Russian Empire under Vladimir Putin. And it's on the northern coast of the Black Sea. And after the capture of Crimea in the 1230s, the city of Kaffa came under the dominance of the Mongols. And the Mongols, in the late 13th century, allowed a group of traders, merchantmen from the Republic of Genoa, to establish a trading settlement there. Now, due to its successes, Kaffa virtually monopolized trade in the Black Sea region. It became the major seaport, housing one of Europe's largest slave markets. And this would be similar to what the Biofacsímilacræ suffer today, with no human rights. Now, the Mongols benefited immensely from the Genoese slave businesses, the slave trade, and all other businesses in the bustling city of Kaffa, as it earned them access to Italy's largest commercial center, while stimulating trade across all the vast Mongolian Empire, which dominated far more of Eurasia than the Soviets ever did. And however, while many of the Mongols had been practicing Muslims from the 1200s, the Genoese merchants were Christians. This religious disparity between them would occasionally result in disputes, pallid embers of hatred that would grow in strength as conflicting beliefs fanned and fed such. Now, these embers of hatred would burst into flames in 1343 in the city of Tana, after a fight between Genoese Christians and the local Muslims in Tana, spelled T-A-N-A. One Muslim local was found dead. Now, sensing the trouble that loomed like pregnant clouds over their heads, the Genoese fled to Kaffa, where they were granted protection. Not so long after their flight, the Mongols came after them. They demanded the city hand over of the culprits. It came as a shock to them when Kaffa refused. How infuriated, Johnny Beg chose to attack. So in 1343, the Mongols laid siege to the city-state of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula in the Black Sea. Kaffa did not turn out to be as feeble as the Mongols expected. Staring at the golden hordes and staring them down in the face eye to eye, Kaffa struck back in defense. Kaffa had access to the sea, and they made adequate use of this, bringing in supplies and reinforcements from Italia, the Roman peninsula in the Mediterranean. The first siege ended after the Mongols retreated, suffering about 15,000 deaths and heavy damage to their siege equipment. Johnny Beg took his army home, but his mind still raged. In 1345, Johnny Beg returned, bearing more than just his siege machinery. The Black Death was a plague which had been ravaging Central Asia since 1331. It was said to be caused by Yersinia pestis and is present in fleas carried by rodents. It traveled along the Silk Road as rodents migrated from Asia's famine-ridden lands until it came to Crimea while the siege was still ongoing. And while the Mongols laid siege to the city of Kaffa, they themselves were struck by the plague. According to an account of the events of Crimea, the Tartars, as they called the Mongols of the Golden Horde, were suddenly struck by the pandemic, and falling on all sides as though they had been struck by thunder, with lumps on their joints and dark marks on their faces. They developed a putrid fever and were beyond help, neither from doctors nor their god. The spread of the plague through the ranks of the Mongols demoralized the army, and a large bulk of them lost interest in the siege. However, the Mongols would not back off, not without giving Kaffa a piece of their own torment. They put the cadavers of their dead on their catapults and flung them over the defensive walls of Kaffa itself. And the dwellers of Kaffa watched as rotten bodies fell from the skies, crashing on their soil, spreading their putrid smell in all directions. The Christians could neither hide nor flee from the havoc that rained down upon them. They moved as many rotten bodies as they could, dumping them into the sea as quickly as they could. But by then it was too late. The Black Death was already in Kaffa itself. Within the walls, it had breached the gate. The siege ended in 1347, after negotiations between the Mongols and the city-state, but by then the plague had begun its work. Those who were still alive fled Kaffa in ships sailing to Europe. They fled with their lives, taking the Black Death along with them. They made a stops in Constantinople, unconsciously infecting the city that was the original capital of all Christendom. Thousands of people died in the ensuing disaster, including Andronikos, the son of John Cantacugenos, the sixth, a Greek emperor. Those who were still alive fled the city, but they fled too late. They fled in several directions away from Constantinople, taking the plague with them. By autumn, the western coast of Asia Minor was experiencing a major breakdown from the results of this dreadful bioweaponized pandemic. The fleeing merchants would finally get to their homes on the Roman Empire of Italia, unaware of the death that followed them closely like a shadow. In the end, the Black Death was responsible for 200 million deaths across all Eurasia, Africa, having killed 60% of Europe's population and over half of China's population. It is one of the most devastating plagues in all human history, and it marks the earliest weaponized deployment of biological weaponry in the history of all warfare. And the results were blowback. In that transitional period between that siege and the ultimate collapse of the Mongol Empire itself, it bears some analysis of biological warfare throughout the 14th century, by which the Mongols spread death and terror throughout Eurasia, Africa. Most important is the lesson that biological warfare is no recent invention. Although today we have the technology and knowledge to create devastating biological weapons that our early ancestors could never have dreamed of. People have been deploying viruses and bacteria as weapons for thousands of years. There be dozens of examples in history of armies trying to poison or infect their enemies with biological agents even before the siege of Kaffa. Kaffa was merely the turning point in military history, in which it was realized entire civilizations could be brought down. But for one of the most significant examples that this early use of biological weapons provides us, we take into account the entire 14th century and the nature of the Mongols themselves, whose attempt to take the city of Kaffa, which be spelled in the Eurasian with a K, A-F-F-A, leading to field deployment of one of the most virulent biological weapons of the Middle Ages, bubonic plague. So this bubonic plague, or the Black Death, as it was so oftentimes called, was one of the most destructive pandemics in all human history. And I find it, as a military historian, almost absurd. It is surrealist and insane that the source of the plague itself has been disputed all these years. We know for a fact the most likely candidate of the disease itself be the bacterium named Yersinia pestis. Yersinia pestis typically circulates among rodent populations. And COVID-19, of course, is the product of animals quite different from the bioweapon of the fantasy of Dean Koontz. But in terms of the Black Death, when we think of Yersinia pestis, from the rodent populations, originally the Asian gerbil and not the European black rat, from the Asian gerbil, it gets into the guts of fleas that feed on rodents. And when humans and rodents come into contact with each other, the fleas leap onto the humans and bite, regurgitating the infected blood into the wound. And once in the human bloodstream, the bacterium multiplies and accumulates in the lymph nodes, forming large masses called buboes. These buboes become reservoirs of infected pus and oftentimes rupture, spreading the infection to nearby people. In most cases, someone infected by the Black Plague dies within a week or two. During the Middle Ages, the plague spread rapidly among the population. And while we may never know exactly how many people died, the toll was beyond description. In a word, horrendous. It being known that 60% of the population of Europe died resultant the Black Death. There's much we don't know with certainty about the Black Death, but all scholars agree that it most likely originated somewhere in Central Asia in the 14th century. And from there, it spread to India and China, as well as into the Crimean Peninsula. The rapid spread between these regions was facilitated by the fact that the Mongol Empire itself had grown exponentially to connect the regions in what was cartographically, map-wise, or geographically respected, feared, acknowledged as the Pax Mongolica, or the Mongolian peace, which was to become the peace of a mass grave. While the Mongol conquests were undeniably brutal, they did create an environment conducive to trade. A common saying during the reign of Genghis Khan was that a maiden bearing a nugget of gold on her head could wander safely from one end of the realm to the other. But following the death of Genghis Khan, the Mongol Empire began to fracture in a series of dynastic struggles for control among his successors. Eventually, the empire broke up into a number of competing khanates. One of these khanates, the one that conquered as far as the Crimean region, whilst launching invasions into Poland and Hungary, went down into history as the Golden Horde. And these Mongols that were part of that Golden Horde throughout the 13th century cut a deal with Genoese traders from Italia to establish a trading post at Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula, and over time that city grew to be the major connection for trade between Europe and Central Asia. But the relationship, as I said, between the Mongols and the Genoese was often testy. The city functioned as a major source of the slave trade to the Turkish sultanates in Anatolia, or Asia Minor, and the Mamluks in Egypt. The Khan of the Golden Horde, Toktai, as it should properly be called, apparently took exception to the enslavement of his subjects, as happened in the slave market. Beyond those Christians that had fled into the city-state, that was an undercurrent rumor that made the taking down and the breaking wide open, the cracking of the nut of Kaffa, a primary objective of the Khan of the Golden Horde. And so, in 1307, that siege ultimately ended in the city being burned to the ground and the Genoese expelled. And relations remained strained until the death of Toktai, that Khan of the Golden Horde, who the Europeans referred to as Beg, because he had instituted the largest, how will we say it, public support system for the Mongols people, a kind of supermassive welfare state that had ever existed in all humanity. One in which other people worked to pay taxes that kept the Mongols atop their horses in mobile splendor. And the new Khan, Uzbek, welcomed the Genoese back and even ceded them land to expand the settlement. And by the 1340s, Kaffa was once again a thriving port. However, this peaceful coexistence between the Genoese and the Mongols wasn't going to last very long, and soon there were disputations that led to violence. And in response, an even later Khan, this time the one who had earned the name Johnny Beg, Jenny Beg, but of course became Anglo-corrupted into the caricature Johnny Beg, launched that siege of the city that was ultimately broken by an Italian relief army that killed thousands of Mongols and destroyed their siege engines in pitched battle. And so it was that the Mongols soon raised another army and returned to lay siege to the city yet again. And it was this time that the Mongols faced that far more dangerous enemy than the Italians, the plague. And as I said, the Black Death began to spread rapidly among the Mongols through the cramped conditions of their siege camps, And as the Mongol besiegers began to fall to this disease, the balance of power shifted back towards the Genoese. And secured in their fortified city and regularly resupplied by Italian ships, the citizens of Kaffa simply had to wait for the plague to run its course through the Mongol ranks. And Johnny Beg was in a far worse position. His army was dwindling and the chance of taking the city was becoming increasingly remote. Finally, Johnny Beg decided that Kaffa wasn't worth the cost and ordered the siege to be lifted, but before leaving, Johnny Beg ordered the bodies of those who died of plague gathered up. Then 'twas he who ordered them flung over the ramparts of the city in the hope that the people inside would contract the disease, and the plan worked within but a few weeks. The plague was spreading rapidly in the fortnight inside the city of Kaffa. But this was just the first taster that the Europeans had of what was to come. When the Italian notary Gabriele Diamusi reported the events at Kaffa for posterity, he recorded the fact that among those who escaped from Kaffa by boat were a few sailors who had been infected with the poisonous disease. Some boats were bound for Genoa, others went to Venice and to other Christian areas. And when those sailors reached these places and mixed with the peoples there, it was as if they had brought evil spirits with them. Every city, every settlement, every place was poisoned by the contagious pestilence. Demusi's account of events implies that the siege of Kaffa was the origin point for the Black Plague's introduction into Festung Europa, or Fortress Europe itself. And we know this historical narrative that the Mongols deployed plague cadavers as a weapon be completely true. The idea of throwing diseased cadavers into enemy cities is actually an old one that predates the phenomenon of the Kaffa siege, and it be consistent with the ideas prevalent at the time about how diseases spread. So the idea that a Mongol commander, angry about having been forced to lift his siege of a city, might fling the corpses of plague victims into that city to kill the inhabitants be undeniable. And furthermore, it was technically achievable given Mongol siege technology. And Demusi's account that the Mongols' act of biological warfare at Kaffa led to the plague that killed millions of people is therefore acknowledged as fact. Of course, we also know that the Black Death entered Western Europe from Crimean trading ports, and we know that even though the biological attack at Kaffa was the introduction of the disease, we also must take into account that this was the prelude, the anticipation of COVID-19, which is the Belt and Road disease of communist China. Red China, of course, has invested billions and billions of United States dollars equivalents into connecting Eurasia, Africa, Eastern Europe, Africa, through Southwest Asia and the Middle East into China itself by a Belt and Road system that includes port cities, their string of pearls, as they call them, connecting China to all Eurasia, Africa in the same manner that the Mongols connected all Eurasia, Africa under Pax Mongolica. So today's shadowing of the dispersal of disease might lead some to speculate, as Dean Koontz did, that this is a Chinese bioweapon, perhaps gone awry, misdeployed, unleashed from its labs back home, in a sense of karmic injustice. But the reality be more complicated, as was history. Mongols controlled many ports in the Crimea region, and infection rapidly spread through all of them. Plague-carrying rats easily entered Italy on ships from any of these disease ports. And while diseased sailors from Kaffa helped spread the plague into Italian ports, they were but the anticipation, the crest of a wave, actually a tsunami, of other refugees to do so. And the plague spread into Western Europe therefrom, the results devastating and transformative for the course of European history. The cities across the continent experienced their peoples dying in staggering numbers. The cramped conditions and poor sanitation in medieval cities allowed the disease to spread rapidly, and the sudden mortality was so great as to seem apocalyptic to contemporary observers. All across Europe, people were convinced that the world was ending. Of course, we know now the world did not end, but a world did end at that time. And the world did change. Now, which world died? You might ask. The world of what we call the Dark Ages, that the Black Plague came to epitomize. Prior to the Black Death, Europe struggled with overpopulation, which depressed wages for peasants and created conditions that allowed serfdom to flourish, or the debt-imprisoned wage slaves to become the norm. What we have today, in the form of debt slavery and wage slavery, is the new serfdom of the new Dark Age. This is no age of enlightenment. This is no golden age. But in the Dark Ages we know of medieval Europe, when huge numbers of people died, those who survived found that they could command much higher prices for their work. And the sudden availability of farmable land, that's arable land that can be farmed, allowed medieval peasants to leave their hereditary estates, where they had been bound by serfdom, debt slavery, and wage slavery, to seek better conditions elsewhere. So Europe changed culturally, not only because of the Black Death, but during the reign of the bubonic plague. The constant presence of mortality served as a reminder of the great leveler of death. Artists began incorporating this theme into their works to remind their audience that rich or poor, priest or peasant, all must die. In many ways, these changes paved the way for the social unrest and transformation that followed. Restrictive laws enforcing serfdom on the newly mobile peasants led to massive insurrections in Western Europe, and the influence of the Black Death echoed across the following centuries and helped lay the foundation for the massive social changes that followed then. So, the Mongols introduced the Black Plague with an act of biological warfare, showing us today how demonstrably devastating a bioweapon can be. But if we trace back to how it started in Asia specifically, and subsequently spread across the Middle East and Europe, try to remember, as many people do not, that there was a 1910 through 1912 bubonic plague pandemic. A 3-year remanifestation, a resurgence and explosion of the Black Plague that killed some 15 million people in China and elsewhere. This was before my late and sainted sire, Osiris, the parents who produced and guided myself, were even born. But not too long before. Within a decade of my father's birth, and but a decade and a half before my mother, was to enter this world, the Black Death, a medieval pandemic that we know almost certainly was the bubonic plague, is generally associated with Europe through the Eurocentricity of our history books and cultural narrative. Of course, it's not surprising since it killed an estimated 1/3 of the European population in the 14th century. However, the bubonic plague actually started in Asia, where half of China died. Far more than that devastation which scarred Europe through to today. And the bubonic plague devastated many areas of the continent of Asia outside of China. Now, I apologize, just getting a notification here. And told that the UK is going to be hit by 70-mile-per-hour rains that might lead to flooding. Let me turn that off so we don't get that again. And shout out, of course, and prayers to all our friends in the United Kingdom. Now, unfortunately, the course of the Black Pandemic in Asia is not as thoroughly documented as it is for Europe. However, the Black Death does appear in records from across Asia in the 1330s and 1340s, noting that the disease spread terror and destruction wherever it arose. But on the origins of the Black Death, many scholars believe that the bubonic plague began in northwestern China, while others cite southwestern China or the steppes of Central Asia. We do know that in 1331 an outbreak erupted in the Yuan Empire that may have hastened the end of Mongol rule over China itself. And 3 years later, the disease killed over 90% of the Hebei province's population, with deaths totaling over 5 million people. In today's numbers, without exaggeration, that would be a death toll of 5 billion people on Earth, leaving only 2 billion alive. As of 1200, Anno Domini, China had a total population of more than 120 million, nothing compared to the billion and more of today. But a 1393 census. But 200 years after the original year in which the population of 120 million had been determined, found only 65 million Chinese alive. Some of that missing population was killed by famine and upheaval in the transition from Yuan to Ming rule in terms of dynasties, but many millions be known to have died of bubonic plague. From its origin, at the eastern end of the Silk Road, the Black Death rode trade routes west, stopping at Central Asian caravanserais, or caravanserais, where the caravans would make stop and refuel, so to speak, replenish their supplies, their water, and Middle Eastern trade centers were the centers of infection as well, all of which, along with the caravanserais, subsequently infected people all across Asia. This is what the Belt and Road has done for today's coronavirus, making it a global plague. The Egyptian scholar Al-Mejriki noted that more than 300 tribes all perished without apparent reason in their summer and winter encampments, in the course of pasturing their flocks and during their seasonal migration. He proved that all of Asia was depopulated, as far as the Korean peninsula. Ibn al-Wadi. Al-Wadi was a Syrian writer who would later die of the plague himself in 1348, who recorded that the Black Death came out of the land of darkness, or Central Asia. From there it spread to China, India, the Caspian Sea, and the land of the Uzbeks, and thence to Persia and the Mediterranean. This is what brings us to how the Black Death struck Persia and Issyk-Kul. Issyk-Kul is spelled I-S-S-Y-K space K-U-L. The Central Asian scourge struck Persia just a few years after it appeared in China, just as Iran is now the new epicenter of coronavirus, after China has claimed that COVID-19 be on the wane behind the Great Wall. Proof, if any, be needed that the Silk Road was a convenient route of transmissibility for the deadly bacterium. Now it's the Belt and Road that turned Iran into the second epicenter of the Wuhan virus. In 1335, the Ilkhan, the Mongol ruler of Persia and the Middle East, Abu Sa'id, died of bubonic plague during a war with his northern cousins, the Golden Horde, the men who had cracked open the city of Kaffa and devoured its innards. And this death of Ilkhan, Abu Sa'id, of the plague itself signaled the beginning of the end for Mongol rule throughout the region. An estimated 30% of Persia's people died of the plague in the mid-14th century. The region's population was slow to recover, in part due to the political disruptions caused by the fall of Mongol rule and the later invasions of Timur, Tamerlane, the Islamized Mongol who would conquer India. Archaeological excavations on the shores of Issyk-Kul, a lake in what now be Kyrgyzstan, reveal that the Nestorian Christian trading community there was ravaged by bubonic plague circa 1338 and 1339. Issyk-Kul was a major Silk Road depot and has sometimes been cited as the origin point for the Black Plague throughout Southwest Asia, or the Middle East. It certainly is prime habitat for marmots, which are known to carry a virulent form of the bubonic plague. It seems more likely, however, that traders from further east brought disease fleas with them to the shores of Issyk-Kul. Whatever the case, this tiny settlement's death rate shot up from a 150-year average of about 4 people per year to more than 100 dead in 12 years alone. Although specific numbers and anecdotes be hard to come by, different chronicles note that Central Asian cities like Talas, Talas in modern-day Kyrgyzstan, or Sarai, Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde in Russia, and Samarkand, now in Uzbekistan, all suffered outbreaks of the Black Death. It'd be likely that each population center would have lost at least 40% of its citizens, with some areas reaching death tolls as high as 70%. And it's in this context the Mongols spread plague at Kaffa. Then, come 1344, the Golden Horde decided to recapture the Crimean port city of Kaffa from the Genoese, the Italian traders, who had taken the town in the late 1200s. The Mongols under Jani Beg instituted siege, which lasted until 1347, when reinforcements from further east brought the plague to the Mongol lines. And an Italian lawyer, the man I've aforecited, Gabriele de Musis, recorded what happened next. Now, I've finally been able to call up that quote I was looking for on screen, And he said the whole army was affected by a disease which overran the Tartars, the Mongols, and killed thousands upon thousands every day. He goes on to charge that the Mongol leader ordered corpses to be placed in catapults and lobbed into the city in hopes that the intolerable stench would kill everyone inside, because it was believed that diseases spread by odor. Now, this incident is often cited as the first instance of biological warfare in recorded history. And the putative death, or Black Death catapults, as the Mongols called them, was added upon by a French churchman, Jean Le Muisy, who noted that a calamitous disease befell the Tartar army, and the mortality was so great and widespread that scarcely 1 in 20 of them remained alive. And in its final endgame, the Golden Horde siege of Kaffa definitively drove refugees to flee on ships bound for Genoa. And these refugees were most certainly the primary source of the Black Death that went on to decimate all Europe itself. And that's when the plague reached the Middle East, Southwest Asia, and devastated the Caliph. European observers were fascinated, but not too worried, when the Black Death struck the western rim of Central Asia and the Middle East. One recorded that India was depopulated. If you can imagine, almost everywhere in India, Europeans were able to wander. They found no one left alive. Compare that to today's over 1 billion people tearing into each other in the riots that threaten to spread out of India itself. Now, in this record that I quote, it says India was depopulated, Tartary, Mesopotamia, Syria, Armenia were covered with naught but dead bodies. The Kurds fled in vain to the mountains. However, they would soon become participants rather than observers in the world's worst pandemic. In the travels of Ibn Battuta, the great traveler noted that as of 1345, the number that died daily in Damascus, the capital of Syria, had been 12,000. But the people were able to defeat the plague through prayer. In 1349, the holy city of Al-Makkah was hit by the plague, likely brought in by infected pilgrims on the Hajj, or the pilgrimage into Mecca itself. Then the Moroccan historian Ibn Khaldun, whose parents died of the plague, wrote about the outbreak in this manner. He be quoted as saying, "Civilization both in the East and in the West was visited by a destructive plague which devastated nations and caused populations to vanish. It swallowed up many of the good things of civilization and wiped them out. Civilization decreased with the decrease of mankind. Cities and buildings were laid waste. Roads and way signs were obliterated. Settlements and mansions became completely empty. Dynasties and tribes grew weak. The entire inhabited world has been changed forever." And changed it was in more recent Asian plague outbreaks. Circa 1855, the so-called third pandemic of bubonic plague broke out in Yunnan province, China. Another outbreak, or a continuity of the third pandemic, depending upon which source that one finds the most credible, sprang up in China circa 1910. As I aforecited, that went on to kill more than 10 million, many of them in Manchuria. And a similar outbreak in British India left about 300,000 dead from 1896 through 1898. This outbreak began in Bombay, now known as Mumbai, and Pune, Pune, on the country's west coast. By 1921, but a few years before my mother was born, and but a few years after my father was, it would claim some 15 million lives. With dense human populations and natural plague reservoirs, rats, marmots, the Asian gerbil, Asia is always at risk of another round of bubonic plague. Fortunately, the timely use of antibiotics can cure the disease today, but we have the legacy of the plague throughout Asia. Perhaps the most significant impact that the Black Death had on Asia was that it contributed decisively to the fall of the mighty Mongol Empire that otherwise would stand today. After all, the pandemic started within the Mongol Empire and devastated peoples from all four of the superkhanates. The massive population loss and terror caused by the plague destabilized Mongolian governments from the Golden Horde in Russia to the Yuan dynasty in China. The Mongol ruler of the Ilkhanate Empire in the Middle East died of the disease, along with all 6 of his sons, leaving no heirs, and the death of the Khanate. Although the Pax Mongolica has allowed increased wealth and cultural exchange through its reopening of the Silk Road, it also allowed this deadly contagion to spread rapidly westward from its origin in western China or eastern Central Asia, resulting in the world's second largest empire ever crumbling and falling before the eyes of the bewildered contemporaries who watched the very people who first deployed the bioweapon fall victim to its blowback. And that brings us to the modern dynamics of COVID-19, the biodynamics and the politics. Now, I'm going to take a short break here, and I'm going to make certain to read the ad for our friend who, of course, I am sponsored by, the good Mr. Ben Estenius. And I want to remind everyone that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. You can see theunfinishedman.com to find the details from excerpts drawn from the book, yet unpublished, of the author Ben Estenius, or scenes from documentaries he'd be filming. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. Or telephone Ben personally, that you can organize his guidance of your private tour at 1-520/323 3406. That's 1520 323 3406. So, in terms of my next indulgence, I'm going to check out the chat room, see how people are doing. Before I get back to narrative, how much narrative I'm willing to continue with tonight. After all, it's about 11 minutes after 9. I do know we need to go back on the COVID-19 watch. It's just going to be too much to catch up on otherwise if I wait too long. And it's important to put that into perspective. Now, on the live dashboard, after I give a check as to what kind of notifications are coming up, Holly Caditis Kiefer says, epic. I don't know whether she's talking about what I was saying or the promotional banner for tonight, but God bless her. Love her for either one she's insinuating, or both. And Vera Reina Pereira left a wonderful comment as well, dear lady, saying, that's lovely, we'll be listening. Derek Talley says, I love that picture. Salman Sheikh left his prayers, and as well, Salman Sheikh inspired myself towards an illustrated promotional suggested by our dear friend Salman Sheikh himself. And he, of course, was insisting that everyone check out my website, and that's deeply appreciated. There is no overemphasizing what a wonderful human being our dear Muslim brother Salman Sheikh be. Now, in terms of the promotional banner that I produced as inspired by him, well, this is more of like a personal ad, a plug, or a solicitation for the website. Salman Sheikh has responded by saying, may Allah always bless you, my dear brother, and protect you from all evil. Aquino and Gunner 65 will reap their karma, and we will see it within our lifetime. Stay happy always. I'm honored to know you and be your brother. Allah be praised. God bless you in turn, dear Salman Sheikh. You are indeed my brother in battle. And I'm happy to see Daniel Arola and George Knight have responded to that so positively. Salman Sheikh, of course, left a wonderful response to the comment which I left him. And so there was a Stephen Byer who was asking about Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set, and was surprised with the response that Salman Sheikh gave him, which was a link to Satanism in the military on YouTube. And hopefully all of that will provide some context. He's obviously unfamiliar with the narrative that so impacted his world. And God bless Salman Sheikh for the spreading of the logos, the word. And going to give a quick acknowledgement here to all these wonderful people who have responded to both the solicitation for my website and the promotional banner for tonight's show. And moving a little further up there, Sarah Shields was saying, great combination. It is, which made it so devastating that she refused to be on tonight after committing to it. So with that, let me go over to the live dashboard, and let's take a look at what everyone was saying here. Yes. We've got a number of people who are leaving comments, and of course we've got people who are just making some observations. Christoph Rimmel, there he is. Roast remarkable information regarding the origins of the bubonic plague. By the way, best still pick ever. Thank you, sir. Oh my gosh. And Gabriel Ruth says, wow, that's so interesting about the plague. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. Very interesting. Thank you, honey. All right, then. Like nuclear winter after a nuclear exchange, there's repercussions for all our actions. And with that, back to the arc of narrative as brought forth by a number of people, and we're going to try and tackle the latest rumor propagandized in the world of COVID-19 and the coronavirus. Let me do a little bit of calculation here in terms of the time. We were on for how many hours now? 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. We've made the minimum of 4 hours. I'm wondering if I should save this for Sunday. I think that we've covered so much, and yet it's so important to bring the arc of narrative into today's world, how this parallels what happened with the Mongol Empire. I'll do my best. We'll see how long I can stand. So, the World Health Organization raised its coronavirus threat assessment to its highest level. The World Health Organization chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, a slime bucket who was in pay of the Chinese Communist government, has finally informed reporters in Geneva that the risk of spread and impact of the coronavirus is now very high at a global level, the highest possible level the World Health Organization has to categorize a bio-threat. In 12 short weeks, the virus has spread from a wet market in Wuhan, across China, and out into the world. So far, 58 countries have reported over 83,000 cases, though the true figure is almost certainly orders of magnitude larger. At least 2,800 people, nigh 3,000, have died. This week, for the first time, the daily toll of new cases outside China began to outstrip the spread of infection behind the Great Wall. The first cases have turned up in countries as distant from each other as Brazil and Pakistan. Now that the virus is overwhelming all attempts to contain it, it be past time for governments to prepare. But a huge amount remains misunderstood about the virus itself and its effects, mostly due to Russian propaganda and the right-wing internet. Social media conspiracies blame coronavirus on 5G or fifth-generation internet. Now, conspiracy theorists are infecting YouTube and Facebook with bogus theories that 5G mobile internet is responsible for the coronavirus. One prominent anti-5G Facebook group has shared a number of erroneous posts claiming 5G be the culprit behind this virus that has infected well over 80,000 people worldwide. Its creator, this Dutch UFO researcher, what be called, almost laughably, ufologist, John Coulis, has written that I challenge anyone to watch this video at least twice and claim there be nothing to it or it's all a coincidence. Yeah, right. Certainly not. Well, as for the videos that Coulis be referring to, I'm never going to link them. The video Coulis be referencing to resides on the YouTube page of a conspiracy theorist named Donna Ashley. And in it, she waxes poetic for nearly an hour about the dangers of 5G and how it's not just plausible but probable that Wuhan's rollout of 5G led to this sickness with symptoms of radiation poisoning. If you're looking for credentials, fear not. Ashley received the message directly from God. No further credentials be needed beyond that. And according to her Patreon page, God generously shared with me dreams and visions about immediately unfolding end-time events. Well, luckily for her 190,000 plus subscribers, he also blessed her with a marketing background to make videos that be relevant and riveting and bring her lots of cash. Now, this relevant and riveting content includes videos like the one I've just referenced, and others like Taylor Swift's role in spreading anti-Christian propaganda. Or there's another one detailing the reasons Nicholas Cruz, the gunman responsible for 17 deaths at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, was actually the victim of a secret military mind control device. Now, that be absurd because he was a white trash piece of shit who was mind controlled by the propaganda of the National Rifle Association. And, of course, that requires no military implant. All you have to do is find a white trash piece of shit. And they've got no mind to implant anyway. They'll believe whatever shit you pump between their ears into their empty brain, where it fertilizes and takes root and grows into a garden of poisonous weeds that becomes what looks like their hair, but it's really a dead squirrel on top of their heads like what you have on Donald Trump. And after that, you get a mass shooting. For what it's worth, fact-checking services like Full Fact have thoroughly deconstructed Ashley's theory weeks ago, and yet they continue to make their rounds. Now, you might ask yourself, what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to all this shit. The theory centers on two main points. The first is that Wuhan was the first city in Red China to roll out 5G. It's also believed that coronavirus originated in Wuhan. The correlation does not equal causation. Wuhan was one of 16 cities to debut 5G at roughly the same time. None of the others have reported abnormally high instances of the virus. The second talking point is that 5G damages the immune system, leaving immunocompromised individuals highly susceptible to disease, and immunocompromised in this case would mean anyone exposed to 5G. But there's no evidence to support the claim that 5G weakens the immunosystem. In fact, there's little evidence to support the claim that 5G adversely affects the health of human beings at all. Now, a paper published circa 2005 by the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety concluded that the radio frequencies commonly used for 5G transmission pose no adverse health effects aside from the heat produced by wireless devices. Its conclusion followed a study of more than 1,300 peer-reviewed studies on the biological effects of radio frequencies. Now, Facebook, for its part, has done nothing to stop the spread of misinformation and continues to encourage it. Facebook has pledged to slow the spread of misinformation by labeling erroneous stories, such as what I'm deconstructing now, and directing users to more authoritative information. And as of this morning, only a handful of such posts have even been containing such a label as Facebook has saw fit to assign. On YouTube, which is routinely ground zero for these types of conspiracies, the videos continue to rack up hundreds of thousands of views. Now, in the past, I myself have reached out to both Facebook and YouTube about misinformation such as this, and neither have ever replied to my request for more information. Users on both sites base the bulk of their claims on a flawed study from the year 2000, 20 years gone by now, stating that 5G was likely to be a serious health hazard. That study, however, was later thoroughly deconstructed. The physicist, Dr. Bill P. Curry, has analyzed data and summarized that the dose of radiation affecting the brain increased with the frequency of the wireless signal. His warning spread far and wide, invoking panic and anxiety over the potential health risks of 5G. Unfortunately for Dr. Curry, he's got it all wrong. According to experts on the biological effects of electromagnetic radiation, this type of radiation, known as non-ionizing radiation, actually becomes safer at higher frequencies, though extremely high-frequency radiation, like that of an X-ray, does pose a health risk. Experts believe that Dr. Curry failed to recognize the protective qualities of the human epidermis, meaning your skin, when he performed his study on lab rats. His analysis ignored conventional wisdom that the skin acts as a barrier, protecting the internal organs from high-frequency radio waves such as those used in 5G technology. Christopher M. Collins, the professor of radiology at New York University, was cited by the New York Times as basically articulating the fact that radiation of this sort, high-frequency radio waves, does not penetrate the human epidermis. Collins has spent years studying the effect of high-frequency electromagnetic waves on human beings. He knoweth of what he speaks. And in this case, all too unfortunately and yet all too predictably, it be self-evident that sound science will not stop the proliferation of these types of theories. these crackpot notions. They're not even deserving of the name of theory, which be a scientific term. At least not while the creators responsible for the videos continue to profit from ad revenue and affiliate links to alternative therapies. And that is part of the problem. So, federalization of the fifth generation, which is what many people are saying is the reason for the coronavirus, that it's to cause massive panic, that it doesn't exist, and the panic is being generated so that 5G can be rolled out, because with everyone quarantined and telemarketing and homeschooling and trying to communicate online, that more than ever it will become of obvious necessity that the fifth generation must be rolled out, necessitated by circumstance. That would require federalization. Now, were we to federalize fifth generation technology, that would be a positive. Federalization of the fifth generation would manifest maturation of the technology from the lawless frontier of robber baronial wireless corporations, crypto plutocrats or governments by secret monies, and cyber terrorists such as the Aquino cultists and the hate groups that they manipulate into less trollable territorial status. We could only pray the federal government rolls out 5G as a federative service, a civil service. All of the fear of 5G and even the early Trump threat to federalize 5G be rooted, founded in fear of China, the great electronic firewall against the Red Chinese. All of that was epitomized in the telecommunications equipment company of Huawei. So, when the Trump administration went through this brief flurry of flirting with the idea of nationalizing a 5G network, then it all came to naught. They were instantly discouraged by all the robber baron high-tech companies who want to charge you up the ass and fuck you down the throat for a service that under a federal and civic system would be functionally free. Now, 5G itself is meant to wire up far more equipment than 4G ever did. It would connect your iPhone via fifth generation network to various smart technologies, including your television, your microwave, your refrigerator, your car battery, and your washing machine. Rumors, of course, can sometimes surface and then be quashed with an incredible amount of speed. And today, the best example we have of that kind of turnaround involves the future of the country's 5G networks, in which, a couple of years agone, over a single weekend, rumors claiming that the National Security Council was considering building a nationalized 5G network began to surface, and that didn't last long. Less than 24 hours after the news broke that the Trump administration National Security Council officials had floated a plan for the federal government to build its own public 5G high-speed wireless network, the idea was roundly shot down by the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, members of Congress, and the wireless industry pundits, and even the White House itself. So, you had Axios, a reliable source of information, publish an article based on an undated NSC or National Security Council document that was entitled Secure 5G, subtitled The Eisenhower National Highway System for the Information Age. And the NSC document explained the growing importance of high-speed wireless communications in developing artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. The documents also positioned China as the current global leader at the time. We're talking about 2-3 years ago, when Trump had just become fucking president, around 2017, 2018 time period. And so this was saying that China was the contemporarily current global leader in manufacturing the networking technology used to create 5G wireless networks, which be expected to have speeds of up to 100 times faster than those today. Now, the NSC itself is a group that advises the president on national security and foreign policy matters, and it was raising concerns about United States cyber defenses, proposing that the government build its own fully operational 5G network by the end of the first Trump term, meaning this year, 2020. And there, of course, by this transmission, there'd be no evidence that the United States government had ever intended to take any concrete steps to nationalize 5G or create a hybrid public/private model for 5G financing or development. And so the online news organization Axios was not necessarily using a flawed source. It's simply that its presentation resulted in no action or nothing that was ever pursued once Trump was deterred or discouraged in regards 5G. But that is what it would have taken to take advantage of coronavirus. In other words, Trump and the administration have that on the back burner as something that could potentially be responsive to the coronavirus, but it would take all of his second term, if he'd be gifted such, to realize it. And that is what the conspiracy theories are saying is the reason for the virus, but it's a chicken and an egg argument, because they also say, those same sources, that the virus is the cause, or rather the 5G is the cause of the coronavirus. The insanity of the circular argument be self-evident, and it bespeaketh volumes for itself. So, none of this is applicable to reality. People are claiming 5G causes coronavirus. The coronavirus is now going to be used as the reason to roll out 5G. There's a certain kind of logic to it, but it's not the logic of reality. It's dream logic. It's the reality of a person living in a fantasy world. A sick, psychotic fantasy world. A fantasy world of complete paranoia and the health of anyone promoting such a sick, psychotic fantasy itself being questioned. Both physical and mental, as well as obviously emotional. Now, in brief, the United States government had concerns over whether or not existing technologies might allow for China to spy on sensitive information. One proposed solution was to develop a 5G network before the Red Chinese did. It would be increasing security. It's known that a 5G network would provide much faster speeds, shorter response times, greater storage and ability, and could be used to support more advanced technologies like self-driving vehicles. But why was it being concerned as a security measure, considered as such? Now, this is the national defense argument. The Trump administration was expressing concerns that communist China would progress to 5G before U.S. carriers sans federal intervention. So the Trump administration was considering building a 5G mobile network, and this was proven by a report from Axios based on this undated document. The government-run high-speed network would aim to mitigate the risk of Red China listening in on American phone calls, as well as protect cyber and economic security interests. We're talking about, again, 2017, when all of this was taking place. And so that leaked White House PowerPoint deck published by Axios revealed that some elements in the Trump administration were trying to sell a plan for the U.S. government to build the nation's 5G wireless infrastructure, hardened against communist Chinese surveillance and attacks, and then lease access to the private telecoms or telecommunications sector. And the network architecture could then be reproduced and given to United States allies to help them defend themselves against Chi-Com or Chinese communist attacks. Because the United States government was growing increasingly concerned about Red China's capability to listen in on phone calls and breach cybersecurity. The National Security Council was considering a number of initiatives to protect against spying, and among them was this plan to build an ultra-fast wireless 5G network. Now, to read from the document itself, national security becomes an important driver for development, much like concertina wire on a beach-facing assault or a city wall meant to keep out bandits. The case can be made that a nationwide secure network is required to create a defensive perimeter in the information domain. Since we be afforded the benefit of 12 large oceans for our physical defense, why not build the equivalent situation in the information domain? And, of course, this bears some explanation of what 5G even is. I don't think most of you know. The G in 3G, 4G, and 5G simply stands for generation. Now, so far, both 3G and 4G networks do seem to manifest persistent security concerns. Both be encrypted to a degree, but these encryptions are not enough for serious security. Now, 5G will be the lifeblood of the new economy. User-centric, or cell phone developer-initiated, network concept, instead of operator-initiated, as in 1G or first generation, or system developer-initiated, as in 2G, 3G, and 4G standards. In other words, this would be the first generation of technology you would be in control of. It would be your tech. In radio, multiple output or multiple input. Actually, the acronym from what I remember is MIMO, M-I-M-O, all uppercase, multiple input and multiple output. That's the radio method for multiplying the capacity of a radio link using multiple transmission and reception antennas to exploit multipath propagation. MIMO has become an essential element of wireless communication standards, like Li-Fi, a portmanteau of light and Wi-Fi, or wireless fidelity that's based on the speed of light. Or maybe it's also comprising a light kind of mechanization, the light application thereof, or light development. That's still a massive MIMO visible light communication network, and it's going to be what advances 5G. Now, self-driving cars, virtual reality, smart cities, networked robots, they're all going to have to be powered by 5G. 5G networks, and someday soon. Or we're not going to be able to survive the 21st century. 5G promises to open the door to new surgical procedures, safer transportation, and instant communication for first responders like firemen and emergency medical technicians. 3G, or the third generation's encryption protocol, was vulnerable enough that a single PC or personal computer can crack it in only 2 hours. 4G, or the fourth generation we're using now, on the other hand, what I'm speaking to you through, is capable of advanced authentication and 3 separate encryption methods. However, these measures are not always used, as the level of encryption is decided by the mobile operator and the base transceiver station that mobile devices broadcast to. As such, while these networks might be secure enough for day-to-day operations, they're not sufficient for sensitive government information. A 5G network could improve upon these past generations and be much less prone to hacking and infiltration. This is what we should be voting in, would be the unhackable matrix of a 5th generation, so the Russians wouldn't hack in our fucking president. Additionally, because a 5G network would be much faster and more capable, it could keep up with advancing technologies, and this could allow it to grow with emerging tech, which could be an additional support to national security efforts. It's no wonder the Trump administration was considering a government-funded 5G public utility. So that memo proposed rolling out a government-controlled 5G system in 3 years and likened the effort to Eisenhower's National Highway System, in which the government created an ambitious infrastructure project that opened up commerce by the private sector. So, to read from that document itself, the following paragraph: an advanced, resilient, and secure network that is shared with the public will allow federal communications to blend in with other traffic, increasing security, improving joint synergy, and reducing program costs. Continuing to ride on our own networks is like building two Eisenhower national highway systems, one for civilian traffic and one for military traffic. We couldn't afford that in the 1950s physical domain, and we cannot afford that in the 21st century information domain. So there you have it. We must have this. And, of course, you had instead several senior White House officials stating that the Trump administration had no plans to build this utterly necessitated nationalized United States 5G network. So that presentation was merely a dated proposal that never saw the light of day. But what does it betray to us? There's this debate taking place, certainly was then, before the trade war, before the African swine fever wiped out 2/3 of all sources of protein, predominantly the pig population of communist China. Before that gave rise to the need for bringing in all possible animals to eat to provide protein for the Chinese population, that resulted in the wet markets exploding in terms of animals captive for display and for sale and consumption, which in turn led to the transmission of diseases among each other that had never before had such close composition exposure due to the congestion of separate species of biological entities being forced within such close proximity that non-exposure would be impossible. That resulted ultimately in the transmission to the human biomass. All of this was before that took China out of the game. And one of Trump's national priorities was stated to be 5G because the president and national security officials were considering a takeover of part of the nation's mobile network to guard against Red China prior all the catastrophe that befell it in the 3 years thereafter. Because 5G wireless networks will provide internet connections 10 to 100 times faster than current networks. The Trump team is correct in that United States providers have essentially lagged behind the communist Chinese Empire and most especially the Empire of Japan. So this was intended to resurrect our indigenous telecommunications, jobs and money. And to that end, the United States government was right to consider a federal takeover of portions of the country's mobile broadband networks. And because of that, Trump national security officials were considering an unprecedented federal takeover of a portion of the nation's mobile network to guard against communist China at that time. So, the best option that was proposed in that never delivered PowerPoint presentation was for the U.S. government to pay for and build the network and then rent it to carriers like AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, which would be infinitely preferable to those bastards bilking you, juicing you, and raping you up the ass and down the throat for you getting these services. Now, this called for aggressive government involvement in the private wireless market, which would represent a significant shift, a sea change in United States industrial policy that would hugely disrupt the business plans of America's largest telecom and technology companies, which, believe me, deserve all the disruption they can get. And building this centralized, secure national 5G network would take at least 3 years. It would take another administration dedicated to this to make it happen. And it did not happen because Republicans are so antithetical to Big Brother government. In other words, to governance itself. This is why they would never approve government control of Wi-Fi. So, because of their obsession with small government and free market, then they were against nationalization. And because of that, there was no plotting for takeover of wireless. The FCC sided with phone companies because the FCC was advocating on their behalf as a lobbying firm. The Federal Communications was saying that they should not turn over their investment to the government because it would be anti-capitalistic. It would be too collectivist to confirm as an efficient way to conduct business. In other words, that's how the Russians would operate, right? All of which you'd think Trump would like, but no. He has to present himself as a capital monopolist. And so it was blocked. So the Chinese reaction, of course, was rather predictable, in which they were basically saying that there was no intelligence to be contended with in America because the Americans had none in which to counter Chinese intelligence with. So there was no need to protect against Chinese intelligence, reconnaissance, spying, or espionage because the Chinese had nothing to find from American minds or American sources. There was nothing that could come from an American mind that the Chinese would want. And that was their response at the time. So there we have that in brief. And it's very brief. It doesn't do justice to the immensity of this issue at all. Now, when we talk about the safety of going 5G, in terms of the ability to make it work at all, it's done by making spectrum in the 3.7 to 4.2 gigahertz band available quickly. If you wanted this to work the way it has to work by federalization, it would mean standardizing wireless network site requirement and infrastructure specifications, ensuring the deployment of fiber networks nationwide via, as said in the study, an enforced requirement to lay fiber alongside any other construction to provide 100 million bytes per second speeds to 80% of the rural population, strongly signaling to equipment vendors the intent for a secure 5G supply chain and signing up allies to cooperatively build similar 5G networks and collaborate on building them in emerging markets globally. So, all of this based on a fear of a China that, for some reason, still is there, and therefore conceivably could be exploited to bring this about, all of which I say is towards the positive. Nothing but good can come of it. Whereas, of course, your average American is indoctrinated by the Russians to fear this so that you can be exploited by the robber barons, leaving you vulnerable with no security to complete Russian hacking of your elections. That's the conspiracy. And instead, the Americans promote any idea of 5G as we want to build a network so the Chinese can't listen to your calls. As if they could understand your fucking English. Most of them speak better English than Americans, who speak mostly in grunts. Now, this is why, of course, you had the yellow house nigger, Ajit Pai, the Republican appointed by President Trump, the East Indian Asian, the Federal Communications Commission chairman, so adamantly against this going in at all. He siding on, of course, the side of the corporations. Well, all of this amounted to nothing. And it's one of these might have beens that should have been. The idea that people are demonizing this shows you how truly ignorant they are of the potential benefits, as well as the exaggeration that they are promoting about the radio frequencies. So, what Americans will tell you is that 5G is a killer. They would say that it causes damage to our DNA as it emits non-ionized radiation. That 5G is a high-frequency radiation signal that causes serious health issues. Known depletion of sperm in male rats so far. Of course, that didn't take into account the difference between the rats, who of course have a much thinner skin because they have hair cover, whereas humans actually have a far more efficient epidermis, or skin covering. So, the one thing I can tell you is it's most certainly not like going from 2G to 3G to 4G. This is indeed going from 1 to 2 megahertz all the way to over 100 megahertz. And of course, this very high frequency networks, where it's up to 100 gigahertzes, needs repeaters everywhere, every telephone pole, because the waves only carry for a very short distance. So, in effect, you'll all be bombarded, but it would be with radio waves, which is a form of radiation, but it's not cooking you or increasing cancers or other illnesses dramatically. It's simply enabling your life to become infinitely safer, easier, and increase response times of all the services you need for police and first response to work better than they ever did before. And of course, Americans will insist, well, it's all blanket surveillance. That you, of course, will be under the microscope, as if you already aren't. And who the fuck is interested in you anyway? Nobody cares to look at you jack off while you cruise for porn. Nobody wants to watch you take a shit. Nobody wants to see that. You can't pay a government worker enough to take a look at that. So the end result is, if you're not doing something that needs to be hidden, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. As Reich's propaganda minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels said, you have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide. So, when it comes up to, say, for instance, the path to 5G, exactly how this works in with the coronavirus, we've gone over the conspiracy theories. But again, what keeps coming back to my mind, because it would need Congress to authorize the formation of a national 5G network due to the amount of taxpayer money involved. None of the administrative agencies have that kind of budget authority. It would take Congress. But 5G is on its way, whether the government backs it or not. Major internet companies are far along in their 5G network development, and the first networks will be up and running. I don't know if they'll be in the next couple of years. And in communist China, everything's been set back, as far as I'm concerned, to the point where the government needs regime change. And even the Chinese people are going to see that. But for 5G itself, like every next generation wireless network technology, 5G will give your phone a speedier connection, about 10 times faster than 4G at the absolute minimum, as industry experts expect. And that's enough to stream 8K video or download a 3D movie in 30 fucking seconds. On 4th generation, what we got now, it takes 6 minutes. The extra capacity will make service infinitely more reliable, allowing more gadgets to connect to the network at the same time. But 5G is about much more than smartphones. Sensors, thermostats, cars, robots, and other new technology will all connect to 5G one day. Today's 4G networks do not have the bandwidth for the vast amounts of data all those devices will transmit. 5G networks will also reduce to virtually zero the lag time between devices and the servers they communicate with. For driverless cars, that means uninterrupted communication between a car and other vehicles, data centers, and outside sensors. To accomplish all that, 5G will need to travel over super high-frequency airwaves. Higher frequencies bring faster speeds and more bandwidth, but they cannot travel through walls, windows, or rooftops, and they get considerably weaker over long distances. That means wireless companies will need to install thousands, indeed, in actual practicality, probably millions, of miniature cell towers on top of every lamppost, on the side of buildings, inside every home, potentially in every room. That's why 5G will complement 4G rather than outright replace it. In buildings and in crowded areas, 5G might provide a speed boost. But when you're driving down the highway, 4G could be your only option, at least for a while. Now, would you not rather have the government than each of the 4 nationwide cell phone carriers like Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Sprint, which all be developing and testing 5G network technology? Now, chip makers, including Qualcomm and Intel, are building processors and radios that enable 5G communications, and the major network equipment companies, including Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei, they're building the backbone and equipment to support 5G. The research and development alone is costly, but building out 5G networks will be wildly expensive, even for an industry that's accustomed to spending tens of billions of dollars every year in infrastructure costs. Rolling out 5G to the entire United States will cost $300 billion United States dollars, according to Barclays. The government can spend that kind of money, but it would be getting a very late start, and would have to contract with the network equipment and telecommunications companies, which are already building and testing their own networks anyway. So, what you have is the equivalent of defense contractors working with NASA in a major project to change your world. That would be a kind of parallel. Now, all of this was supposed to launch this year. The wireless industry used to expect 5G networks to launch 2020. And, of course, that has not happened. When it does happen, you'll know it. Basically, we're talking, once this 5G is entirely implemented, the society as we know it will change so drastically And this will definitely be such a game changer. It's going to leave many people jobless. And the installations of silicon micro wet chips will enable knowledge to be transferred into the brain through these chips and other various methods. There will no longer be a need for colleges. That cash cow will be over and done. You will have people able to educate free of charge, comparatively speaking. You would welcome in a new world. A world where everyone is connected to a grid that will supply information along with convenient pleasures. Transfer memories and experiences from one person or from a database to another person. The ability to type with your mind, to operate machines and appliances, all with your mind. What kind of price tag will be put on this technology? Obviously, the inferior race that cannot afford this will eventually be replaced by the superior race that can afford this technology. And that, of course, is the propaganda to scare you away from 5G that's promoted by the Russians and the communist Chinese. So, by making Americans totally afraid of 5G, the Americans never get it, and the Russians and Chinese eliminate American competition on the world stage. But since they can't get their act together, the Russians never can, because they're like in the fucking Stone Ages. And the Chinese are under such active assault that they'll be lucky to survive as a society. That leaves only the Empire of Japan. So all of this leads again to a Japanocentric future. So hopefully I put some perspective onto 5G. I don't believe that anyone out there has explained this to anyone. We can go into it again and again in the future, and I could dedicate an entire transmission to it and articulate why this 5G is not your enemy and ultimately will be that which can pull you out of the shithole you're in now. And for that reason, all the right-wingers want to deny this world to you, because they live in the Dark Ages. They thrive on fear and ignorance and the uneducated. That brings us back to why this is fed into and circuited into the global panic over coronavirus. Now, when Crystal River was on with myself and bringing up the fact that one shouldn't panic, I had no argument with that. But the global panic, the panic on a global scale, is necessary to instigate response. And in that sense, the overall social sense, panic is a good thing. In a Twilight Zone-like drama spawned by eerie uncertainty, the world is shutting down a bit more each and every goddamn day. As this coronavirus pandemic accelerates across 60 countries on 6 continents, all in just 9 weeks. There no longer be any illusion that the contagion can be contained. And this is only the beginning. Mark Lipsitch, a Harvard epidemiologist and the former director of the Center for Communicable Disease Dynamics, estimated that between 40% and 70% of the world's roughly 5 billion adults will contract this virus, which of course was first reported in communist China in late December of yesteryear. Now, our United States reached a turning point over the weekend as cases of the sickness, initially isolated in California, Oregon, and Washington State on the West Coast, were confirmed in Illinois, in the Midwest, and New York, Rhode Island, and Florida on the East Coast. And if I remember correctly, on Monday of Septimania, last week, maybe it was Monday this week, we had 4 new coronavirus deaths that were announced in Washington State, bringing the total of deaths here in these United States to 6, half a dozen by now that I know of. For Americans, the problem is no longer stemming the tide of a foreign pathogen. The emphasis has shifted from stopping them from infecting us to stopping us from infecting each other. There is no American exceptionalism in exposure to coronavirus. In these United States, transmission is likely already far, far wider than the 90 publicly confirmed cases from Monday of either Septimania or this week alone because of United States officials' failure to do sufficient testing. We haven't found hundreds of thousands of cases because we're not looking hard enough. We simply do not have the testing capacity to find out what's going on at all. We've looked largely at people who had a relation to China or high-risk areas. That's too low, by several factors of 10, orders of magnitude. The initial United States response was utterly inadequate. The Chinese government's response in Hubei province, the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak, was more thorough than the approach taken so far in these United States by the Trump administration. In Guangdong province, Chinese health officials tested more than 300,000 patients in so-called fever clinics, where people who think they have a fever of any origin be seen. In contrast, these United States has been testing a handful of isolated cases. Our government's response was something like 1% or less than what China did, which still was not enough by any means. So all we can say is that Asia and Europe have reacted faster to this outbreak. By the way, for some reason I feel compelled to just take a look at the chat room here. And I'm glad to see that people are interacting. And very glad to see that. Very gratified. I thank you all. Going back to some further check on communications here. Let me take a look at what we've got going. I want to thank everyone who is attempting to make their presence known. Always let me know how the quality of the sound is, and if we're still live streaming. Now, when it comes to Asia and Europe, where the reactions have been much more pragmatic, disruptions have still impacted virtually every aspect of public life in Europe and Asia. Selena says she hears me, baby. Thank you, honey. I love you. Okay, and so glad that she's got my back throughout the night in most cases. And say, for instance, when I was talking about how Europe and Asia are still impacted despite the measures that they've taken, the Japanese Empire has closed all schools effective Monday until April, turning away 13 million students and leaving their parents scrambling to figure out what to do with them. On Saturday, baseball games were played without audiences after the Japanese government's order to cancel or postpone sports and entertainment events. Seiya Inoue of the Chiba Lotte Marines, the baseball team in Japan, homered against the Tohoku Rakuten, the Tohoku Rockets Golden Eagles in an empty stadium. Models at the Tokyo Girls Collection strutted down the runway with no one in attendance, and horses at the Nakayama racecourse ran without any spectators. In a sign of the risks ahead, a cruise ship operator in Japan filed for bankruptcy on Monday due to the many cancellations of night cruises that once ferried up to 1,000 people around the sites of Kobe in Japan. The fate of the Summer Olympics in Tokyo is still to be determined yet. In South Korea, the government is considering prosecuting the leader of the Shincheonji Church for Jesus for gross negligence and murder because 60% of the country's more than 4,000 confirmed cases are sect members. By the side, one of the country's most popular musical groups in Korea, BTS, called off tour dates scheduled for April in Seoul, while the American pop punk band, pop punkers, it's Green Day. They're cool. They postponed shows all across Asia, and I don't blame them. In Europe, Italy has quarantined 11 towns, encompassing more than 50,000 people hit by the coronavirus. The Pope himself may have it, but is denying it publicly, while the famed La Scala Opera House in Milan was shuttered down. Despite all these precautions, the number of confirmed cases in Italy shot up by 50%, 100% over this weekend. And on Sunday, the staff of the Louvre, the world's busiest museum, voted to close its doors, owing to a fear that the Paris institution, its tens of thousands of monthly visitors, could become a breeding ground for this virus. Now, France, which has more than 100 cases already, enacted a nationwide ban on all public events bringing together more than 5,000 people. Switzerland banned all events with more than 1,000 attendees, which instantly axed the Geneva Motor Show. In Spain, the Mobile World Congress trade show in Barcelona was canceled. In Germany, where 9 of the country's 16 states have reported cases of the coronavirus, they canceled one of the world's most important travel and tourism trade fairs, due to be held in Berlin. Greece canceled all activities relating to the annual Carnival celebration. I mean, I could go on and on. This is simply what's coming to the foremost of my mind on thought. In the Middle East, Southeast Asia more properly, Iran, in particular, the new coronavirus hotspot, with the highest mortality rate so far in the world. The Chinese may have had more die in numbers, but in proportion to those who contract the virus who actually die, the Iranians are suffering at the highest rates. They went so far as to cancel Friday prayers and closed schools and universities in 24 of their 31 provinces, if I remember right. Saudi Arabia, the guardian of Islam's holy sites, for now, banned all foreign pilgrims. Qatar canceled the motorcycle Grand Prix, which was scheduled to start on Sunday. Morocco confirmed or announced that it was postponing all sports and cultural events, even though it has no confirmed cases at all. Not yet, at least. And, of course, that human piece of shit, paid off by the Red Chinese to say everything was all right for far too long, the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said on Thursday, while the stock markets were in freefall, that this is not a time for fear. This is a time for taking action to prevent infections and save lives now. So on Friday into this weekend, Americans began preparing for possible shutdowns and quarantines. And when the first cases were still 3,000 miles away on the West Coast, several stores in Washington, the District of Columbia, were out of Purell, Clorox wipes, and cleaning gloves, and low on toilet paper and non-perishable goods such as canned vegetables and pasta. The manager at a local Trader Joe's was quoted as saying, "We sold out of every can of beans in the store on Friday night." So, the growing evidence of public panic is to be taken as a positive. Precautionary steps are rational. People are understandably confused, and I myself have been telling people to get bleach and alcohol-related cleansers and several months' supply of medicine and the like. That doesn't mean you'll have to use them, but there'll be a good chance that you will. Behavioral scientists psychologists and epidemiologists be loath to use the word panic. Kathleen Tierney, a sociologist at the Institute of Behavioral Science at the University of Boulder, Colorado, has been quoted as saying, "We prefer to think in terms of behavior in conditions of uncertainty." Baruch Fishkoff, a psychologist at Carnegie Mellon University and a former president of the Society for Risk Analysis, which used to contract with the Department of Defense, said that panic comes in three forms, only one of which applies to the range of reactions to the coronavirus crisis. The most basic form is feeling panicky, which most people feel at some time. It's bad for quality of life, but it's not associated with specific behavior. Most people feel it at some point, but don't act upon it. The second type of panic is allowing stress to overcome normal, reasoned responses. But this too is fairly rare. As demonstrated by research, most people don't lose control of themselves. The idea of mass panic, people running in the streets and abandoning all normal behavior, is the myth of panic. That's the kind of panic you see more in movies than ever in everyday life. In fact, most people band together. An enduring image from the 9/11 attack, the 9/11 collapse of the World Trade Center, is of people running from the scene. But the evacuation from the towers themselves, each with more than 100 floors, was extremely orderly. By comparison, Agris was less vicious. In a horrible situation, people were brave and very orderly. The third type of panic is the type witnessed among people in widely diverse societies since the outbreak of the coronavirus. This includes panic buying and hoarding. It reflects the attitude, better safe than sorry. The good news is that people are lining up, albeit in long lines, in an orderly fashion to buy their groceries. No one is breaking into Trader Joe's to get access to food. So we are not at the level of cinematic panic. And yet, in the negative, this panic buying, reflects a lack of faith in government, which in the Trump administration be understandable, even encouraged. If you don't believe that the people whose job it is, whether elected or appointed or hacked into power by the Russians, to manage a crisis or take care of everyone in a difficult situation, be believable, then you think it's everyone for themselves. Now, that behavior may be ill-informed, but it's still a reasoned response. If you believe that it's possible that people will be locked in their houses for a period of time, as has happened in some places around the world, and you don't know the risk probability and you don't know that people will be taken care of, it's not unreasonable to say, I better take care of myself. People who are buying goods feel that they are buying peace of mind. What is the cost to me if I buy non-perishable goods sooner rather than later? What are the odds that I'll use them, even if I don't like beans very much? History may prove these people right, and they'll end up eating a lot of beans. In the end, however, it's really a reflection of the failure of Trump's leadership. The coronavirus's swift speed and its range of contagion have stunned governments and public health experts. COVID-19 is turning out to be a remarkably intelligent evolutionary adversary. And that was confirmed by the cognitive scientist Samuel Paul Vézier, who wrote for the magazine Psychology Today on Thursday, the day of the market collapse of our descent into economic bloodbath, that COVID-19 is the first intelligent disease humanity has encountered. In contrast, Ebola was a rather stupid virus because it killed its host. The coronavirus is completely different. By exploiting vulnerabilities in human psychology selectively bred by its pathogen ancestors, it has already shut down many of our schools, crashed our stock market, increased social conflict and xenophobia, reshuffled our migration patterns, and is working now to contain us in homogeneous spaces where it can continue to keep spreading sans resistance. The bad news is that people living in densely populated areas are very likely to contract this virus now. If not this year, next year, or the year thereafter as it undergoes its seasonal global migration pattern, because it will be with us now forever. The good news being that most people will not die of it. That may not be reassuring in the uncertain early phases of this new global disease, but it would also be wrong to catastrophize the virus or the reaction thereunto, as I've confirmed with both epidemiologists and psychologists. The stuff of disaster movies is not how people normally react, and I think that will hold as we face the coronavirus pandemic. I, personally, myself, would expect more pro-social behavior rather than anti-social behavior. And maybe lots of shopping. So, this is why I encourage people to continue to plan to come to Mount Shasta. To continue to plan to attend the Living Truth Summit. That be the best way to fight back. Now, of course, the virus is real. This is not a psychological operational construct. You have every right to feel concerned about the coronavirus, more properly referenced, and I encourage this, as COVID-19. And if you are concerned, you know you're not alone. And there be specific measures you can take to protect both yourself and your loved ones. First, avoid close contact with people who are sick. Wash your hands with soap and water regularly. Alcohol's hand sanitizers, they're also effective. Try not to touch your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. And stay home when you are sick. And keep sick children home from school. And when you cough or sneeze, make certain it's into a tissue or at least your elbow. If you use a tissue, wash your hands thereafter. As well, I shouldn't even need to remind people about this. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces. If you're sick or think that you may have come into contact with someone who is sick, just make certain that you share that information with whomever you see as a medical consultant. The chances are that you have the flu or a common cold. Staying home to take care of yourself is one of the best ways to avoid spreading any of these illnesses. And this is where some deconstruction of the myths must be emphasized to bring the light of truth upon this very dark subject. Let's spread facts among this outbreak of fears and rumors. Everyone's talking about and wondering about COVID-19. So I'll give you the answers to some of the more common assertions to better educate your own parents, your own families, your own children, your colleagues, and, of course, if you're a doctor or an emergency medical respondent, your patients. Coronavirus is a family of viruses, of which COVID-19 be but a single strain that typically causes the common cold and upper respiratory symptoms. Now, that means this is a common human virus similar to rhinovirus, meaning nasal virus, the RSV, and parainfluenza, which are all terms that the majority of you are going to be completely unfamiliar with. And so the acronym RSV is respiratory syncytial virus. It's a common and very contagious virus that infects the respiratory tract of most children before their second birthday. For most babies and young children, the infection causes nothing more than a cold. So it's definitely something that during infancy and childhood you should be concerned about. However, you want to be able to disambiguate this from the potential that your child, especially your infant, might have contracted coronavirus, or COVID-19 specifically, which be spread mainly through, like all the rest I've just mentioned, respiratory droplets, coughing and sneezing, though it can be spread by face touching, particularly the eye, with a recently exposed hand. In other words, you shake hands with somebody who has it, then you touch your eyes and nose, and before you know it, well, it's over. So the time of the onset of this virus is what makes it so dangerous. Between 48 hours or 20 days to a fortnight, 14 days from exposure. So, God, it's practically forever that this thing takes before it manifests symptoms in yourself, with most patients exhibiting little to no symptoms whatsoever. Therefore, able to bring it home to babies. You may not want to hand your baby over to even your own mother-in-law to touch and handle. But if your mother-in-law is a shut-in and stays home most of the time anyway, there shouldn't be too much to worry about. Unless she's exposed by visitors like you. It all kind of feeds on itself. With so many fears from the general public, then emergency departments get flooded by well-meaning but ill-informed patients dreading the worst about COVID-19. So, let's deal with the first of these myths. The reality of this strain and its impact is bad enough. Remember that in terms of mythification, the first concern of anyone is that COVID-19 is going to kill you. The truth is that COVID-19 is a type of coronavirus, much like SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, and MERS, the Middle East respiratory syndrome, but it's got a much lower fatality rate, which is bad enough at 3.5%. But it's versus 10% with SARS and 35% with MERS, respectively. COVID-19 is more highly transmissible, but not as deadly. You have higher rates of dying from influenza. As of February 15th, which is just 2 weeks ago, 2020 CDC estimates put the influenza as impacting 29 million patients and resulting in 13 million physician visits, 280,000 hospitalizations, and 16,000 deaths. That would be about 105 pediatric deaths, or 105 children too many dying from influenza, as compared to COVID-19, as of February 24th. Now, I'm looking up these stats now but for all intents and purposes, a few days agone, in which we had 75,569 cases in China at the time, 14 cases in the United States then, with 2,239 deaths in China at the time and only a few deaths in the U.S., comparatively speaking. While COVID-19 does not seem to be infecting the pediatric population as much as adults, influenza in the year 2019 through 2020 season seems to be particularly severe, with very high pediatric hospitalizations and death rates compared to any season past. So get your goddamn flu shot. The take home from this is that we've got to keep these numbers in perspective, and you've got to get your fucking flu shot, and more than that, make certain your kids have it. Now, the other myth is, of course, that we're all at risk of serious illness. The truth is that elderly patients, particularly with lung comorbidities, and adult smokers, seem to be at significant risk of severe or critical illness, but children and healthy younger adults seem to have a milder course of this. The other myth that I've brought up before is that masks will help protect average people from contracting this disease. Now, masks are to prevent suspected individuals from spreading the disease. That's what they're used for. While masks are now ubiquitous in public in China, Taiwan, and the Philippines, they're not designed to protect the wearer, but rather to trap the wearer's respiratory droplets from infecting everyone around them. Their effectiveness is largely unknown. The World Health Organization is recommending surgical masks because N95 respirators are not generally available around the world. The other myth being that N95 respirators will help protect average people from contracting this disease. The truth is that the CDC, our own Center for Disease Control, is recommending people not wear N95 respirators in public. It's true that a properly fitted N95 mask sealed around the chin, mouth, and nose can block out about 95% of airborne particles from being inhaled. That's probably going to cut down on COVID transmissions in controlled, limited healthcare encounters, but fitting and sealing the mask properly takes some work. Breathing in and out through the thick N95 respirator mask is also work. Now, if you've got hospital staff wearing this, they need to take breaks and take the mask off frequently. Wearing a respirator for long periods of time and frequently adjusting the respirator with one's fingers may well negate any protective effect whatsoever. Now, then you've got this other myth that, you have to shave your beard now. Say if you're taking care of COVID patients and you're a health professional. Now, there is PAPR, P-A-P-R. It's all uppercase letters. It's an acronym for Powered Air Purifying Respirator. It ought to be available to anyone in an emergency department. A lot of hospitals stocked up during the Ebola epidemic of 2014. The sequence to secure the rechargeable battery to one's person and then properly donning the head covering is more elaborate than an N95 respiratory, and the level of protection is actually higher. The papers, the PAPRs, they're HEPA, as it's known, which is kind of a protective acronym. It's a official acronym for, what was it for? Let me look this one up. It was HEPA. It was high efficiency particulate air. It was a high efficiency particulate absorbing and high efficiency particulate arrestants. That's another acronym that I've seen from the old DoD days. It's an efficiency standard of air filter. So the filters meeting the HEPA standard must satisfy certain levels of efficiency. And it's a type of mechanical air filter. It works by forcing air through a fine mesh that traps harmful particles such as pollen, pet dander, dust mites, and tobacco smoke. And so when you're talking about that, it's capable of filtering 99.97% of 3-micron diameter particles. So honestly, that's the kind of thing that'll suck up any of the hair follicles falling out of anyone's beard. If you get to that point where you're shaving your beard, why would you keep the hair on your head at all? You'd be shaving your head. So don't trip off it. And anybody who starts stockpiling masks and taking antibiotics, literally self-administering or self-medicating with antibiotics, neither of these actions are going to help. Antibiotics have no effect on viruses. Prevention is important. Wash your fucking hands. Cough or sneeze into your arm, not your hands. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth, which makes it more likely to spread germs into yourself. from outside. And avoid contact with other sick people if you get sick yourself, or avoid contact with them unless you're a care provider. Clean objects before you touch them, like shopping cart handles or computer keyboards. You've got to clean them before you touch, or wear gloves. And preparation's so important. Consider what you would do in the event of a large-scale shutdown. Consider certain areas of Italy that have banned gatherings at most public places, including museums, schools, bars, and restaurants, to avoid transmission of this virus. How would you get by if stores were all closed? The CDC has a checklist of emergency preparedness supplies that will be wise for yourself to review. Take a look at the CDC checklist of emergency preparedness supplies. Review it. Recommendations include at least 3 days of food and water for each person in your home, medical supplies and medications, basic tools, batteries, phone chargers, extra clothing, and rain gear. Now, there's the myth that it's not safe to go to spaces where people with coronavirus have been occupying. While we still don't know how long it takes for coronavirus to clear from the air in a room, CDC studies on other pathogens show that clearance rate of airborne pathogens from the air in a room is in part determined by airflow rate, or how many air changes per hour occur in that room. The more ventilation that occurs, the less time it takes to remove airborne pathogens. For 99% of an airborne containment to be removed, or contaminant, I mean to say, to be removed from a room, it takes 28 minutes of ventilation, if there be the equivalent of 10 air changes in the room per hour. That's what that would equal, 28 minutes of ventilation. So that's, enough. It takes more than 2 hours, or 138 minutes, to remove 99% of airborne pathogens if there are only 2 changes. Air changes, that is, in a room per hour. So, that means air circulation is of preeminent consideration when you decide whether to follow someone else into where they've been. You don't get much air circulation in many booths or stalls in bathrooms, for instance. So, do consider that, and whether it's worth the risk to relieve yourself in a public facility. See if the fan is operating in the restroom before you even breathe. And keep that in mind when you're sitting in the emergency departmental waiting room, or more commonly riding the subway. And of course, I can't believe I've heard this from people, but there's people who have expressed concern that they might catch coronavirus from their dog. Well, probably not. The World Health Organization, and if you're into tabloid news, experts interviewed by People magazine, say that there isn't any evidence of animal-to-human transmission of coronavirus. But Chinese scientists and epidemiologists working on the coronavirus confirmed that mammal-to-mammal transmission is possible. And in addition, the first confirmed case of coronavirus was recently documented in a Pomeranian dog from Hong Kong. Now, just to be on the safe side, don't go kissing your animals on the lips. Oh, and veterinarians have recommended against masks for dogs, even though puppy PPE, they do have masks for them, the PPE, they're becoming commonplace in China, where, of course, many people do have pet dogs, just like they do in the United States. So for those who don't know the acronym again that I've just referenced, the PPE is it's personal protective equipment, and they do have that for dogs. It's equipment worn to minimize exposure to hazards that cause serious workplace injuries, for instance. PPE can refer to anything. It's clothing. Personal protective equipment is protective clothing, helmets, goggles, or other garments or equipment designed to protect the wearer's body from injury or infection. The hazards addressed by protective equipment include physical, electrical, heat, chemicals, biohazards, and airborne particulate matter. So it's a safety and health topic, but if I see dogs starting to wear this shit in the United States, I'll know that the lunatics have taken over the asylum. Now, of course, there is the far more offensive question where we come down to the worse than disease aspect of this entire crisis. When people are saying we should avoid using Chinese products to minimize the chance of catching COVID-19. Now, on the chance that you're still a little concerned that Chinese manufactured products may pose a risk for developing a COVID-19 infection, you'll need to stop taking all your medications. Because according to the pharmaceutical industry itself, the overwhelming majority of United States imports of medicine, that would include all ibuprofen, hydrocortisone, and acetaminophen or Tylenol, that's all from China. And 80% of all the antibiotics deployed in these United States are produced in Red China. China is the main, and in all too many cases, the only supplier of active ingredients used in formulating medications, and is confirmed the sole supplier of ingredients used to make vancomycin, as one example where you can't get anything that's not made in China. So, you're fucked. Just keep taking your goddamn Chinese meds, okay? Because you're going to need them to survive this crisis. And you're probably not going to get COVID-19 from them. Now, say one's involved in the medical industry, which many people are. What can you do? Know that hospitals have been working on infectious disease-related surge capacity issues for 20 years. So it's time to involve your hospital administration, dust off the playbook, make certain there's a way to prioritize your negative pressure rooms, and discuss resource allocation. Get to know your county and state public health officials. They can help divert patients, provide appropriate discharge instructions, and facilitate protocol development. And most of all, protect your staff. Make sure everyone knows how to don or doff properly. That means dress or non-dress. And there's CDC, Center of Disease Control links for all of that on the internet for guidance on the donning and doffing process. Share it with your teams. But it brings us to the major point. What does Beijing itself, the capital of the Communist Chinese Empire, believe about the coronavirus? What do we make of China's virus messaging? And as the coronavirus spreads globally, Red China is keen to convince the world that things are getting back to normal within their borders behind the Great Wall. But the message that all is well is undercut by the tightening lockdown in Beijing itself, where streets remain empty, and many offices and factories are required to have no more than 30% of their employees physically at work at any given time. For CHICOM, or Chinese Communist officials, protecting the party leadership from infection is clearly the highest priority they have. Deaths in Beijing appear to matter more than deaths elsewhere, so the response there be a telling vision of what the government really believes about the coronavirus that they spew out so much propaganda about in terms of its being on the mend. The economic outlook in Red China remains dire. The services sector may be hit just as hard as manufacturing, with new data showing an all-time low in consumer confidence. The figures look very bad, especially considering that long delay times caused by inactivity are still factored into the index as a sign of positive growth. Usually delays are the result of busy factories. There is little sign yet of any recovery, and migrant workers are still stranded and unlikely to return to work anytime soon. All of this that we see about, we're getting less and less deaths in Red China, it's all communist data faking. The CHICOM governmental pressure to show that business activity is resuming has produced surreal scenes. with some local officials ordering factories to turn on machines to make it look like production is taking place, and reporting fictitious data to top officials. Such distortion is a part of the Chinese corruption system itself, instituted by the communists, that the central government is well aware of but finds impossible to fight. What be critical is that similar distortions are likely taking place with the coronavirus epidemic data itself. It's a propaganda push. The Red Chinese government has shifted towards tacitly endorsing conspiracy theories that blame the United States for COVID-19. On Monday this week, I saw theories being circulated on social media by the Chi Coms. Not censored, but circulated by the Red Party itself. Today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson, Zhao Lijian, said during a press conference that though the first cases were detected in China, it's not clear that the virus originated in China. China wants to promote itself as the savior, not the cause, of this virus. It's even looking to fund an alternative to the World Health Organization to push that idea. All while the South Korean outbreak grows. With over 5,000 coronavirus cases, South Korea is officially the hardest hit country outside of Red China itself. But its government is trying a very different approach, relying on civil society and voluntary cooperation instead of lockdowns. South Korea has deployed state power against members of the religious cult at the center of this outbreak to get them to hand over information. South Korea's data is far more transparent than Red China's, making it difficult to compare the two cases. So how many asymptomatic cases are there? Meaning people who don't manifest symptoms. China's official figures leave a major unanswered question. How many asymptomatic cases of the virus are there out there, and is the country recording them properly? Asymptomatic patients are not included in the tally of cases, and the Chinese Communist government claims that they are only 1.5% of total infections. But figures from the Japanese Empire and the South Korean Republic suggest the real figure may be closer to between 10 and 20%, and data obtained by the media outlet Caixin, the only source worth trusting in Red China, suggests that Chinese provinces are fixing the real figures, cooking the books. And why aren't the migrant workers returning to work? China's quarantine measures have put anyone who travels under the eye of the state, which is the last place the average rural worker, often without official ID, ever wants to be. For those migrating for factory work, the risks be increased. It's difficult to find accommodation. There be chance of being quarantined for weeks without income, and healthcare access be limited, if not impossible. Plus, the crowded living conditions for most workers are like a petri dish of infection. They're the perfect breeding grounds for pandemic. It's no wonder people are staying in the villages. And there's a decline in enrollment here. United States colleges have relied on income from communist Chinese students for decades. But with U.S. visas harder to come by and the coronavirus restricting travel, continued enrollment is looking shaky. The number of Chinese students in the United States was falling before the virus due to the trade war. The outbreak has already resulted in some courses that aimed at mainlanders from Red China being slashed entirely. And when it comes to tech and business, 5G, we've got digital quarantine. China has rolled out a color-coded quarantine system across the country, with citizens' movements now restricted by an opaque algorithm and shared between the government and the e-commerce giant Alibaba. This type of system could end up staying in place and being exploited for other purposes beyond this viral outbreak. As the United States showed after 9/11, governments be reluctant to roll back security measures once they be enforced. But Red China's new measures could be full of errors. And in terms of the airline impacts, China's shady Hainan Airlines, already facing financial difficulties, has been taken over by a special government group amid the coronavirus outbreak. Hainan is likely the first of many. China has had a recent air travel boom, and airlines are the primary victims of travel fears. The virus is already hitting the global industry, and with bookings falling sharply worldwide last week following a downturn in Asia, all Chinese airlines are likely to become like United States Postal Service Airlines or something, a kind of government mercantile service. And the real estate has plummeted. Since Wuhan's quarantine began on January 23rd, home sales in China have plummeted by 90% compared with the same time last year. Nobody is moving house. Nobody is looking for new office space. And nothing is being built. That's a big problem because every Chinese company of scale is really a real estate company. Firms from airlines to film studios tie up their wealth in property. Now, before we get to the 11th hour post-meridium in the Pacific, I want to remind everyone that this is going to change our world here in real estate too. Here in these United States, almost everybody who has any property is a senior citizen. And COVID-19 has got a fatality ratio of 3.5%. Now, while that's lower than SARS and MERS and the other coronaviruses, while that's lower than the influenza, that's absolute disaster that will manifest in the world as you know it coming to an end. Let me try and put this into perspective. When it comes to fatality ratios, there are 7 billion people on planet Earth with a 1% fatality ratio. And the known fact that definitively 60% of people on planet Earth are going to contract this disease, you're talking about 70 million people dead, to be realistic. That's World War I fatality ratios. The same amount of people who died in World War I. We know it's above 1%. At the conservative ratio, the kill rate of 12%, you're talking 140 million people dead, which is the equivalent of World War II fatality ratios. Actually, these ratios for World War I and World War II are understated by orders of magnitude, as I have said. So that brings us to the 3.5%. We're talking many millions dead. Your world economy is going to change. One example would be your average person, like the guest I had, last month, who asked to be on, Justin White, lives with his family up in Canada. Like all these people who live with their families. The former executive producer, the sleazy scumbag going on a charm offensive named Pavel Edward, lives with his family up in Canada in their home. None of your young boys out there have the incentive or the mental capacity or the professionalism to work to the point where they can buy a home. They're too fucked up. They're too alcoholic. They're too pot-addled. They can't do shit. Because of that, they cannot maintain a home. What's going to happen when all the elderly die off? This will essentially be a jaricide. The mass majority of the elderly will die. And when that happens, all of these homes, you've got the average case, you've got your average boy, your super adolescent man-child, and boy chick is out there basically scrabbling by, barely able to pay rent. He's hand-to-mouth, he's flying by the seat of his pants, he's just this far from living on the streets. Then his parents, who own 2-3 homes and property, while he's in the city working his ass off and not making it at all. They'll die off and he gets suddenly 2 homes, 3. This is not a good thing. He has no money to maintain these houses. Who's going to buy the homes? The only people who buy the homes are the elderly, looking for new homes to live in, selling the old homes. Nobody else can fucking afford it, statistically or demographically. He's got no one to sell the homes to. He's got no money to maintain the homes. He's stuck as a squatter in a bunch of homes that are going to become so run down, it's as if he's living in the streets. These homes will suffer breakdown. You're going to have rooms where there's no electricity. The lights have gone off. You're going to have rooms where there's no running water. These homes will be so dilapidated by the time that any market recovers that they're all going to be money pits. Do-it-yourselfer jobs, DIY jobs, do-it-yourselfers. They're going to be fixer-uppers. Yeah, you know what? Most of them are going to have to be torn down and bulldozed and reconstructed from the ground fucking up. Because there'll be so much damage due to erosion, the elements, the lack of ability to maintain anything other than maybe cleaning the gutters if pot-headed alcoholic gets any ambition. These homes are doomed. Property is going to suffer a collapse in these United States, as it will in Red China. And our world will be a different place. Why, just think back on the stock market bloodbath that took place on Thursday of Yester Septimania, just last week. A pandemic is more than a disease. It tests a society's health systems, its government and politicians, and its economy. Thursday was a stock market bloodbath in America. And then markets went on pace for their worst week since the financial collapse of 2008. The coronavirus has wiped out 5 trillion United States dollars off global stocks as it spread to new countries. Fears about the continued spread of the coronavirus have taken a devastating toll on global markets. In these United States, that stock market sell-off erased more than 2 trillion United States dollars in wealth in a matter of days and sent the Dow Jones plummeting 1,191 points on Thursday, marking the biggest one-day drop in the index's fucking history. Asia-Pacific markets like the Japanese Empire's Nikkei and South Korea's Kospi have also steadily fallen. Experts say the virus, which has infected more than 83,000 people at that time and killed at least 2,800 worldwide by then, is ushering in an economic pandemic. Meanwhile, the coronavirus has reached sub-Saharan Africa, where no one be prepared, with the first case reported in Lagos, Nigeria. Lithuania, Belarus, and New Zealand have also reported their first cases. In these United States, my own golden state of California announced it be monitoring some 8,400 people for this virus. And yet, President Trump has tried to temper fears of a major American outbreak. During a White House news conference on Friday into this weekend, he said, "It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear." This is not the declaration of anyone facing reality. This is a madman lost in a dream. He's shown us how to destroy a government on behalf of a hostile foreign power. Trump was supposed to be surrounded by adults, but now they're all gone. The president has won his war against American institutions. In 3 years of contra leadership, anti-leader status, Donald Trump has successfully and methodically transformed his administration into a thin layer of political loyalists on top of a cowed bureaucracy. A government composed of yes people, ass kissers. A government is always composed of human beings, and this was the flaw in what
has been propagandized as a brilliant design by our framers. Trump learned how to exploit that flaw. The flaw of humanity. The immediate disintegration upon his entry into the office of the executive of all norms and safety measures, instilled in throughout government, betold by the stories of those who tried to protect such. Some of the people like Andrew McCabe, Mary Yovanovitch, and others whose attempts to stand up to an iron-willed, dictatorial Russian puppet president made them targets for public humiliation. Such stories be all too familiar. Others, like Erica Newland, a former Department of Justice attorney advisor whose attempts to maintain the standards of the Constitution itself proved alarmingly futile. And their stories are unheard of. But they all share something in common. They placed their loyalty for the country above their loyalty to the president, and for that lost whatever power they had. And now a new whistleblower says that our United States government helped spread the coronavirus. These be some serious allegations. I hate that term whistleblower, but this person, none of these people come up to my level of public informant, which is practically a professional whistleblower who's got so much to blow the whistle on, they can make a career of it. Almost no one is Douglas Dietrich. But a whistleblower has come forward with some serious allegations claiming that the United States government helped spread the deadly COVID-19 outbreak inside American borders by breaking protocol. That be according to an exclusive report by the Washington Post and a follow-up by the New York Times I've been cross-referencing. It's an accusation that will likely cause problems for the White House, which is already struggling to find a consistent message about the ongoing outbreak. This whistleblower alleges that she, we know her gender, was unfairly and improperly reassigned after ringing alarm bells that more than a dozen healthcare workers from the Administration for Children and Families, the ACF, were deployed by the Department of Health and Human Services, which is acronymous as HHS, to quarantined areas in which COVID-19 patients coming from Wuhan, China, the epicenter of this outbreak, were being processed. And according to this whistleblower, the HHS, the Health and Human Services workers, did not receive adequate training and did not bring appropriate protective gear or PPE, potentially putting them in danger of becoming infected and thereby infecting others. The workers were in contact with evacuees in quarantined areas at Travis Air Force Base here in my known Golden Bear Republic of California and March Air Reserve Base. This per the complaint. The whistleblower wrote that appropriate steps were not taken to quarantine, monitor, or even test the workers during their deployment and upon their return home. I'm quoting from the Post. One of the whistleblower's lawyers, Lauren Naylor, told the Post that the ACF workers were allowed to leave quarantined areas and return to their communities where they have spread the coronavirus unto others. And according to the Post, several workers within HHS voiced objections over sending the unprepared ACF workers. The workers were also never tested for COVID-19 since they didn't meet the criteria at the time. And the whistleblower asserts that concerns over the ACF workers' health were dismissed by administration officials as detrimental to Trump staff morale. And that concerned employees were accused of not being team players on Team Trump. That by being concerned about public health issues, they were traitors to the Republican cause, as quoted by the New York Times. So the Republicans are out to kill you. I've said this forever by now. If you don't get it by now, that these same right-wing moralizing bastards who tell you the government is out to kill you are now the ones trying to kill you themselves. You see where the real evil lies. You've always been told by the alternative right that the government is out to kill you. Now that they're in power, they are trying to realize that psychotic fantasy. And ominously, the whistleblower report, coming shortly after the first community transmission of the deadly virus observed in these United States, was confirmed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention early this morning. In other words, this is the first infected person in country who was not known to have traveled anywhere linked to an outbreak. That means they picked up the virus in these United States behind American borders instead of abroad. And that connects to the whistleblower story. This is circumstantial evidence. And that patient is from Solano County, the same county as Travis Air Force Base. Even though that person has no connection to the airbase. So, there be no coincidence in this case. The Satanists tell you that. George Norrie always says, there are no coincidences. Well, in the name of the anti-gods, George Norrie knows, as well as I, that this is the Republicans out to kill the majority of Americans and leave only the right-wing white boys to run what's left of the world to the fucking ground. So, the political spin of these right-wing extremists, the constitutional fundamentalists, be indicative of what will make coronavirus the killer it's going to be. Because political spin has always worsened epidemics. When I take a look at the video that we produced with Crystal River, and I check into my channel and look at the thread of commentary, where I was citing what Christine Joanna Hart was saying earlier, while our man Peter Moon was still with us, I noticed that Signum Crucis, or Crucis, said, incredible, I could feel that. He was responding to what Our Lady Crystal River was saying in the 7th minute and 24-second timestamp. He said the leaders seem confused and like they know this and they are exploiting it, as Douglas says. Well, there you have that. He's actually, shall we say, inspiring me to articulate further upon this crisis. That'll take us back in history. The virulent germ we now call the Spanish flu, via misnomer, in reality the American Army flu, the weaponized avian flu that ended World War I, was bioengineered by the primitive technology of the day, more properly referenced as technique, to strike at a diabolical moment in the history of politics and propaganda. The previous spring, in April of 1917, the United States entered the First World War, and President Woodrow Wilson launched a dubious campaign to shore up popular support and suppress criticism. He established the Committee on Public Information, World War I's version of the OWI, or the Office of War Information, which, as Peter Moon said, has been running the American mind since that day it was incepted. The World War I variant, whose chairman, George Creel, set out to promote what he called propaganda in the true sense of the word, meaning the propaganda of faith, that was compounded by President Wilson also signing the Sedition Act, which criminalized, quote-unquote, disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government or anything else that might impede the total war effort. The government put up posters around the country urging citizens to report anyone who spreads pessimistic stories. In early 1918, the virus, which would eventually kill more people than all the military deaths of both world wars combined, infected a large number of men at Camp Funston, the Army base in Kansas, and spread rapidly to other bases. This was intentional. They were the vectors to carry it to Europe. But there was blowback, just as that blowback which destroyed the Mongol Empire after their intentional deployment of bioweaponized Black Plague, literally launched via cadaver catapult. With the Americans, their canton or military cantonment incepted infestation slipped into the civilian world, and public health officials lied for the war effort, for the propaganda machine that President Wilson had created. Now, John M. Barry exposed this years agone in his magisterial sweeping history of this pandemic entitled The Great Influenza. Exempli gratiae. A Navy ship carried the virus to Philadelphia, and sailors started dying. But the city's public health director, a political appointee named Wilmer Cruson, dismissed it as old-fashioned influenza, or the grip, as they used to call it. And as the toll grew, Cruson assured the public that the city was on track to nip the epidemic in the bud. And some news organizations became allies in maintaining this facade. A headline in the Inquirer declared, "Scientific nursing halting epidemic," when in fact local hospitals were collapsing under the crush of new cases. The week of that headline, 4,579 people in Philadelphia died of the flu. In New York and Los Angeles, officials gave similarly false assurances until the reality became inescapable. Cities and towns were running out of coffins. The clergy started patrolling the streets with carts, calling on the public to bring out their dead, as if it were the Dark Ages of Europe and the Black Plague were on North America in the midst of global war. Eventually, we be told that it was named the Spanish flu not because it originated in Spain, but because their king, Alfonso the 18th, I forget his exact number. By the way, just so you know it, the reason that this is so symbolic to the Americans is because they know that if we were to reestablish the Roman Empire, the heir to the throne of the Caesars would be the King of Spain. And therefore, the Americans had always tried to wipe out the royal family of the House of Spain. And therefore, when Alfonso the 13th died, the Americans felt they had won World War I. They thought the royal house would soon fall with him. The throne would be abdicated. But the Spanish held on. And then the Americans supported the communists in Spain with their Abraham Lincoln brigades, whereas the fascists supplied the Spanish phalangists, who maintained the royal house through to this day. The assaults on the Spanish royal house be because they be the heirs to Rome. And when Alfonso XIII died, the Spanish press was not bound by restrictions against reporting it, and for that reason, it was considered almost an honorarium in memoriam to his passing that we came to using the term popularly Spanish flu. This needs to be overturned. The Royal House of Spain has survived in España, and Americans need to know this was an American Army flu and referenced as such in all the documents I destroyed. But throughout history, diseases have posed an unsparing test of political leaders and their fidelity to the facts. According to Howard Markle, a medical historian at the University of Michigan, from the political to the purely mercenary, secrecy has almost always contributed to the further spread of pandemic and hindered any effective public health management. In 1892, the German government hid and thus exacerbated a cholera epidemic out of fear that sealing the port of Hamburg would be an economic disaster. Circa 1982, as AIDS was increasingly identified among communities of gay men, the U.S. CDC, or our own United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, declared it an epidemic. But when President Ronald Reagan's spokesman, Larry Speakes, was asked to comment about it during press briefings, he made jokes. Ronald Reagan finally was forced to speak publicly about the disease in September of 1985. And by that time, entire communities had died. This year, in the first months of the coronavirus epidemic, governments in multiple countries have tried to shape the truth in order to maintain control and deflect criticism. In the Communist Chinese Empire itself, after Li Wenliang, the doctor in Wuhan, drew attention to this new disease, suffering as he did from police criticism for his quote-unquote spreading rumors, underwent injustice after injustice until he finally died from the virus, with the Chinese Communist government censoring online posts demanding free speech. Even weeks after the virus emerged and started to spread, the local government in Wuhan, China, ordered news organizations to suppress the information and allowed an estimated 5 million people to leave their city before it was placed under quarantine. Finally, all too late, on the 22nd of January, by that time all of China was burning with a fever. And in Iran, the new epicenter of coronavirus, the national government maintained as recently as Tuesday, but yesterday, that only 12 people had died of the virus, even though a local health official from Guam had told reporters that, in his city alone, 100 people had died from it. In a moment of cruel farce, on Monday, the day before yesterday opening this work week, Iran's deputy health minister, Iraj Harirchi, appeared on television to downplay the risks, even as he coughed and wiped his brow with a towel. That evening, he learned he himself tested positive for COVID-19. When the coronavirus reached these United States in earnest this month, it became entangled instantly in political posturing and manipulation. On Monday, opening this work week, after the market bloodbath that crashed our economy, which had been riding on air, Rush Limbaugh, the man Trump awarded the Medal of Freedom, this white trash piece of shit, favored by President Trump with the bestowal of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, placing him, the original hate monger, on par with Martin Luther King Jr., told his audience, "It looks like the coronavirus is being weaponized as yet another element to bring down Donald Trump. Now, I want to tell you the truth about the coronavirus. The coronavirus is just the common cold, folks." These are the Republican right people. These are the people who want you and your children dead. That there be no future for anyone other than the cancers like Rush Limbaugh. A man who contracted cancer? I say the nay. The cancer contracted Rush Limbaugh. And on Tuesday, as stock markets collapsed around the world, Larry Kudlow, the white trash right-wing pundit, who now serves as the White House National Economic Council Director, told NBC, "We have contained this. I won't say airtight, but it's pretty close to airtight." Well, investors were not reassured. Stock markets continued to fall, especially after Kudlow's optimism was undercut by comments from Nancy Maisonier, the head of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, who warned Americans to prepare for a period of working remotely, teleschooling, and other measures to prevent the spread of this pandemic disease. And by midweek, the administration was straining to rebut warnings from public health experts. Trump is denying our own doctors. He tweeting, "Low ratings, fake news, MSDNC, Comcast, and CNN are doing everything possible to make the coronavirus look as bad as possible, including panicking markets if possible. Likewise, their incompetent, do-nothing Democrat comrades are all talk, no action. USA in great shape." But the concern was coming not only from Democrats. And on Tuesday, when Chad Wolf, the acting Homeland Security Secretary, testified at a Senate budget hearing, he described the death rate from the coronavirus as similar to that of the flu, although in fact the coronavirus appears to be more lethal. Senator John Kennedy, a Louisiana Republican, rebuked him. "You're supposed to keep us safe, and the American people deserve some straight answers on the coronavirus, and I'm not getting them from you." So unless you toe the Republican Party line and cover the disease as the Chinese Communist Party did to protect not even their constituency, but only their party comrades and the elite, then you shall be decried. And facing bipartisan criticism, the administration has finally asked Congress for an emergency $2.5 billion United States dollars to fight COVID-19. The Trump administration is also under pressure to fill vacancies that it has created in the government institutions capable of handling this emergency. During the past 20 years, Trump cut the federal ranks of experts involved with infectious disease emergencies to zero. We have no one left to lead us. No doctors left to diagnose your disease, with people instead claiming it does not exist. In February of 2018, the CDC announced plans to stop epidemic prevention work in 39 out of 49 countries that it was monitoring and supporting, leaving 10 priority countries. China was not among them. In May of 2018, John Bolton, then National Security Advisor, disbanded the Global Health Security Team at the National Security Council. Top officials left, and the posts were never refilled. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, called on Trump to appoint a czar for the federal response, an independent, nonpartisan global health expert with real expertise. Instead, today, Trump appointed the vice president, Mike Pence, to oversee the effort. One of Pence's first moves, as reported in the New York Times was to tighten control of coronavirus messaging by government health officials and scientists, directing them to coordinate all statements and public appearances through his office in the White House. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the respected director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, who has advised 6 presidents, told associates that the White House had instructed him not to say anything else sans clearance. The White House is loaded with communists that are using red tactics to deny you the truth. Circa 2017, approaching the 100th anniversary of the American Army influenza pandemic, propagandized as the Spanish flu, John M. Barry, the author of that magisterial work that I cited, The Great Influenza, so wrote that the most important lesson from 1918 is to tell the truth. Though that idea is incorporated into every preparedness plan I knowest of, its actual implementation will depend on the character and leadership of the people in charge when a crisis erupts. And by the end of yestermenses, but last month, in the last days of February, as the virus reached farther into the United States and infected the heartland, Trump was squaring off against an unfamiliar kind of problem, one that is largely immune to the willful disregard for facts. A germ be insensitive to the powers of spin. It be a problem that can't be fudged by scribbling with a Sharpie on a map. How the administration performs is likely to be a historic test of not only its capacity to function, but also of the government's resilience after 3 years of Trump's Contra leadership. Regardless of political orientation, every American should be rooting for the Trump administration to get this right. But Trump's biggest test to come from COVID-19 will be the fact that if voters find the president's response to be lacking, it will cost him the election. The ultimate test of Donald Trump's presidency be a virus whose name he misspelled in a tweet, claiming that it is not nearly as bad as the media is making it out to be. And Trump's press conference today did not reassure public health experts that he now has any greater grasp of the peril that COVID-19, which be caused by coronavirus, represents to the American people, the economy, and his presidency, the end of the world as we know it. At today's press conference, Trump made no mention of the current case toll, which yesterday rose to 60 infections in these United States. 45 of those cases be American passengers from the Diamond Princess cruise ship who have been flown directly back to North America sans any quarantine under direct orders of Trump himself. And Trump did not say that the latest case in a person from Northern California, the rural area where we've got country, who hadn't traveled to a coronavirus hotspot or had come into contact with anyone who had, was the first suggestion that the coronavirus may now be circulating, at least in one community in these United States, a sign that the pool of infections must be growing. Instead, Trump, rather than acknowledging that reality, pontificated, "As most of you know, the level that we've had in our country is very low. Those people are getting better. Or we think that in almost all cases, they are getting better. We have a total of 15. We took in some from Japan. You heard about that because they are American citizens. They are in quarantine and they're getting better too." For a public health expert who recognizes the magnitude of the threat that COVID-19 represents, the president's performance was terrifying. When I consulted the epidemiologist Greg Gonsalves of Yale University. Yesterday, Thursday, while the markets collapsed and the bubble burst on all the rising numbers that Trump was relying on to get him elected again, Greg Gonsalves said Trump was absolutely unhinged. He had no command of facts. He was rambling. It was astounding. Well, I told him I didn't find anything surprising in it. That's just Trump every time he opens his fucking mouth. I can't understand how this just became evident to you. The president's remarks climaxed days of mixed messages that spooked the financial markets he so depends upon, sending the stock market itself sinking into correction territory. On Thursday, U.S. stocks suffered their biggest point loss in all recorded history. And any drop in the Dow Jones poses a threat to a president whose re-election hopes hinge largely on a strong economy. Goldman Sachs analyst Ben Snyder and his colleagues wrote a report that only now is circulating, just coming out tonight on Eventide, in which they state if the coronavirus epidemic materially affects U.S. economic growth, it may increase the likelihood of Democratic victory in the 2020 election. The epidemic also gives Trump's Democratic opponents an opportunity to showcase their leadership skills in times of crisis. Former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg today aired a 30-second television ad excoriating Trump for his response to coronavirus and highlighting his own management of events that occurred during his tenure, including the aftermath of 9/11. He himself, of course, echoing, actually parroting, if not outright plagiarizing, the words of the epidemiologist Dr. Gonsalves, saying, President Trump's press conference was absolutely unhinged. Trump had no command of facts. He was rambling. It was astounding. And political analysts say the situation could help former Vice President Joe Biden, who has staked his candidacy on his competence and electability. Biden can point to his time in the White House during another public health emergency, the Ebola epidemic of 2014. Even the United States Chamber of Commerce, which has been supportive of Trump, urged the president to appoint a czar to coordinate the government's response to protect Americans from the coronavirus, saying the country needs clear accountability and database guidance so the public and American businesses can take the proper precautions to mitigate impact. And yet, as I said, later that day, Trump appoints Vice President Mike Pence to run the coronavirus task force that has been meeting since the virus emerged, and this infuriated Alex Azar, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, for all too understandable reasons. Trump has praised Pence for his public health policies as governor of Indiana, saying they were the envy of other states. Gonsalves takes issue with that characterization, saying Pence's record in Indiana was a public health disaster, stripping thousands from the Medicaid rolls and opposing a needle exchange program for opioid abusers that might have prevented 250 people in the grip of addiction from becoming affected with HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus. With COVID-19, Pence will have his hands full. Just 12 months after China reported the first cases to the World Health Organization on December 31st, the last day of last year, the World Health Organization has confirmed well over 80,000 cases and 3,000 deaths from this virus. Since then, nearly 40 countries are reporting cases and the virus is still spreading. 80% of the cases are mild, the experts do tell us, but that makes them more difficult to detect. 10 days agone, not a single case had been reported in Iran. Since then, Iran has reported 129 cases with 18 deaths, centered in the holy city of Qom, a popular site for pilgrims traveling for thousands of miles to visit its temples and shrines. 12 cases have been reported in Pakistan, which promptly closed its border with Iran. Germany reports that the virus has begun spreading undetected from person to person at the community level. Brazil yesterday reported its first case, the first in all Latin America. Saudi Arabia suspended travel to Mecca and Medina. Japan began instituting social controls, urging people to avoid congregating and, whenever possible, to work from home. The Japanese Empire said it would close its schools until April. Researchers estimate that every person infected with COVID-19 spreads the virus to 2 to 3 others. After 10 generations, each lasting about a week, a single individual can infect more than 3,500 people, who may or may not be symptomatic and may be capable of infecting others. Dr. Michael Osterholm, director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research at the University of Minnesota, and writer Mark Olshaker, have so confirmed all that I've said in the New York Times. The death rate most certainly be higher than 2%, which itself be higher than the flu, which causes from, 69,000 deaths each year. On Wednesday, Trump expressed astonishment that the flu kills so many people. But when he learned of the annual flu toll, he was quoted as saying, "That was shocking to me. So far, if you look at what we have with 15 people, they're recovering." Yeah, but that may not be the case for long. Given the 2% death rate at the absolute lowest, for COVID-19, if 1 out of every 10 people in a city of 11 million inhabitants comes down with the new virus, as many as 20,000 will die. Imagine 20,000 deaths in New York City. And in a global pandemic, the death toll will be far, far worse. Nancy Maisonier, the directoress of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, at her latest briefing at the Aspen Institute, confirmed that we do not have any specific mitigation strategy. Until there be a vaccine, it will be social distancing. If you're sick, stay home. Wash your goddamn hands. Maisonier predicted that in these United States, disruption to everyday life will be severe as the virus begins spreading within communities, impacting businesses, prompting schools to close, and flooding hospitals with an onslaught of patients. With SARS, the last coronavirus outbreak 2 decades agone, hospitals were anything but a refuge. Health workers were hit the hardest. And Maisonier confirms that the crisis is just beginning. She so saying, this is a disease we didn't know existed until just a few weeks agone. Even working at breakneck speed, it will take researchers at least a year to craft a vaccine capable of slowing its spread. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, today declared at the Trump press conference, after Trump himself was saying that a vaccine would be developed fairly rapidly, that a year of preparation is optimistic. Indeed, unrealistic. The first safety trials of a prototype vaccine are slated to begin within 12 months. After those trials be complete, bigger studies requiring hundreds of thousands of people will be required to prove that the vaccine be effective at all. If the initial prototype vaccine doesn't work, 2 candidate vaccines are also waiting in the wings, but vaccine development will take its time. At the Aspen Institute, Fauci did say that, is there a risk that this will turn into a global pandemic? Absolutely. Yes, there is. In fact, there be no risk. It's a certainty. It's here now. Funding is needed now. Not just to ramp up the response, but to sustain it. Not just locally or domestically, but globally. John Auerbach, president of the Trust for America's Health, a nonpartisan public health advocacy group, has so stated, this is a critical moment in human history. The Trump administration has proposed this $2.5 billion United States dollar counter to the outbreak, but the amount includes just $1.25 billion United States dollars in new money that would draw off $535 million United States dollars in federal funds meant to fight Ebola. And Trump says, "We think that's a lot." But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer countered with a request for $8.5 billion United States dollars, and Trump signaled a willingness to spend more. At the press conference, Trump did say, "If they want to give more, we'll do more. We're going to spend whatever's appropriate." But what is it that Trump's counting on to get reelected? He's counting on his bad boys. Trump knows that when all else fails and all Americans begin to die, he can always fall back all in on racism and say it was the goddamn gooks. "It's the Asians, I tell you. It's the Chinese flu." And then set his boys loose to kill all Asians in America. He's ultimately planned this much. He's taken on the blacks, the browns. The only people he hasn't gone after yet have been the yellows. That's going to change. He's found out what a threat I am to his state media machine. He's been informed by Michael Aquino that if Douglas Dietrich dies in anti-Asian riots, then your main ideological opponent is eliminated. The Boogaloo Civil War talk has now taken on a life of its own as the far-right extremists are coalescing to enact Trump's objective of the elimination of the smallest minority group in the United States. So small a minority that there's less Asian Pacific Islander Americans in North America than there be Native Americans, the indigenous American Indians. The popular Boogaloo meme isn't clear about who it wants you to kill, but it's very clear in its lust for generic violence. The only thing that need be given is the direction to that violence when the dogs be unleashed. The myths and conspiracy theories that fuel the radical right oftentimes take on lives of their own. Think of how the QAnon phenomena began as a handful of conspiracy theorists sponsored by Michael Aquino, making groundless claims and predictions about a coming storm that metastasized first into a wildly popular body of patriot, quote-unquote, fatherfucker militia conspiracism, and finally into a massive sub-movement operating within the framework of the Trump presidency itself, while producing a growing record of lethal violence by its unhinged believers. Something similar be obviously coalescent round the Boogaloo, the vision of members of the far right of this coming civil war, which they claim is being forced upon them by liberals who want to take their guns away as the first step towards their incarceration and enslavement. In reality, of course, a number of sectors of the far right have ginned up this kind of rhetoric for decades, but now a systematic study of its spread through social media has found that it appears to be amassing into a movement all its own. And this study, conducted by the independent network Contagion Research Institute, explores, according to its own subtitle, how domestic militants organize on memes to incite violent insurrection and terror against government and law enforcement. It focused on the Boogaloo in large part due to its increasing popularity, particularly as a hashtag Boogaloo or hashtag Boogaloo 2020, on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, as well as the extreme and oftentimes callous expressions of violent intent that form the essence of the chatter. In its initial forms, the Civil War talk was generated in different sectors of the radical right in different ways. Among neo-Nazis, it generally focused on a race war. It is a genocidal conflict between whites and all non-whites, dating back to the 1980s and the classic white supremacist blueprint, the Turner Diaries. This vein of rhetoric has produced a long record of lethal domestic terrorism, including the 1984 neo-Nazi criminal gang The Order, the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, and more recently the 2011 terror attack in Norway that killed 87 white children, and the 2019 Christchurch mosque attacks in New Zealand that killed 101 people. Among the fatherfucker, or the patriot movement, what patriot means is father lover in the physical sense. In other words, a fatherfucker. And among the patriot movement believers who form these militias in resistance to the quote-unquote New World Order, most of the rhetoric has focused on deploying arms against law enforcement, particularly the federal kind, as well as the mythic blue-helmeted United Nations soldiers about to descend upon them from black helicopters. In its more recent iterations among far-right oath keepers and the 3% militiamen, the Boogaloo talk has mostly revolved around resistance to liberal gun control legislation. This reached its apotheosis in January when thousands of armed patriots, the fatherfuckers from around these United States, descended on Richmond, Virginia, capital of the Confederacy, to protest imminent gun safety legislation making its way through the state's General Assembly. Before the rally, FBI agents arrested a trio of neo-Nazis who were preparing to open fire on law enforcement at the event to trigger civil war. However, one of the results of the broad emergence of the popular Boogaloo rhetoric has been a blurring of the lines between the anti-government extremists who foresee conflict with federal forces and the more extreme white supremacists who lust for a bloody conflict between the white and non-white races. While many of the latter also eagerly participate in the anti-government talk, many of the former appear to be warming up to the race war talk. The NCRI study found not only that the discussion of the Boogaloo on social media had surged, but that discrete groups were coalescing around the discussion and creating the nascent forms of a movement. The Boogaloo Topic Network produces a coherent, multi-component, and detailed conspiracy to launch an inevitable, violent, sudden, and apocalyptic war across the American homeland. The models created by researchers prove that the meme acts as a meaningful vector to organize seditious sentiment at large. A virus of the mind. The coronavirus of conspiracy. Towards white supremacist mass murder. This conspiracy, replete with suggestions to stockpile ammunition, bullets instead of beans, may itself set the stage for massive real-world violence and sensitize enthusiasts to mobilize en masse for confrontations or charged political events. Furthermore, the meme's emphasis on military language and culture poses a specific risk to military communities due to the similar thematic structure, fraternal organization, and reward incentives, all indoctrinated via neuro-linguistic programming. One of the Boogaloo groups featured in the study that I cite, calling itself Patriot Wave, illustrated perfectly how the lines between militia patriots and alt-right or alternative rightist white nationalists have completely blurred and submerged in the larger project of fomenting a violent civil war in the name of Mother Russia, Putin's little helpers. Its members wear alt-right Peep the Frog patches with the title Boogaloo Boys, while others wore the skull balaclava generally associated with members of the fascist Atomwaffen or Atomic Force Division. This study also points to a particular area of concern, namely the ability of these extremists to simply blend into existing power structures, including law enforcement and the military itself. One Boogaloo enthusiast, Coast Guardsman Christopher Hassan, was arrested with a full arms cache and a plan to assassinate all liberal political leaders. A Patriot Wave member has been quoted in this study that I'm referencing, saying, "Some of the guys we were with aren't exactly out of the military yet, so they had to keep their faces covered." That's because any white motherfucker in the military is almost certainly a white supremacist who wants to kill you if you're non-white or female. And the spread of the Boogaloo organizing on social media has been facilitated via the deployment of the hashtags Boogaloo and hashtag Boogaloo 2020, which are then accompanied by associated hashtags such as hashtag 2A, hashtag Civil War 2, and hashtag Second Amendment, as well as hashtags such as Bigaloo, intended to elude the filters. It's spelled hashtag BIGLGLO. Bigaloo. Now, this kind of informational conflict, what can only be deemed, as the study itself has so concluded, as Russian mimetic warfare, has evolved from mere lone wolf threats to the threat of an entire meme-based insurgency sponsored by the Russians and armed by the National Rifle Association. This NCRI report has led to the organization which produced it, the NCRI, sending members to Congress and the Departments of Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, among others, copies of their report, personally presenting them as couriers to these offices of authority. And Paul Goldenberg, a member of the Homeland Security Advisory Council, thereafter told NBC News' Brandy Jedrojny that the report is a wake-up call. He's so saying, when you have people talking about planning sedition and violence against minorities, police, and public officials, we must take their word seriously. This is Trump's ace in the hole. When the economy crashes due to the coronavirus, that was ultimately a product of his trade war and the Russians unleashing the bioweaponized African swine fever that took away all Chinese sources of protein and forced the Chinese to eat what animals they could find in the wild, leading to the inception of the zoonotic virus, going from zoological specimens and animals into human beings. This is what will prove the death of American empire, just as the unleashing of the Black Plague ultimately resulted in the fall of the Mongol Khans. The American Republic shall collapse, but in its place, out of the fires of fever and insurgency, will arise, with the depopulation and deportation of the majority of Republican whites, in their place of oppression and corruption, a functional democracy. A democracy of real Americans, the Americans of all races, who hold mutual respect for the multicultural future of North America. And that struggle be mine own. As your America Führer, who has fought against the radicalized Russian insurgency all these years, there be no other leaders to turn to. Mein Kampf, my struggle to carry you through this, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings on douglasdietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Threx, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/maggotaur, spelled MAGGOTAUR, and friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian, the internationally recognized renegade military historian, and internationally feared, would have been lost. And now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there a footnote on mine bio sire on the showsdd.com homepage, and find out the meaning of my father's name, that I, his scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking the Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year of our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzu Jinn Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3. When he's out of Facebook jail, whenever he's out of that, he's always in and out. He being, of course, the manager of the Damage, or DAMAG, the Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Dietrich Our Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of spirits and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled Bizarehd, mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew-D, or Anglo-corrupted Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due to dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Janvel or Devil Angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 of the Communal Era. To re-emphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Communal Era. And remember, for the next 5 people purchasing tickets, you're going to get a $100 gift certificate to the New Age store on-site Mount Shasta. And subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesdays and Sundays, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started, and subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now it's a little after midnight here in the Pacific. I want to say a blessed evening to our lovely Selena Khan, who was active at least an hour ago. If she's taken off, I don't know where, and hopefully she gets herself some much-needed rest. Definitely looking forward to her joining myself in the future. She will be at Mount Shasta, and I want to see the rest of you there. Join us. I'm going to check the live dashboard now. And Sarah Shields says, Dee is always a brilliant genius. She's very kind. Let me see. Bizarre HD was saying, just came on, Douglas. Thank you so much for teaching me on last transmission about Marco Polo and the meaning behind money. That really opened my eyes. I cannot thank you enough. And he says, Daniel Rolla, if you're on, could you clip Douglas's last transmission on the faith of money? If not, I can do so. It's important information. And that dude is saying, I agree, it was a good analogy. Thank you. And Sita Galaxy says, my God has cooled down. There we are. And Derek Talley is saying, Douglas is telling the truth about these man-child man-boys. Every year I read a story about a parent who gets a pension, dead and stuffed in a freezer for years while Junior cashes the check. And V Sexton says you can't buy a roll of toilet paper in Australia at the moment. It's crazy. Thank you, V. You're absolutely right. And this is where the media, which leads Australia, has brought it. Dat Dude saying I'm sounding clear. Sigmund Crucis is saying the audio is clear. Vicky Johnson made an interesting statement saying that the 5G is, in a sense, telepathy for sale. And that's not too far off. And Sigmund is saying that Mr. Crucis is saying it should be able to carry electrical power too, maybe, or at least the new infrastructure. That's an excellent point. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That would be Tesla's airborne electricity come to life, realized. And wouldn't that be wonderful? You could just drive your car by dialing in to the beam, and you wouldn't need to recharge your battery at some stop. You would be powered simply by getting on the road and tuning into the right wavelength. I mean, this is what we need to have happen. And Gabriel Ruth was saying, so interesting about the plague. Did not know that. Thank you for sharing. Interesting. God bless you, honey. All right. And Christoph Riemel is such a wonderful human being living in Germany now. And Dennis Marshall was talking about the original hashish assassins, and all of that is historically valid. People can look that up in the chat room. I'm going to say goodnight to everyone who was with us. How long did I make it? Let me see now. We were talking about from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 12, 7 hours. All right. And so we've got some things brought to my attention by Brendan Zoget. God bless him. Couldn't get back to him after the original trouble started with the cancellation by Crystal River. And she did leave me a message. Well, they have that. And I will be moving on. All right, then. My love to all, and to all a blessed night. Those that support me and maintain my back are always in my favor, and may God maintain them in favor too. We will see you in the weekend on Sunday night. For now, enjoy your night, and blessed be thy dawn.